your host for the show, and you can tell still from home, as we all are, trying to keep as safe as possible. Some of our friends in APAC South are already having fun running around in Australia, but not yet here. Jess at least can. Now let's bring her up. And the crew for today, you'll notice one British person missing. His name rhymes with Pikachu, but he will be back later this week. Hap, Fluke, Gis, and Ace. How you guys doing today?
Good.
Chilling.
Just chilling, just vibing, waiting for the last 2 days to come in,
Vibing.
you know?
Yeah.
That's it. We're getting to the best bit now. It's I get up excited every day because we're really getting some answers.
Finally, when it comes to the games, yes, we are so close to the end of the stage. Only today and Friday left in Stage 1 APAC North. So, yeah, there's going to be some exciting matches and some exciting talks to have with the teams that we got on here. First of all, why don't we recap the rankings and how we stand at this the start of our penultimate day in APAC North. Cloud9 comfortably at 15 points at the top, Cyclops at 12, Talon at 9, Damwon Kia at 7 points with Guts as well, 5 points for both Fab Gaming and Fnatic, and T1 still unable to find a single opener, unfortunately. And if we're going to look at last Friday's matches this week, we'll have CAG v Talon, Fnatic v Guts, Fab versus Cloud9, and Damwon Kia versus T1. So CAG v Talon, what happened there, Hap?
Well, it is CAG that just came off of a loss, of course, against Fnatic, and they came up against Talon, who have been, well, showing great signs, actually. They're currently in third place. We all remember them last season to be like, you know, a little bit of that bottom table team, but they've really picked themselves back up. And even though, you know, Cyclops did manage to win it quite comfortably throughout the round, there was still signs of Talon showing that they still have the opportunity to fight for a top 2 spot here and maybe make it very tough for CAG, especially if they're going to be winning up their game here today. So overall, Cyclops in control, but Talon was able to show some great things, and especially on that first half that was.
Yeah, that was Chalet, one of the few times we actually get to see the map in general on our broadcast, and that's exciting. So you got to see different metagame, something just actually touched upon when we were talking about the analyst segment in them, and we'll have a chat about all of that later today. Fnatic versus Guts. Ace, what do you think about that one?
Well, it was a fun matchup, to say the least. Fnatic struggling once again to another loss. Guts able to come in and pick up the points. But you look at it and you think, is that Fnatic playing badly? What's going on? Have they still not got themselves running? I don't think it was, really. I think Fnatic played a reasonable game. They certainly improved upon some of the mistakes that we've seen. They are showing development. But Guts just sort of had their number. They knew what they were going to do. They came in, they were obviously well prepared, and they were able to come away with a really good result from it. And for Guts, it lines them up beautifully ahead of a big game for them today. You know, it's we'll get on to all of that, but I felt like they just really needed that momentum, and they've had a couple of big wins, and they could probably feel like there should have been more for them through the stage, to be honest.
I mean, you could say that about the entire year, even to some extent. I can't wait for it to finally happen. The entire squad to be in the right spot. Cloud9 versus Fav, however, was a bit of a different story, right?
Yeah, you feel a little bit bad for Fav, I think, is the lessons from this. They came in really aggro. They came in really quick. They're able to get a couple of cheeky plants down very early, which were kind of rebuffed. And from that, their momentum seemed to slip a lot. C9, they were caught sleeping at the beginning, were able to play some big clutches, play some big plays. And from then on, they reconstructed themselves throughout the map for what ended up to be a pretty easy 7-2 in their favor. But I honestly think if a couple of those early rounds had gone the way of Fav, you know, post-plant, last second 2 versus 1 clutches from the hands of C9, that was almost Fav's round. And coming in 3-0 potentially could have been a very different story for them. Unfortunately, that's the way the cookie crumbled.
Indeed, the crumpet crumbled in this one. C9 showing up when they're supposed to and really showing us why they're at the top of the table. Finally, Damwon Gaming Kia versus T1. Jess, T1 actually had some life in them last game.
I know, and that's really exciting because you don't have to come in. You have to say that T1 was carried by 11 again. You actually get to turn around and say, actually, Damwon Kia, they were on the back foot. They were on the back foot that game. I'm being really honest. You look at how the rounds went back and forth, back and forth. Look at the overall round count. It was almost completely 50-50 attacking and defending for both teams. Both teams were just scratching at each other, trying to barely get that leverage. Of course, Damwon Kia ended up getting that in the end. For me, though, really good showing from T1. A lot better as a team rather than individual showing. Even though they lost, I really do have to highlight them here. But Damwon Kia, a little bit too good. I think out of the whole Korean list there, they might be second and third on the board at the moment, even though some people would argue that maybe Talon's above them.
Yeah, basically it's so close now between calling Damwon Kia and Talon kind of equals in the league. We're going to still need a few more weeks and a few more trials and tribulations to decide on that. But were the 4 matches that went through last Friday with all 8 teams. What is the schedule for today? And what are the games that you can look forward to? Well, here they are, ladies and gentlemen. Let's bring up the schedule on the screen for everybody to see. Cyclops Gaming versus Damwon Kia is up number 1. Talon versus Cloud9. Huge Korean matchup. After that, maybe Talon can actually prove to us that they're number 2, maybe even number 1 in Korea. Fnatic versus T1, a huge fight organization-wise between these two. If Des were here, he would be talking about Worlds and a bunch of other stuff. And you know what?
Always fangirling.
That's very true. But understandably for this game, a huge clash of huge orgs in global esports. Then Guts versus Fav Gaming, who can secure their position in APAC North from the Japanese squads as well for today. We're going to have a chat about Japan League in just a bit because honestly, there's a lot of shakeups happening on there. But first, let's talk about the games that we have for today. Cyclops versus Damwon Kia. Just what do you think?
I really want Damwon Kia to win just because it will really shake up how the top, or when I say the top 4, I mean really only 3rd and 4th, right? It'll only shake up 3rd and 4th, but that's enough to shake up the entire top 4 if you think about how that's going to paint a picture between the teams. We've still got a couple of games. I still want to see how that goes overall. That can still, accumulate a lot of points. So for me, I want Damwon Kia to do well. Do I think they'll win? Possibly not, because Cyclops has shown that they can be quite consistent at the top. But I want to see a close game at the very least, so I wouldn't miss that one. I think it's going to be a really good game.
All right, let's hope to see it in that way. Talon versus Cloud9, a huge Korean matchup, Ace, between these two.
It is, and I have kept saying throughout the stage, and I'm going to keep saying it, that Talon really fascinate me. They have got big results in them. There's no two ways about it, and this could be another one. You just don't always know what you're going to get with Talon, so it's poised for a good game. Do I think that they can turn over Cloud9 today? I'm not too sure. I think Cloud9 have been going very well. They've been getting stronger and stronger as the season goes on, and I think they are probably coming into this very well prepared. So it's certainly going to be an uphill struggle for Talon today, but one that they can overcome given the right circumstances.
Yeah, well, I'm curious to see maps and players shining in that game. We'll talk about it, of course, when we get to game 2 for today. Fnatic versus T1. M, what are your thoughts on this one?
It's the battle at the bottom of the board, sure, but T1 they're on 0, and Fnatic have at least been able to pull some points. You expect Fnatic to be able to lock this out and take a bit of a game here because of how T1's favoured, but at the same time T1 have generally looked a little bit sharper as time has gone on. They've been able to put big games against C9, against Damwon, previously Damwon Kia. So I think Fnatic might have a little bit of a tougher showdown than they expect today.
All right, I certainly hope so. It's been pretty tough for Fnatic so far, so maybe this is the moment for it. Guts versus Fav are Japanese teams that are trying so hard to make a name for themselves when Cyclops is here, Hap.
It's going to be a tough match. One of the playoff streams is going to die today. And that is going to be true. The truth of this. One of them, whoever is going to be being beaten, is not going to be able to make playoffs anymore. So there is huge stakes for this matchup, and there's huge stakes for every single matchup, because we were talking about how, for example, Jess hoped Cyclops would lose, and then that's also like a matchup. So it's all insane. I'll get back into that later with all the nerdy stuff about it.
Actually, that might be the right moment for us to talk our promotional segment for the week. As usual, we see us talking about nationals or grassroots movements in Rainbow Six. Today, we're focusing on Japan, which makes sense because Guts Fav is our final game. And you might be thinking, wow, these two, who can measure up to Cyclops between them? Actually, if you take a look at Japan League, the world is upside down when it comes to Japan League. We'll pull up the rankings and start having a chat about Japan League and how it has an impact on APAC North.
Yeah, I mean, it's really fascinating, as you say, Milosh, because we're seeing the flip reverse. And when we have a look at those standings, we'll see exactly what we mean by that, where Guts not doing as well as they are here in APAC North, and Fav maybe doing a little bit better, but we can see their Cyclops up at the top, absolutely storming away. 5 wins, 5 games, unstoppable. They've got a 73% win rate in rounds. It's just, They are proving absolutely phenomenal in there. But Sengoku up there as well, right up the top, 1 loss. Really interesting team to keep an eye out, because obviously not one that we're seeing inside of APAC North at the minute, but who knows, it could certainly be one for the future. Now, looking towards what we've got coming for the rest of the Japan League season, we've got North Eption. They had a tough loss against Reject, but there's a lot of hopes in Japan that they are the ones that can potentially disrupt this unbeaten run for Cyclops, and that game is coming up this weekend, so it's definitely one to watch out for. If you're thinking, right, when should I get into the Japan League, when should I watch it, the answer is you should get into it now, because there's been a lot of talk as well. I think it's fair to mention not just the games and teams, but the production that's being put on there as well. And there's a lot of positivity going on. They're doing some great things over there, and it is definitely worth a watch. It's a best of 3 format, so slightly different to maybe some of the other nationals that you see. But probably most important of all is if you're sat at home thinking, I'm a decent player, I could do this, my team is ready, then now is the time. The Japan Open Cup, the registrations have opened. You can get yourself in there. Any team that resides in Japan can get themselves registered for that, and that is your chance to get yourself into the Japan League. Now, all the information that you need, the links to register, everything else can be found on the Rainbow Six JP Twitter. So go and check that account out. It will have all the links and details you need. And it's one of those, if you think you're good enough, you get yourself put in there and see if you can make it.
Yep. So
I'm going to fly to Japan now. Off I go.
I mean, honestly,
and the next Japanese,
star. If you're going to go on to Japan, bring Fnatic with you, because I just want to see them finally performing in there. Maybe in the future, once they're in Japan, they'll be competing in the Japan League. I definitely would not be surprised if that is the case, because all you need to do, you don't even have to be like Japanese and hold a passport. You just have to be a resident, much like with a lot of the nationals that we have in Europe, at least depending on which country and which region you are in. Just, hey, if you live in Japan and you have a team you want to play with, go on and register. The links, as Ace was saying, are on the Twitter for Rainbow Six JP. It's something like xmrj.j-cg.com/RJO/ basically. That's all the information that you need. Make sure that you sign up if you want to compete. That's it. That's it. When will we all move to Japan, man? I would love to move to Japan.
I've never been.
I want to move back. You've never been.
I'd love
you
to
guys
go.
have to come, and I want to be your little tour guide. Yes.
Okay.
When I used to live there in both Tokyo and Osaka, there are beautiful places everyone should go when the world opens back up. Please go back.
So we're all going to be walking after Jess.
So there's a robot.
Yes,
cafe.
and you know who I'm going to be walking after? My stepmother, because she'll be our translator. Don't worry.
I thought that was going to be Des.
Yeah, he's been learning Japanese. Actually, it's very true. But I don't know what the level. He discovered that "omaumemu shindeiru" is not something that he imagined. Yeah, he imagined. Yeah, exactly. That line he only discovered the meaning a few days ago. So I think we're gonna take some time. Yeah, it's gonna be a long time. Just let's be completely honest. I know we're all tech people here. Akihabara is super overrated. Let me just put it out there.
Into feuds that I have
you're getting into big fights right here.
Me and Ace are going to go over there. We're going to take some lovely photos.
You will
and you're
go
going to
there
be there
once.
starting fights.
I'm going to get in front of Akihabara. I'm going to take a picture, and we're going to be loving life.
I mean, look, you do you. I think it's very great. There's a lot of really cool stuff to do there. But if you ask me, there's some beautiful places many beautiful places just in Tokyo itself. I spent like 2.5 weeks almost in Tokyo in 2019, and I can tell you, you would need months to even scratch the surface of what Tokyo has to offer. And only a few days in Nagoya for the league finals there. So there's a lot of beautiful pottery around Tokonami, if anybody's into those sorts of things, pottery and ceramics. Usually some exciting topics to talk about on stream, if you ask me.
I like how we went from promoting the National League to being tourist guides.
Let's promote Japan. Japan is awesome. I would love to visit Japan again. Awesome. Save up your cash for it, because it is expensive if you go to Tokyo, but
then you can become a player by signing up at Rainbow Six JP.
Exactly. Thank you, Jess. Perfect. Segue. See, God, we're so smart on the show. So, Fluke, Jess, Ace, thank you so much for your trial, for putting us through the trials in the line of fire today. Let's, though, kick it to game number 1 for today. Cyclops versus Dem1 Gaming Kia, right after the bumper. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A very quick bumper for us to get into our very first game. Cyclops Athlete Gaming versus Dem1 Gaming Kia. That is game number 1, our Japanese versus Korean matchup. And I got Hap and Fluke, my beautiful friends, on the show for our first segment. So it looks like Cyclops right now, they're not number 1, but they're pretty close. And Dem1, they're nipping at the heels. They're at least proving to us that they can compete in APAC North. What do you think? Huh?
I was expecting.
Is this true?
I don't know.
Yeah,
why.
sorry. I'm normally
it's fine,
letting
it's
other
early.
people jump in.
Yeah, I mean, everything you said, technically correct, Milos.
That is the best kind of correct.
Dem1 Kia, 4th, 1-2-0-2 split. It's been okay, but they've been so close to, imagine if a couple of those other rounds versus obviously Fnatic or versus Guts, where they were 2 huge teams at the time, and they're pulling these 8-6 wins, 8-7 wins, a little bit more success there, and that could have been them on 3 wins. That could have been them on so much more points. They're battling for 4th right now, and CAG, they're battling for, I think they only need 1 point, and they cement themselves in the top.
Yes, they do, but that's not going to be the most important thing for them. But we'll get into that for a second, because there's a lot of SI points actually onto this match theoretically as well in the next one next week. So
I always forget
Friday. So yeah, it's
happens done the math
behind the scenes. I've done
Hap never forgets about SI points.
That is very. He's literally like the only person.
Well, just like wait.
Oh yeah, the Jet.
Oh, yes.
The Jesse.
Professor Jesse.
Yeah.
Oh, please, Professor Hap, I've been a very bad host. Please, let's...
Don't make it weird, dude. Don't make it weird.
I mean, I can leave if you want me to. But unfortunately for production,
we would all like to leave right now. So don't you worry. Let's move on with our squads. First of all, Dem1 Gaming Kia, our squad that actually has shown us that they can compete. I'm very proud of them for getting over their situation and actually having a chat with them on our interviews. Very reserved, but at least they're to the point.
I think that's it about Dem1 Kia. As we've kind of said, they were an unknown entity with a lot of potential. They've been a bit shy in both performance and in that potential. I think we're seeing them get so close to these big wins and these big plays, and they can't quite lock it out. And then obviously they've had some success against T1. They've been able to pull some solidity, but I think for them there's a lot of pressure right now to keep themselves performing and keep themselves kind of locked in and succeeding and kind of getting this level of control here. And the chart may be a little bit confusing because it's the round difference, but the only full fat win that they've got that wasn't OT was against T1 most recently on Villa. It's been a turn of force, but then you look at their 2 games in hand, you look at obviously they've got CAG today, and then they're playing against Fav. They're battling for this position and possibility of they need to pull points if they want to stay 4th, because the other teams that are looking at it is Fav and it's Guts. And Guts, their game in hand isn't CAG. It isn't one of the top. It's T1. So you expect them to be able to get some points. So Damwon, Kia, they've got to get some points today.
Yeah, definitely. So it's a tough opponent against them. And when we looked at that chart, Fluke, it showed Damwon, Kia don't really perform too well against some of the top in the league, which is very understandable given their newness to the league. Cyclops on the opposite end, number 2 in the league right now. They're so good, aren't they?
They are really good. I said at the start of the season, someone is going to be trying to take the old giant spots, and well, Cyclops is going to be the one that tries and do so. But they do need a win to keep themselves in for the championship matchup. And you might be thinking, well, otherwise you go playoffs. What's the big deal, Hap? The big deal is the fact that if you manage to go to the championship matchup, you will already secure yourself for at least 390 SI standings points for the SI 2022. And if you're only making playoffs, the only thing you're secured of is 115 points. So that's nowhere near as close towards what it is. So the loss that they managed to suffer is really coming back to them now, and they need the win here today to be competitive against Cloud9 at the next play day to actually decide that. So there's a lot on the line here for Cyclops. They cannot afford to lose or they're out of that fight.
All right, fair enough. That's a very nice defensive percentage that they have on Cyclops,
Nice.
and so very nice. So let's see actually who you guys picked for our head-to-head in this one. Let's bring it up on the screen, and it's Suzuki and Coated the Goated, as Mr. Dez would say. What's going on here? Huh?
It is. And Suzuki, I just wanted to highlight, like, he's not the highest rated player on the team. He's not the one that has the most KD. Do you know what stat is actually the highest, Milos? It's the cost. He is Mr. Consistent for the team. He is literally there almost all the time. And
Putting me on the spot like
Labeled
that.
so many people Mr. Consistent.
I know.
We can't keep doing this. Otherwise, they'll
think,
make Reddit threads about us, repeating the same things.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Oh,
we
God.
don't want that.
We don't want that.
But yeah, no,
The
I
likes
wanted
of,
to give him a
Suzuki,
bit of a
yeah.
highlight because he's doing very well. He's doing like he's always pulling his own weight in every single matchup, and as a support, pretty important.
Goated. It's goated. Moral of the story. That's the end. That's the full stop on that sentence. He's just had a good showing, I think, and he had some of his best previously. It was a team where it was like Yas was kind of everywhere and doing everything and was a bit of the heart and soul, but it's good to see that they have this backline that can step up and keep stepping up, and we've kind of said that he's a bit of a metric for the team and the performance. If he's having a good game on their defense, usually they're able to have a good game for the rest of the map.
All right. I want to see then which map we're going to be playing on. Since you mentioned it, Fluke, it's kind of the perfect segue. So smart and on time. Our lobby is not yet complete, so we're going to have some time to possibly talk about the map in depth. Let's bring it up. All down from our 7-map pool. Chalet has been banned by Damwon Gaming, and will take us to Oregon, where they start on attack. Cyclops starting on defense on Oregon. I mean, Cyclops' chances were already pretty good, but it seems like this basement defense on Oregon is very hit or miss, depending on the region, depending on the team.
Have you seen the 7-Heaven fake they actually managed to pull up?
Yes, I did.
I was
APAC
so
South
amazed
actually is
seeing that.
very cool. Highly
It's a
recommend.
very
people
cool
watch
region
it.
indeed. You should definitely watch. Some of my favorite teams are in there. But yeah, no, Oregon, it's a very balanced map, and I think that for Damwon, it's actually a good choice to bring it here. I'm kind of confused by the Chalet ban due to the fact that it got so close for Cyclops over the last game day, and it was just what?
Was it not just Talon planning like a
they
perfect
threw
defense?
bodies at everybody. They had the perfect defense, the perfect setup, and then they decide, let's just peek everything and give them the free picks. That's literally how they lost the game right there. So that's why I'm confused myself why Chalet's banned, because there's a lot you can get out of that in terms of setups that might allow you to beat Cyclops here. But Oregon, still a good map, very balanced. Very interested to see how that plays out.
I mean, you say that. Chalet was also where Damwon Kia played against Talon. They lost it 7-4. So it's kind of that middle ground of, okay, well, yeah, sure, we might be able to learn something, but based on a kind of bar one performance, we lost it and they didn't against the same team. Let's not risk that. Let's go to Oregon. Everything, it's pretty standard at Oregon. It's all good attackers and defenders. It gives you a little bit to build. We saw it at the beginning. Damwon Kia's opening game against Fnatic, and it was cautious. Now they're less cautious.
Yeah.
Now they're bolder. Now they're brighter. Now they're a little bit more brilliant. So I think this could be a good showing for Damwon Kia, I think.
I think the two sites that I think about when we're talking about Oregon is Kids Dorms and Basement. Kids specifically is so weird to play for so many teams right now on the defense. It looks like attackers just roll with that site, at least looking at it. I don't know if you got any numbers, because I'm definitely not going to back my statements up with any numbers, that's for sure. But it genuinely feels like it's been a hard knock life on that site.
You want numbers? Oh, I just said it. It's most one, Milos. So
It's what?
it's the most one site for
The most one? Really? How
That's
much?
That's why
Is it only for APAC?
I'm pulling that up right now. I'm pulling up only the APAC stats, and I'm
Jess is
checking
hearing us as
Oregon, and I'm seeing actually Domes Kids is 55% win rate there. Meeting Hall Kitchen actually 67, Laundry Supply 60. So it changes
right?
region.
Who's right in this situation? Arguably none of us. It's how it goes on the day, really. I think you can pull up numbers and you can pull up stats and you can quote the success story of each site as it goes, but you got to look at the performance of the teams and you got to look at how they're applying themselves into the situations that they've got before them. There's a lot more stress on Damwon Kia today than there is on CAG. As I've said, CAG need 1 point from 2 games to secure themselves into the playoffs, into the top 4. Sure, they want these SI points, they want a little bit more, but this is all or nothing right now for Damwon Kia, and this is heavy stress. Those tight angles, those tight pushes, those tight corridors, those little mistakes on those cross angles. You're looking at CAG, you're looking at a team that can be hyper aggressive, that can be loose, that can look for the stretch across attic, can look for the stretch across small tower, dipping underneath kitchen if they need to, depending on whatever site it is. If Damwon Kia get blinkered the same way they've been before when they've been less confident, those attacks are going to be hard to keep a handle on.
By the way, our lobby is still not yet full. That's why we've been talking on and on about these things. And Cyclops, as you're saying, should have every single advantage. But I'm curious then, what can Damwon do? Don't talk to me about just, well, CAG, they got these advantage. What does Damwon need to get over for them as a team and as individuals to actually get a win today?
I think it's
by the way, one of the players is away because toilet break, even though they're supposed to be on time. I am told to call that out on stream, at least by my own inhibitions, because you're supposed to be on time. But go ahead, Hap.
Let me cut the ruler for extra dramatic effect.
Oh yes.
But yes, no, I don't know actually what Damwon needs to do per se. I think they Cyclops on their good day is going to be beating them at any moment, right? They are just more experienced. They have really good players. So I think if Cyclops is at their good day or their best day, they're not going to be able to beat them. So they're going to have to try and find the weaknesses that are currently inside of Cyclops' plays. It's a default thing, right? Try and find a weakness and push onto that, make it break on that exact point, and see if you can.
What is that? What is that? We will talk about it once we get to game, Hap, because actually it is ready. Hap, Fluke, thank you so much. I want to see what potentially a weakness is of Cyclops right now, especially for a team like Damwon to try and exploit. We're going to toss it to our casters. Game 1, Cyclops versus Damwon Gaming Kia. That's for Jess and Ace to take us through. Enjoy.
Thank you, Milos, and we are here. We are ready to go, just like those 10 wonderful players we've now got loaded into the lobby. We're heading to Oregon, and honestly, Jess, this for me has been one of my most anticipated games of the stage, if I'm honest. After I started seeing Damwon come into this with that early Fnatic win, I've been really looking forward to seeing them play in Cyclops.
I have enjoyed watching Damwon play ever since the relegations. I feel like I say this every week, is that Damwon in the relegations, they really surprised me. I thought they were going to come in swinging. Not to say that they haven't, but not to the ferocity that I thought they would. So I still think they're building themselves up here at APAC North. But to come in, be your first very stage here, I think they've done an excellent, excellent job. Should they knock the pedestal out from underneath of Cyclops, today, then I will change my mind even more, and it will be a considerable shake up to the standings. But that doesn't matter because we need to see how this is going down. We've got those bans coming up, and now that we're on Oregon, I expect to see some pretty default bans, Ace.
I would agree with you. I have found this is my first stage inside of APAC North, to be fair, and I have obviously we do get that little bit of variation to what we might expect sort of out of the more, I don't want to say mainstream leagues, but your NAL, your EUL. You know, we do get a little bit of difference. Ying has been a popular one coming out again. What do you think the particular fear there is with Ying? Obviously, there's the Candelas and the flashing, but not an operator we tend to see used overly much.
Oh, no. I mean, this is a staple for CAG. That's a target ban. They will bring it almost 50% of the time when it's available, especially on this map. So that's just a target ban to make sure that they don't bring it. And I think it's a fair enough one at that.
Mirror going as well then. Back to default we go. Thatcher and Mirror, of course, being two that we see regularly taken out on here. Now, maybe an Intel op could be the final defender ban. A lot of popular bans go to Valkyrie, Maestro. There we go. Maestro coming in. So just removing those evil eye cameras, and it's all about cutting down information on Oregon.
I like that they've gotten rid of the Maestro because Damwon Kia do play it, but they play Valkyrie more. Now, I'm wondering if that's because Cyclops want to keep the Valkyrie in, and that's the most banned operator in almost all of the world at the moment on the defensive side is Valkyrie. So for me, I'm wondering whether or not they want to keep that as part of their defensive lineup. We'll see as they start picking their composition here. Not featured just yet, maybe a 6-pick coming out. I'm a little worried because you might have done better with the Valkyrie ban. It doesn't matter. This is the first time in a very long time I've seen an emphasis on the IQ in the APAC North region. Don't 6-pick off it, yes. Honest to God, this region has issues with taking IQ outside of like the Fnatic team. And it is frustrating to me because it is such a good operator.
Super valuable operator, as you say. You know, the electronics, especially with things like IQ seems to get a lot of almost sort of like shadow buffs, if you will, I'd like to call it. You know, the nerf comes into Thatcher, and all of a sudden IQ is that little bit more important because now Thatcher's not destroying gadgets, but IQ can get underneath, can shoot them out, you know, and it's only marginal gains for IQ, but it happens each time these sort of electronic denial operators get changed a little bit. IQ just seems to get left alone. She stays where she is, and like you say, super valuable.
Well, it was a 6 picked out for the Yana, and what that indicates to me is that I don't think they'll use it necessarily for a roam clear, but you can use it to get a little bit of intel, especially if you do a blue push. I know Gate has opened up that hatch above. Addict's been made to rotate. A line of sight from rotate down to backstairs has been popularized recently. I don't want to say popularized as a convenient thing for all teams, but something that several players have worked out. I can go here, I can challenge the backstairs. I don't have to start up here, but it's a good opportunity in the mid to late round.
Certainly one that has to keep the attackers on their toes, because like you say, you go in there, you think, oh, I'm safe here, and then somebody rotates in, and all of a sudden it's a different story. Now, pressure immediately being mounted from the attackers towards that big tower, probably going all the way up to T3, which is what we call the top floor up there. Get themselves established, work their way down, and make sure that they've got it cleared out. Quartered has indeed opened up that window, so that's going to be the job of the Sophia there. And again, just trying to get that drone in, get that information, make sure they're aware of where everybody is. Now, Yas on the Iana has got in quickly to Armory as well. So this is looking to me just like a complete map clear almost. We've got Woogie Man working in through kitchen dining. They really want to make sure there's no roamers out there to hassle them.
Maybe they're doing, look at where Katsang is right now. What I think they're doing is a freezer and lobby push down front stairs into laundry, which I hate to put my bias into this, but this isn't even just bias. This is statistics over EU and APAC North. It is not a good push statistically. It can be very hard to win, and 9 times out of 10, it turns into absolute gunfights. So I worry about that a little bit. Zamutjam is still on that washing machine below, and that's a bit of an OG trick there, but easily dispatched with Woogie Man's torch. He'll be able to shoot that one out. For me, I know this doesn't work often, and I know teams like to do it because they don't want to get rid of all the stuff inside of blue, but it doesn't have a good win rate.
I can double down on your point there, Jess, with an example from LATAM, and that is a team that are very good at doing this push, freezer and laundry particularly, is Team Liquid. But as you say, it comes down to gunfights, and who've they got? Palu and Nesk, who are going to win 80-90% of their gunfights, and so no surprise to see a team like that doing so well.
That's not to say Down 1 Kia don't have gunners as well, but they don't necessarily have the Nesk or the, you know, the Sexy Cake, for example, to be able to do it. Oh, you're so lucky that was a Gemini Black Raid, because that was going to be a missed opportunity. As we get down to the last 45 seconds, however, Coda decides that this is the angle for him to use instead. But I do argue that now Gatterado has been pushed back to Pillar, and with the pinch essentially trying to come through Freezer here, Ace, they've got to speed this up just a little bit.
Certainly do. And interesting use of the defenders' rotations from the attackers there. As you say, when you're setting up, you've always got to be aware that that could be the case. Now, the pressure is mounting on Cyclops here, but they've done well so far. 20 seconds left to go. They still have 5 remaining. We've yet to see an opening kill. That will come in a matter of seconds, I've absolutely no doubt. As Rim pushes around the corner, it all goes in the favour of Cyclops. 4 kills on the bounce, back to back. And like a hot knife through butter, Cyclops cut through that Damn 1 defence, and that is round 1 done and in the books.
I hate when, no, I hate, in this case, I love it. I love when I say something and it honestly just comes to fruition right in front of all of our eyes. It does not work well when you do a freezer and lobby / main stairs push. Why? Because it devolves into gunfights, and I mean, you had no leverage there. No pinch positions, no grenades sailing on through, no lines of sight being blocked by smokes, for example. You didn't even open up any of the walls outside of the hatch, really. So for me, it was a bit of a half-baked kind of push there from Down 1 Kia. I hope that's not their only strategy they've got, and that they can rotate to do a back push. Won't matter though, defenders have won the downstairs site, they'll go to the upstairs site. And if I have a look at the statistics here, at least if we go back and see how Cyclops usually does on the top floor, it is one of their favorite sites, second to Laundry, and they also do really well on it statistically. So if Cyclops are flawlessing downstairs, you can expect, I mean, if this is to forebode anything, a good round here from Cyclops.
Damn 1 did play on Oregon back in play day 1 against Fnatic. They did see attacking success up on the top floor. It's actually the only site that they had attacking wins on. They won 2 out of 3 up there. So the pressure will no doubt come to Cyclops, but as you say, they are certainly a team who can withstand it. So looking at what we have got so far, pretty standard setup. We've got Anaton now just looking to reinforce off both sides of Attic, so they will try to keep hold of that. The hatch has been opened as well, which does allow for potential pressure to be applied to Attic from meeting underneath from the defenders if they so choose. Now, looking, they don't have any nitros on site, so that won't be an option, but you can get some nice angles. We did see one used earlier in the week in EUL by Prano to get a brilliant kill onto Kendra, if you remember, Jess, up through that Attic hatch. So certainly can be done. Now, Black Ray just getting aggressive onto that armory window. He does not want to allow anybody in there too quickly.
Unfortunately for Ren, losing that drone earlier on could have actually been a flank drone. I hate, oh, Boogeyman, no. Oh, that's a fat figure if I've ever seen one right there. What a shame. No, because you know what is so important about this top floor, especially if you do an attic push, is having those grenades to be able to flush out pig position. And the pig position is all the way back where it meets the sort of the hop down where Anaton is. Thank you very much. You could take Anaton out if you were to cook the ADS. You could also take out that frost mat that is unknown to you. But Anaton says, all right, even if you don't have a grenade, I have that particular weapon in my hand, and he'll drop down and get on out of there. And the shield's there as well. I mean, there's so much there to deal with. Missing out on that particular frag is going to be a waste, but Anaton, they knew you dropped down, bro. That's a bit of a freebie.
Certainly handed it to him on a silver platter there, as the drone was clearly watching him move away, and Damn 1 just able to make great use of that information. Black Ray also going to take the option to drop a hatch there, but there is another drone. Manages to win the fight this time against Coated, shutting him down with a beautiful headshot onto the main door. So that leaves us 4 versus 3 now in favour of Cyclops, only losing the Frost so far. Yas is going to make a quick push into Armory there, and Kia, Damn 1 Kia just trying to get that sort of surrounding Cyclops feel here, but not going well so far.
My problem is that if you want to do a split push like this, then you need to have the pressure over towards Attic. I understand you're struggling to get open the closet wall, and as a result, you need a little bit more of assistance to be able to get it. They managed to get that long angle shield towards dorms, and the wall does end up getting open, but that split pressure they have from Attic is now missing Ace, and It doesn't matter if you open it up, you just need to be able to push on in and get that pinch when the count matters.
Split pressure or not, Yas manages to find himself a kill on into sight, shutting down Gatorada on the Jaeger, even as 3 versus 3 with 35 seconds left to go. This is going to come down to another one of those late round bloodbaths that we love to see so much. They really are excitement and just ramp the energy up inside of the server. 20 seconds left to go, and Damwon Kia need to think about pushing, and they need to think about doing so soon. Woogie Man, he's very aware of that attic window, wants to apply pressure from Kids, won't be able to, and he's right to be aware as Suzuki just shuts him down. Anaton, Suzuki doubles down, a Pogmat gets in on the action as well, Jess, and it's another great defense from Cyclops.
Just a great rid of the situation there from Cyclops. I want to say, and unlike their Japanese brethren of Guts, they play really passive to the point where I think they've worked out very early on here, even down to round 1, that Damwon Kia are taking their time, and that if they hold their positions and their crossfires, they don't need to do anything else. And that's the easiest way to win a defense. In fact, it's also the most boring way to win a defense for a team, because you're just sitting there waiting. You don't have to really do much. They're not really cooking anything. They're not really forcing you out of your position by, maybe getting some verticals underneath you or throwing grenades at your position. I mean, the only person that really suffered in that particular round was the rotate down, and that was about it. So for me, Cyclops, they're doing pretty well here, Ace, but I think if Damwon Kia work out that things haven't been going too well for them, they need to change up the speed, maybe a little bit more aggression. It might work better for them.
Round number 3, we find ourselves then in kitchen and dining, correctly identified by you, Jess, as Cyclops' preferred site over meeting, where we might see Damwon Kia choosing to take the meeting as their tertiary site. So this time around, we are looking at a setup which is focusing towards that small tower. There's a lot of utility being applied into showers. We can see there's almost certainly going to be a player located in there, as there is a rotate out that we've just seen Suzuki just adapting a little bit there, putting the Surya gate on to make sure that it's not an easy passage should the attackers get themselves established in there.
Without having the Maestro to work with here, Shaz becomes a little bit more tricky. So what they've done to compensate with that is bring Surya gates. I like that. Now, I would like to see where that bulletproof went. I'm not sure where the medic spotted where that was slapped down, but that would help me considerably. He doesn't have it in pocket. So finding out where that went would be super handy, just because once we know where that is, whether it's feeding line, there we go. Okay, so it is feeding default plant position behind couch. Good. Shower's position becomes a little bit tricky there, Ace, because they don't have the Evil Eye, they don't have any Valkyrie cams. So that's the only position I'm a little worried about. But they seem a little bit more worried about top floor at the moment.
Quarter just applying some pressure immediately towards that double window. As you say, they're looking to get that top floor and vertical supremacy. They want to be able to use those lines of sight down into sight, but more importantly, to prevent Cyclops from being able to look at using those angles for diffuser denial should they get into a position for a plant. Now, Yas is able to move into attic pretty much uncontested there, but he will find that the wall through to kids' dorms is just double reinforced at the minute, so no easy ingress into sight for him, but potentially an option to start locking down a few angles. And Black Ray, he's just holding on to that vertical angle for the time being to make it difficult, make sure that Courted can't just hop in through that window, and it appears that Damwon Kia are well aware of his position.
Gatorada might be saved here by those 2 ADSs. I don't think they'll expect 2. They'll expect 1, but instead he's throwing his body right at the Maverick holes, and a perfectly placed C4 will collect Woogie Man, who had the grenades to deal with Gatorada. Guess who's left? Only Yas with the grenades, and that is going to be crucial because all 3 ADSs are strewn throughout that dorms area. For me, Ace, this is the perfect setup. They're going to have to hit their shots because grenades are absolutely not going to hit here.
Rin is looking into kids' dorms, obviously aware that there is a man there, but for the time being, Gatorada's just going to hold that angle. He's going to take the shots. He's going to take the life. That's Rin shut down. 5 versus 3, and another round that is going landslide in the direction of Cyclops right now. And Damwon Kia just applying all their attention, all their efforts towards just one player here. They just cannot move Gatorada out of here, but they cannot push onto site until they've done it. And Katsang, he manages it eventually, but that leaves us with only 30 seconds left. And boy, they'd better hope that they're aware of Black Black Ray underneath, because if not, he's going to shut down Courted, but they certainly are. You see him, you see the pixel, you take the shots, but misses. Just bullet skimming by the head of Black Ray there, and the Alibi able to dive away and just keep himself alive for another few seconds into this late round. 10 seconds left to go. Man disadvantage, 3 versus 4. It's looking more and more unlikely for Damwon Kia here, identified by the Alibi. Courted will, however, shut down Suzuki as the challenge comes in, but it's all in vain. It's all for nothing as Cyclops are able to see out the 3 minutes and keep those bombs activated.
How long do you think Black Ray stood under that vertical and held that double window and didn't move a pixel? I don't think Black Ray moved his mouse for, and I'm going to guesstimate here, about 60 to 70 seconds straight. I would give or take between 60 to 70, maybe even longer. Maybe I'm just giving too much, pre-thought here. That is how much what I said before about Cyclops and their ability to be able to hold angles, hold power positions and not give them up. And I was a little worried that Gutterata was putting too much emphasis towards the wall where the Maverick was. And I thought to myself, no, you've got 3 ADSs, don't overextend. You're in a really good position in dorms. Just play the position. And, well, play it he did. He wasted, 2.5 minutes of the round in total? Beautiful from the defenders. All Cyclops need to do is just hold the angles and wait. And whilst that might be a boring bit of gameplay, that's an easy win for Cyclops.
I got to point out, coming into round 4 here, Jess, look at that leaderboard. 4 kills across the entire team for Damwon Kia. And this is not what we expect from this team. Just let me put that in a bit of perspective for you. Yas right now is leading the entire league on kills. Has more kills than anybody else. And so far has found 1 inside of 3 rounds. Cyclops are just doing a great job here. And I'm sure that will continue coming into round 4, where we see them going back down to Laundry again.
I want to see what this roam from Cyclops entails, because I don't think it's necessary. I hate to say it, but I don't think they really need to get too aggressive outside of the site. Just keep letting Damwon waste their time off site, willy-nilly around. I mean, we've got to look at where Coda has spawned here. They've decided to change it up. I will give Damwon Kia the benefit of the doubt here and to say it doesn't look like so far they're going to repeat their mistakes. But I do want them to be very careful here that if they try split push and it goes wrong and they lose numbers in blue, that's going to be very, very bad. No, Black Ray, you were so lucky.
The timing, just a couple, I was going to say a couple of seconds, but it wasn't even that much. It was a fraction a second off. We saw it come in, and just before that nade was about to detonate, it went deep enough to be picked up by the ADS and save Black Ray's life, and he's able to dip away and just keep himself now down behind that deployable shield, and doing a great job so far, Cyclops, of keeping Damwon Kia out of the bunker. They have just fronted them up. They've got aggressive towards that push. They've put a slight challenge onto the double door. They've then gone and deployed a Surrogate late into the round, really, but just made things difficult for Damwon to do what they want to do.
You know why they deployed that late as well? And I really have to give it to Cyclops here. They went, oh, guys, they're not doing their usual freezer front push. Make sure you rotate all of your stuff over towards back because they've decided to change. And guess what? Because Damwon Kia had their support players spawn in the wrong spot, they weren't there in time. Surrogate goes down, ADS and catches, that grenade, and things start to look worse for wear, because the moment you start wasting utility is the moment you will lose time. You'll have to start dealing with people with gunfights, and I mean, Cyclops, they've been dominating that so far.
Pressure being applied now to that meeting hatch, looking for a potential drop into electrical, but just that's a perfect view of it. Suzuki, Black Ray, Gatorada and Alligator just in a big circle around electrical there. Wherever you drop, whatever angle you take, Damwon, you are going to be on the back foot.
Do they not know he was roaming? Did they not drone him out? That is really, really poor intel collection there from Damwon Kia. And I don't usually say that about the team because they usually have a pretty good indication of what's going on the map. You saw them in round 1. They cleared over from Small Tower over Ace. Not sure what's going on there, but he's reigning free all over the map there, that Mozzie.
Certainly is. And just Again, watch out for that in the next 15-20 seconds because the push is going to have to come in towards site. Damwon do not have time to deal with that operator right now. Courted manages to deal with Gatorada, shutting down the Jaeger. That leaves us 4 versus 4, and the time is ticking. Rin finds Aegator, and this has got Damwon Kia a little bit of an advantage here. They've got control over electrical impillers. They can start moving in. They can't move past Black Ray, though, who shuts down Courted with a shotgun. Anaton gets in on the action, and once again, we're just seeing that core from Cyclops able to shut down the impending push and just see out the timer. Damwon doing too little for too long and making life hard work for themselves.
I feel confused by Damwon Kia's attacks, and the reason I say confused is that if you go back to their statistics in the past, I'm going to give them, let me change the range to 2 months. Well, actually, let's make it 3 months. Give them the benefit of the doubt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. One of them includes C9. 14 wins on Oregon in a row. Yep. That's Damwon Kia. I'm not talking about Cyclops here, Ace. I'm talking about Damwon Kia.
And they're just not... I don't know what we're seeing out of Damwon Kia right now, if I'm honest. I mean, coming into...
This surely can't be usual.
No, coming into round 5, I mean, I've already flagged up the kills issue. As you say, Oregon is a map that they are certainly familiar with. And right now, we are just seeing nothing out of them. You know, I don't want to be too critical. I don't want to get, you know, too much onto them. But they're 4-0 down to Cyclops. And that is not 4 close rounds. That's 4 rounds where 2 of them have been over 3 minutes and Cyclops have just been able to wait it out. And then the other 2, one of them was flawless. And Cyclops have just been able to shut down Damwon Kia at every single turn here. And this is not the Damwon Kia that we have seen throughout the season. We've seen them struggle with consistency a little bit. They've not always brought their absolute best to the table, but we really have not seen their absolute worst, which is what I think we're close to seeing right now.
I wonder if they're a little bit... how do you put it? I mean, I don't want to say scared, but they're tentative going up against Cyclops. I mean, maybe they're just sitting there going, all right, it's Cyclops. Make sure you're careful. You do everything step by step. You know, we don't want it to be taken advantage of by one of the best teams in the league. When you overthink something like that and you don't play your game, you start to play their game. I think they're playing Cyclops' game here, and that's a shame because Damwon Kia, they're a damn good team.
I think overwhelmed is probably a good word for it.
Yeah.
Just coming in and, as you say, trying to deal with every element of the Cyclops game instead of saying, you know what, we're going to push from that side of the map, we're going to clear across, and if there's any roamers in our way, they're going to die whilst we do it. And then our focus is going to be X, Y, and Z. Instead of that, it's like... right, who's out on the roam? Oh my word, how do we deal with that person? And it seems to be becoming a bit of a problem for them at the minute. Gatorada still hasn't been dealt with out there on the roam as the Jaeger. We've got some immediate pressure being applied to main lobby by Courted. Rin looks to be getting into armory, and we've got a couple at Big Tower. So they're certainly doing the right things in terms of trying to clear out for a Dorm's push, but Gatorada just prepping a potential run out there. A little bit late at the minute, but as Courted moves towards Master, there might be an opportunity.
Well, it doesn't really matter at the moment because what that pressure below will do is allow for any C4s to come raining up, but there is none. So I do wonder what the purpose of their pressure is. I referenced this last time that in order to get pig control, you need to be able to sail out those ADSs. Who on earth cooks ADSs with grenades? That is the weirdest combination I've ever seen here, Ace. But they finally shoot a grenade over towards Pig. Surrogate still active on the wall, and Rin gets a kill onto the smoke, so no smoke babes left for the late round. But considering that hasn't really been necessary so far, considering how long Damwon Kia have been taking with their rounds, it's actually not a huge loss.
It's really not. And interestingly, Gatorada now has moved back to site and just closed up that double window, but we were questioning the roam underneath. It looks like Black Ray is still down there. What I was hoping for was a potential armory flank, which at the minute could be critical here, because that is where Damwon Kia are stacking up, and that looks like it's exactly where Black Ray is heading now. He's got himself into laundry now. Courted, you could be particularly important here, just waiting outside of that main door, and that could be a very vital flank drone. As it is, Black Ray has had to move away, back underneath, up the freezer stairs, looking to get slippery. He's had to move back up white stairs because Damwon have applied good pressure. But it's as if Woogie Man was completely unaware that he was actually operating in the same area. And it's a freebie for the Ella from the top of white stairs. 4 versus 4, and the clock is becoming the enemy. enemy once again for Damwon Kia as Black Ray finds a second. This time headshot onto Yas. 10 seconds to go and it's all falling apart, Jess. This is like a wet paper bag that's just being ripped to pieces by Cyclops right now. There is absolutely nothing here. They look like an abandoned theme park right now. There is nothing for Damwon Kia to go on.
So many questions here because I want to see Cyclops tested. I more than anyone want to see Cyclops tested. I like to see the big teams at the top of the standings be tested by teams who have fresh new ideas, gunners that aren't from their own national league, let's say, because Damwon Kia is from the Korean league, and of course Cyclops is part of the Japanese league we referenced earlier. So they're from two different leagues. They don't often play each other. In fact, they don't play each other unless it's in things like Pro League, you know, Tier 1 here. So I don't want the viewers to think that this is what Damwon Kia is like, because they are not. They are absolutely not like this usually. This is not indicative of the team that I know them to be. And I think it is a pure shame, because this could have given us a better indication as to how their last week game could go. And that's how we want to see the standings shake up, because they're currently 4th place. They could have with this game, they still could possibly, now that we're on the last round of defense here for Cyclops, maybe they're going to be defender-sided today, but the last game for Damwon Kia is against Fav. And with how Fav have been playing, Ace, that would have almost certainly been 3 points. Imagine where they could sit at the end of this stage if they win this game and the next.
It's honestly just, it's baffling me a little bit at the minute. You know, I look at the standings.
Yeah.
Yas is the 4th rated player overall.
Yes.
Top kills. I mean, that may have changed now, because obviously we've got a few more raining in on the side of Cyclops. But coming into this game, more kills than any other individual inside the league, and 4th rated. And right now is sat 1 and 4 and has been just completely nullified by this Cyclops defense, as have the rest of Damwon. And, you know, coming in here, I wasn't just hopeful for Damwon competing. I thought they genuinely might be able to turn a result out here, given the performances that they've shown us so far. If they came through and showed us the best that they've given us so far through the stage, this could have been a real 2-horse race. Right now, they are facing an absolute mammoth task in front of them.
Oh, well, they're going to have to deal with this kitchen defense again. Last time they struggled ever so much to be able to displace Gatorada over towards the edge of what am I calling it? Kid storms. There you go. Yeah, sometimes call outs. They just
elude you. They just slip by you.
Yeah, and I'm like, excuse me? I've been playing this game for how many years? Come on now. I know every single call out on this map. Nevertheless, it's you know, I can't use the "it's late" anymore, can I, Ace? No, I can't.
I don't think you can get away with that one, if I'm honest, Jess. But right now, Damwon Kia, they need to get away with something, and Woogie Man manages to escape from that nitro. Heads up player there as he sees it coming up through the floor and just dips away from it, just keeping himself alive to maintain that pressure coming into dorms. We saw last time around on this site, they were unable to move Gatorada, and it really hurt them. Damwon Kia, they're trying to get aggressive, they're trying to actively push in here, and they need to start finding some kills soon.
Well, that Valkyrie cam's fed a lot of information over to Cyclops there. They were pinging multiple people, but it doesn't matter, because guns are what do the damage. 3 in a row here for Damwon Kia. Are they turning the tide? Is the momentum shifting after we just said that this is not the Damwon Kia we know here, Ace? Are they able to bring things back around as we are in the last round of the first half, which could really show us that they are ready to bring it into the second half?
I'm just really glad that there's a potential here that Damwon Kia shows at least one round where we get the best out of them and what they can do, and it doesn't look like we're making it up, Jess. Right now, the Thermite Katsang just going to open up that meeting through to kitchen wall. Black Ray finds himself inside of the security room, but there is no security to be found as he steps out into the corridor, top freezer stairs, and is shut down by Yas for the round. There we go. Nice, easy 180. Flick onto the headshot on the pulse, and that closes things out for Damwon Kia. And the question we've got to ask now, is that going to break the seal, Jess? Is this the point where Damwon Kia can start just opening up the floodgates of a few rounds?
Yes. Yes. Come on, bring it, damn one. Bring your absolute best. If you're looking at statistically, their defenders sided on this particular map, so that already forebodes really good things for them. They won that last round as a momentum breaker, a shift. They didn't even take a timeout, Ace. That's something that we need to talk about here. They haven't even taken a timeout. They just kept talking to each other and went, no, we can do this, we can do this, we can do this. And they've been able to snatch that last round. Very important, because that means that Cyclops was not guaranteed a single point just yet. If Cyclops win one of the next 4 rounds, then yes, of course, then they will win. They will at least guarantee themselves 1 point and maybe in overtime. So for Damwon Kia now, it is their chance to prove us right. You're right. They need to turn around and prove us right, because we have been talking really good things about them, and I do truly believe that.
It's fascinating that you mentioned the potential for a tactical timeout there, Jess, and it's something that I find really, really interesting as to just how it impacts on the mental game in an ongoing scenario like this. And I look at it and I think, would that turn of sides actually have been a great time for that tactical timeout for Damwon? As you say, it's the momentum breaker. Why not double down on that and give another 30 seconds to Cyclops to just really let it sink in that actually Damwon have just took the round. They're now on the defense. We've broken that momentum, and just let them sort of steady the ship a little bit. But I can also appreciate the flip side of it, where it's like, right, we've got the round, we don't want to break our own momentum, and this is why I love that tactical timeout process. It's just so fascinating.
Well, Cyclops have been trying desperately. I think back to, was it Consulate, where they were desperately trying to make this Monty work? It actually didn't work too well for them. So maybe on Oregon here, the tighter corridors, the ingress almost straight onto power positions, maybe Anakin can really make it work. Because remember, Anakin has been one of the Ash mains for their team. The fact that he's now put on a shield where he can't particularly shoot back is an interesting one, and that Gator has taken over that role exponentially as this stage has gone on. So I like that they're trying things with the shield. It is very oppressive. It's a very oppressive operator. Damwon Kia, they just need to be aware that all he is a scouting operator. He's there yellow pinging. Try not to shoot at him. Focus on what's around him.
Rin, the equivalent there almost of a child walking past an unattended bell. Just there has to be an opportunity there to just ring it, because you can. Just moves past and takes a few shots at the front of the Monty. Let's make a bit of noise. Let's make sure the Monty is aware that I'm here. I just can't resist. I know it won't do anything, but I'm going to take the shots now. Katsang looking in conjunction with the Aruni of Courted there to just apply pressure to that bunker door and prevent any immediate ingress from Cyclops. Doing well so far, holding them back for half a round, and Rin just looking to play and lock down pillars. Right now, Anaton is just fulfilling a purely informational role on that Monty, just keeping himself safe at the top of those race stage stairs and feeding information back in as to what is happening around pillars and freezer door. And I'd like to see something maybe from Damwon to try and disrupt his position there.
God, what an oppressive presence that Anakin has here over towards that pillar spot. You know that Rin wants to hold it, because that's essentially the Jaeger position. Pinged out and taken out as a result. Headshot from Gator. This is what they've been working towards, is using the Monty and the yellow pings in conjunction for free kills. It's almost like having walls, Ace, and that is what they are using him for. That's what they'll continue. And the fact that this wall hasn't been reinforced, it works both ways. Get 1 kill. Can he get 2? No, shut down by the skeleton key, and now with 30 seconds left, this is going to have to be a perfect ingress here from the Monty, because he's not doing too well here, Ace. He's getting knocked about.
He's getting knocked about, but when he gets pushed into the corner, he manages to fight his way out with some body blows there. Anaton just pushing back, resisting, and getting himself the kill. This is Yas 1 versus 2. He has to try and play the clock here. He has to let that timer be his duo. Gets the kill onto Gatarada. The plant is going down from Anaton. Can he find him? This is dangerous now. He needs to get to Monty before the shield comes out, and he's too late. Monty now, Anaton able to just block off that rotate and can just play smart here, play into the corners. Can he find the kill? This is going to be a dance of death now, as Yas does everything he can to try and wiggle around, maneuver to try and disrupt that Monty and move the shield, but this should be unwinnable for Yas from here. He just needs to try and do something to bait out Anaton, but he's playing it smart. He's jiggling, he's moving, he's keeping himself fluid and active. You wouldn't think that there was that much movement to come out of what is essentially a rock-solid shield, but look at Anaton. He's just dancing. He's moving around. His footwork is unbelievable. He goes for the challenge when he knows that the timer is done. It doesn't matter that Yas gets the kill. Well played 1v1 from Anaton on the Monty there. Perfect example.
what a lot of people might not realize is in that situation, and I understand he was jiggling left and right, and that's the counter you have. But recently they added something called shield break, and it's where it will knock back the shield ever so slightly if you melee it, etc. And so that's a possibility there. If you want to be able to deal with a Monty in those 1v1 situations, you can melee and it would knock up the shield to about a mid shin height level. And so you could shoot the foot of the Monty, of which, given Anaton's HP, he was only one bullet away from DBNO. So Anaton was so lucky that he stayed alive for as long as he did there. This propels Cyclops onto match point, and it secures them at least 1 point. And if Damwon don't win the next 5 rounds in a row, they walk away with a loss, and that propels Cyclops onto how many points now? So tied with Cloud9, there you go, 15. It'll put them in tied first place, and given the head-to-head, we won't know that until the very last play day. Ooh,
It's just
that
getting
is
set up,
spicy.
yes.
Ooh, baby, yes. Bring me all of those spicy matches. Oh my God.
It really is like going into a restaurant, ordering the hottest dish on the menu, and right now we're just asking for that chili sauce on top. We're saying, have you got any hot sauce? Have you got anything I can add on to this? And now Cyclops are just pouring it on top, and it really is getting fascinating. It could come down to a straight up head-to-head result if the points are tied. It could be, depending on Cloud9's result, of course, later on today, it could be a position where it is just winner takes all. So it's certainly poised for an explosive finish. Now, round number 8 we move into. We're going to be heading to a meeting room defense here instead of dorms, Jess.
If you want to throw like a little bit of a pocket shot out, this is it. You know what I mean? Most teams, in fact, the highest win rates are on the offsites on this map. So I am not surprised that they'll go here, because both meeting and kitchen and dining have some of the highest win rates on the defensive side, purely probably because when you set that up, you need really strict tactics. But I still think that Cyclops, given they've held top 4 before, in the first half, they know exactly how to dismantle this, So, little worry for Damwon Kia. Is it just Woogieman upstairs? Or does he have someone with him there, medics? I know our beautiful observer is spotting out at the moment. Okay, Rin's over towards games. So that's an okay crossfire. But if Rin gets caught out, then Woogieman's on his own, and that could be trouble.
Will do a little bit of chip damage to Woogieman, but certainly nothing significant enough to move him along. Black Ray actually dips himself back out of dining now. He was just having a cheeky little look into the kitchen to see if he could find himself a tasty treat, but doesn't find a morsel. So this time he's going to head towards White Stairs, and he's looking to cut off a rotate. He might well choose to push himself up there and just aggress on when the time comes, but we can see shots raining in from Rin onto Gatorada. He just gave his position away there with the shots through into Attic, was unable to secure himself a kill and will find himself on the wrong end of that one. Quartered shuts down Anaton, and we find ourselves 3 versus 5 after a flurry of mid-round action there.
Well, yes, he got peppered straight through that wall, and that was a really good shot. My problem is that Cyclops are taking so many 1v1s. What is this about? You could push as a team. You could try and pinch the player above. Maybe you want to go in a meeting and just take that control instead. Instead, we have seen 3 1v1s in total. We're about to see another here between Black Ray and Woogieman. Woogieman is the winner, and it won't be a flawless round here because Suzy C was able to catch one onto Rin rotating down those armory stairs, but this just seems like an impossibility here, because when you have 5 1v1s and you only win one of them, that doesn't bode well for you.
1v4 remaining then. Needs to try and break these up into individual firefights, but the problem is Damwon Kia, they're not going to give the satisfaction of that to Suzuki. They've got the diffuser down and they know that, so they just draw him in, pull him along, and allow Quartered to then move in on the reverse angle, coming in from meeting. As soon as he makes a motion towards going for that diffuser, heading in that direction, the kill comes in. They knew that he had to at least think about going and clearing up that briefcase. He had absolutely no option realistically of collecting and getting it down on the ground. But a second round to Damwon Kia, and they are slowly fighting back, but there's a lot of work to do.
Well, there you go. It looks like there are cracks in the strategy of Cyclops, and they might not be as dominating as this scoreline would currently suggest. That round was just pure gunfights. In fact, I don't think I saw a lot of strategy from Cyclops almost at all, which is a shame when you see a team, they're bringing an ace, they're bringing a Twitch, for example, maybe they've got grenades on their side as well. It's a little bit of a shame that you have all this to work with and you don't put any of it to use. So for Down One Kia, this is a really good thing, because if Cyclops keeps taking the lazy way out of their attacks and Damwon holds really good crossfires, just like Cyclops had an easy time on their defense, it could be an easy time for Damwon.
Round number 9 then heading downstairs once again, just foregoing dorms at the minute. Damwon Kia not keen on going up to that top floor after managing to lock down meeting. They're going to give the basement another try now. Interestingly, Jess, and I don't know if this is a little bit of a bait on the part of Damwon Kia in site choice here. We've no Monty being brought along, who was instrumental last time around in Cyclops attacking this site. Could be good news for Damwon Kia.
Anaton doesn't have the Monty, but does have the grenades. And I think that probably actually will really help. I say that they got 3 Ash charges, got the Zofia, they'd 6 picked onto the Zofia there. They were, I mean, Damwon Kia were cooking ADSs with their own grenades because they didn't have flashes to deal with it, so maybe that's something that Cyclops is very aware of. And when you do a blue take, if you're not going to aggress with the Monty downstairs or down the back stairs, then things get tricky. Speaking of tricky, hey, Agator, you were not going to get out of that one alive, because that was the tiniest pixel pig I think I've ever seen someone hold from Freezer Door.
There we go, yes. That is exactly what we've been waiting for. He said top kills in the league coming into today and really starting to double down now that he's got himself on defense. 7 and 4 and picking up the pace and making Cyclops' life a living misery here in round number 9 as he shuts down the Ash of Gator and just takes a little bit of that sting out of the early attack. And the reason that I brought up the Monty so much was this position on backstairs last time around. It was the word you used was oppressive, Jess, and it was. They just, Damwon Kia did not know the answer. They didn't have any response. They didn't have nitros in hand. They do have one this time with with Woogieman, sorry. So the option is there to deal with the Monty a little bit easier, but they just didn't know what to do with the big shieldy boy, and there's just too much information fed back in, and Cyclops worked off it beautifully. Now Suzuki is just looking to get himself established inside a bunker there. He's got his ankles held down, but he's just going to dip back off and get on the drones for now.
Well, there's one Twitch drone going down. Quick peek from Coded. Yes, he's goaded. He takes out Suzuki, and that's why you open up that line of sight there. You get a bit of a freebie into the double door, and when you have so much to deal with in Blue Bunker, it can be hard to watch that. Watch over towards Elbow, which is now being reinforced off. And I mean, hey, that grenade, it did its job. Might not have the Monty, but that grenade absolutely forced Katsang out of that key power position, gets rid of the shield, and it also makes them reinforce off the wall. Trouble with that, where is Gutterata? Here we go, finally getting himself on in. Make sure that you open the wall, because you've got 3 Selmas in pocket. Seems a little bit crucial that you start using them.
45 seconds left to go then, and as you say, there's work to be done from Cyclops here, and it needs to be done quickly. The Selmas are just being applied to the wall, I believe. I just think I caught out the side of my eye. Yes, Gatorada moving in that direction, but doesn't seem to have taken the chance just yet. Now, out comes the Toxic Babe Canisam. The Mute Jammer, of course. They've not got any option to clear that one out at the time being, especially with Freezer locked down. That is now an important position for Damwon Kia to hold on to. The push instead is coming in through Electrical, but Courted, he's just holding himself, and what a nitro from Woogieman. Sends it into the box and turns it into a coffin for Anaton, shutting him down now. In comes an aggressive push. Gatorada trying to get something going, looking for an explosive play, and finds a kill onto Courted, but cannot find any more as Rin and Katsang get in and do the damage, shut down the round. And Damwon Kia, they now find themselves 3-6, and they are fighting back 1 round at a time.
We're getting a heavy defensive-sided Oregon here today, ladies and gentlemen. And you're probably sitting there going, well, yeah, hasn't that always been the case? I mean, no. No, I'm going to put you in your place right here real quick. Consulate has a high defensive rating. What else does? Villa, Clubhouse, Coastline, and Cafe. The only one that has a less defensive-sidedness than Oregon in all of Asia Pacific North, Chalet. That's it. That's it.
as we would expect them. Damwon Kia coming in and doing themselves well. Now, interestingly, Jess, we're going up to dorms this time, and they are bringing along the Clash. We're seeing a real battle of the shields so far here today. Now, Anaton has brought the Monty, but it's one of those, I wouldn't say little known, but certainly lesser known counters, is that Clash is a direct counter to Monty, because the electricity does damage him through his shield. So should
you know what else it does?
What does it do?
Does the shield break now as well? Pops open his little shin to get shot. Just so you know, just so people don't know.
If those two come face to face, the Clash is going to win out, or should win out, almost every single time. So this could be a great response to the trouble that they've been having with the Monty.
I am interested. You know, we're going to say all of these beautiful things about Katsang bringing Clash, and then Katsang will go down. Yeah, like absolutely will go down to something ridiculous. I can absolutely call it here right now. I hope not. Nevertheless, I bring my stats over. Have they ever played this composition on this map before?
Sometimes you got to roll the dice, Jess. Sometimes if you want to get a 666, you got to throw them.
Never played Clash on this map ever. Not even once. Not even one teeny tiny out of the 14-1 games. Not even once, ladies and gentlemen. This is a pocket strat of all hopes.
I think it definitely is in response to the pressure that they've seen from the Montagne of Anaton. And we'll see how it pans out. Clash at the minute is upstairs. Anaton is going on a roam clearance. Another job that Montagne can be used to great effect doing, because, of course, the roamers can't really challenge onto him. So he just pings out that information, tells the rest of his team where they are, and the roamers, they have no choice but to relocate, and you can just force them back and back and back until that relocation ends with them back on site. And you know, historically, I'm talking probably 2 years ago now, you know, Julio from NIP was probably one of the most famous for this at a point. He'd get into top floor consulate on the blitz and he'd just go full steam ahead and clear roamers out ahead of him, and it can be, if done well, a great way of doing it. Now then, we've got it, Jess, we've got the matchup that we wanted.
Look at Anaton, he just keeps looking, he goes, well, I'm going to hurt to the zaps. I'm also going to have shield break to the zaps. So if I hide in the corner here, I can be a little bit safe. And Katsang knows the power position that they hold really crucially. They better hope someone's watching over towards Trophy, and yes, they are. It's going to be Yas, because he needs his back held. That's when a Clash starts to get really tricky. Shield break employed over towards White. If someone came over and quick peeked, it's a free kill onto Anaton. And that's what I was worried about. I was worried about that player getting sort of popped as he ran past, and baiting that re-shield is going to be beautiful, because it means the Monty's also going to bait the re-shield. Oh my goodness, we have a battle of the shields that I've not seen in a very long time.
I love to see it, Jess. It's everything that I love about Siege. It's not all about the gunplay. It's about the counters. It's about the alternative strategies. And it's about being able to milk the most that you can out of each operator. And seeing these two put on such a masterclass of how to aggress and deal with aggressive shields is great so far. But we've had 2 kills come in for Cyclops. 5 versus 3, and things are getting tense inside of sight for Damwon Kia now. They, of course, need to win this round. Anaton, his life is just being tickled away from him one step at a time here by Katsang. They have no answer to this Clash just yet. They've put a man on the window, but the problem is that the defense is falling around apart from that shield, and Clash cannot survive alone. It is all down to Yas here. Katsang drops the shield, manages to use the SMG to find a kill onto Gatorada. That is a big shift in power here. Ayagator gets Yas though, and that could be the crucial moment for Damwon. Clash has no option but to fight now. Drops the shield, shut down by his arch nemesis of Anaton. One shield destroys another, and that is going to be a good attack from Cyclops there. But what a fascinating battle we had on White Stairs.
Who is the better shield? Well, today it's going to be Anaton, but that was a valiant effort. Nevertheless, unfortunately, if teams are looking at this from all over the APAC North region, they're going to be thinking how well Anaton has been playing the Monty today. And I definitely think we will see that in future bans, because that was an intel and killing machine all in one. Best of both worlds. And Cyclops, they will tie themselves in points with C9. They will be tied first for the moment until we see them go head-to-head in the very last playdate. It is going to be a clash of the top two teams, unless someone makes a big change change on the leaderboard, which really isn't possible anymore. That game just sort of solidified it.
Already looking tasty. And Anaton I just want to double down on Anaton there, putting on a masterclass with the Montagna and just showing how not to over-aggress. That's one mistake often made with shields, is getting too aggressive. When players like me take them and say, why don't shields work for me like they do for Anaton? And it's because he just bided his time and used that oppression really, really well. So let's head over to our analysts. We can let them break it down further and see what they thought of that one.
Thank you so much, my friends. Yes, we're back on the analyst desk, and we're talking about masterclass. Of course, we don't talk about the skill of our talent team here in production, but we talk about Monty sometimes. In this case, this white stairs take with pressure from bedroom has definitely been the strategy and big window at the same time. Hap, victory.
It is, yeah, and just quickly pushing back towards that take from the big window and from the white stairs, actually something I believe Reaper highlighted in one of his most recent videos, that is getting more and more common and more successful as well. But yeah, the Monty really working out there. The two rounds, which they actually managed to win. One of them was a dance around the diffuser in the end right there. You saw the, Yas getting annoyed right there in the cam at the end as well, because he just couldn't deal with that 1v1 situation. But overall, Cyclops, really solid. Very good first half. Then bringing the Monty just to close up the job.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of went the way we expected. CAG, they were hyper-aggressive. They were able to kind of swing on. They played their game on their defense, and they were tough to control, which is where Damwon, we've seen them have some success with their kind of cross angles and their holds on previous maps. Here, unfortunately, no joy was found. Then it obviously flipped over, and we saw a bit of a different story, but breaking down that Monty was a little bit too hefty for them.
Yeah, it would have been understandable that teams perform well on the defense, given how, as you guys were explaining before, and just added with the numbers, that, hey, defense, at least in here, is relatively successful, but even more so for Cyclops. We saw it not just in this game, but overall in the statistics from them. So makes a lot of sense and expected. Cyclops Gaming 7-3 defeating Damwon Kia. That is a Japanese team smashing through our Korean squad for today. A valiant effort from Damwon, but the experience and strength of Cyclops is really showing in our first matchup. As both Jess and Ace were talking about, Cyclops plays C9 in our next play to the final one. So yeah, that's got to be big. Black Ray, number one, 1.19 rating and a 70% cost. That's pretty big.
It's pretty big. Very, very good. Analyst is right there, Milos.
Yeah, no, I am a host now, okay?
He's doing very well indeed. And then there's many that stood out. Anderson, for example, with the shield play as well, literally taking points up against the 1v2 in the clash right there, shielding off from the potential shock to the member right behind it. It was basically just a portable mirror window, literally what he was doing up there. So there's a lot of standout players we had today, but yeah, I agree with Black Ray.
Right, well, good that you do, Hap. That's exactly what we're looking for. Validation from Stein Happers. That is Stamp of approval, yes. So there it is. Talon versus Cloud9, a massive Korean showdown. Number 1 and number 2 in Korea, facing off against one another. Cloud9 now tied at number 1, and Talon nipping at the heels. Maybe somehow, some way, they can keep on moving, get an extra 3 points, make next week's game between Cyclops and C9 even more interesting. We'll have to see after the break. See you then. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to APAC North League. We continue on with game number 2, Talon versus Cloud9. Talon trying to remain in the top 4 right now, not too shabby at 9 points, number 3, right below Cloud9 and Cyclops. Can they upset the current champions of APAC North? That is the question on our mind today. Jess and Ace on the analyst desk for this one. What do you think about this game? What's the big headline?
For me, it's about Cloud9 locking things down here. They need to get themselves into that last play day with as much strength as they can. And that's in terms of points on the board. They don't want to be going in there tied with Cyclops. They need to make Cyclops do the work. They need to know that they're up against it. So they really need a win here.
I mean, Hap was talking about SI points. There was multiple factors that we need to keep in mind here. There will not be a major. I repeat, there will not be a major. So the money, the prize pool will be distributed around as per how the finishings of the stage go. And as a result, there's a little bit more cash in hand. So there's multiple things going through the players, the staff mind as well. Obviously, the money not as important as points, for example, for future SI dates. But for me, I think that's just a little bit of a bonus, a little bit of a cherry on the top.
Yep, definitely so. As both you and Hap explained, no major for this specific stage. Of course, SI being the event that is scheduled for May, for next month. Can't believe that we went from February to May so quickly. So time really does pass by very quickly when you're having fun, amongst other things. So why don't we talk about our 2 squads? First up, our challengers, Talon. I'll put them up on the screen for everybody watching at home. And man, I have been so impressed with the glow up of Talon from 2020 to 21.
I'm loving watching this squad, Milosh. I've said it a couple of times. For me, they are the unpredictable team, really, in this league. They come in at 3rd place. They've had a couple of losses where you look at them and think, wow, that's not really the same Talon that showed up there. And then they've had some great wins as well to boot. So this one it's not going to be the easiest game. It's, if anything, going to be the toughest of the season. But if we have Talon turn up at their best, we know that they can do a great job. Looking across the players there, you've only got to see everyone bar one is above a 1 rating. They're all putting in the work. 60% win rate overall, doing very well on defense. And generally speaking, the wins that have come, as you can see, they've been convincing wins. They've been by 3 rounds or more. So they're not being stretched to 12 rounds when they show up, when they have one of those good days. Losses, of course, coming to Guts and Cyclops last week. The last thing they want as a 3rd place team is to take away back-to-back losses to 1st and 2nd here, which is the potential for them. So for me, it's just about Talon now increasing that consistency, coming in and showing that they've got more than one good performance in them.
Well, you talk about a consistency. Cloud9 currently is the most consistent of all, undefeated in APAC North, the only team to do so, despite a couple of close calls. But Jess, man, can anybody stop Cloud9?
I have put in my notes here, and I did want to start off by saying, yes, they are dominant on the standings. They got that 5-0 raining across them. It's given them a bunch of points to be able to work with here, and I'm like, wow, they are impressive. But we expected this. We also expected them to come in, take the place of Giants in that old rivalry between C9 and Giants, and they become essentially the new kings of APAC North, and they've done that. At the moment, until we finish this particular map, they're actually 2nd place. And I say that, well, that's because, if they win this, they'll propel themselves onto 18 points. There's a couple of little nitty-gritty statistic stuff we don't want to go too deep into. Funnily enough, though, one of the players to watch out for will be MV Taylor. He is the one that is, setting high standards on the stats, especially if you look at the overall stats. Another player that has gone a little bit, as a dark figure, Nova. 5 clutches, 5 plants, the most in the league by far. We don't talk about Nova a lot, but I really want to highlight him here today because, he's doing the stuff that not a lot of people sort of think is that flashy, but it's really important to the team. So very much happy with the overall holistic, rounded, polished feel that C9 have here in 2021.
Yeah, Nova is kind of like the Rafale from BDS,
yes,
but to APAC, to Cloud9. So understandable. There's always the 5th player that you're like, without them, actually things wouldn't work the same way.
Correct.
But we just don't get to see it because it's not reflected in a statistic, which is people see in the beginning. This is why we're here to explain it to everybody at home and fill them in on the information. So how about we see our head-to-head for this game. Again, an all-Korean matchup, huge one between these two, and it's Envy Taylor and Aziz for this one. Ace, what's the thought behind these picks?
Well, sometimes we try to stay away from the just straight out-and-out top fraggers on each team because, you know, you can end up picking them every week quite easily, but we like to shine a spotlight elsewhere. We couldn't avoid it with this one, though. We have got the number 1 and number 2 rated players inside of the league going up against each other head-to-head. Now, Aziz, he is the number 1. Maybe not what you would have expected at the beginning of the stage, but he has come in and done fantastically well, and Envy Taylor's just sort of trying to keep pace at the minute with him, and it's going to be interesting to see because these are two teams that have these sort of talismanic figures, and for me, like, Aziz has come in and really dominated games so far, getting a lot of kills. We can see his rating is super high at 1.59 there, 52 to 27 plus 25 on the kills. He's got clutches. If this is going to come down to one talisman versus the other, it could be a Talon win.
Oh, sheesh. I mean, I've spoken about Envy Taylor, or someone on the Talon team has spoken about Envy Taylor every single time C9 plays. We've got to, because today I'll be comparing both of their ratings and costs to see who beat out the other. You're right. It's first versus second place in the ratings. Who's going to dominate the other? That's really what I'll be interested in from an individual perspective.
Yeah, I am quite curious which map we'll be playing on for this one. Our lobby seems to be full, so we're going to get down and dirty with that info. Cloud9 remove Clubhouse and give us Coastline, where they go first on defense. Unexpected, I see from you two. What's the deal here, Jess?
I mean, I'm not saying it's unexpected by any means. I think this is it's an exciting map. The reason I'm like, oh, wow, okay. The reason I did want to bring it up was because the last time they went head-to-head, it was on Coastline. It was, and Cloud9 7-0'd them. That's how I remember it, because it was a best of 3. They went on to Coastline first, and Cloud9 7-0'd them on Coastline. That is a brutal. And guess what? They get to take them back there, get maybe a revenge.
How long ago was that?
A repeat. This was on, let me try and get up my stats. Was this Korean Open finals last year, at the end of last year? Yeah. Yep, this would have been Korean Open finals. Best of 3, it has to have been, yep.
So it has been a while, and Talon have definitely changed since then, but maybe Cloud9 have their numbers. We've seen so many teams, Ace, that we talk about, that they perform wildly differently in APAC or in their regional league versus in their national one.
It is absolutely something that we see consistently. You know, we spoke about the Japan League earlier, and we don't have to look any further than both Guts and Fav, who have shown us very different performances here in APAC North. So this is absolutely anybody's. As you say, Cloud9 could dominate this in the Korean scene, and then they could come in here and Talon could just flip reverse it and have a great day themselves. But there's going to be one winner. I'm going to use the cliche, and that's all of us and everybody at home, because this one is going to, I know you love it, Jess. This
so
one
wholesome.
is going to be absolute fireworks.
So wholesome. Ace always making it very cozy for us here. So, Jess, Ace, thank you so much for your intel on this one. It's time to kick it to Coastline. Finally, some sunny Ibiza time. It's been a while. Talon versus Cloud9, and it's with Hap and Fluke. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos, as we kick it over, like they would say in a 90s Saturday morning show. But it's not going to be that sweet, that innocent. It's going to be an aggressive, kind of violent fight here on Coastline. I got a feeling.
I think it's going to be a bit more than kind of violent coming in right here.
Isn't it in the lore, actually, they're not shooting each other?
In the lore, of course, they are wearing
this is all training.
mocap suits and all that kind of stuff. Yes, it's all a virtual reality training ground. So yeah, but we're going to the Danger Donut.
Danger Donut.
It's been a while since we've been able to say this.
I know. Coast is kind of, obviously, it plays well to aggressive teams. It plays quite quick. It can play, as we said, violent. It's, you know, easy in a way to monitor some of the hold and rotations when you have your body set up in the right place on attack, so it does play well into the favors of attackers usually, but it's how it boils down on the day. It's how it shows up, and a team that might be having one great player on a heavier map can kind of lead behind that. They can kind of build behind it. On Coast, everyone is always on display. Everyone is always being pressured. Everyone is always having to show up. And I think that puts you in this kind of situation where it becomes very scrappy between all 10 players.
Just a bit worried here for Talon. You're thinking of Cloud9. You have Shao, you have MV Taylor, two really good fraggers that are, well, and have been able to really lead the charge for Cloud9 on these more aggressive-like maps. And we are going to Coastline. We do see the Melusi band that will be coming in right here. Jackal Ace. The Ace one is something that like stands to mind. It's not something we often see. A Heartbreach generally not used as much on Coastline. The one thing I would be thinking about is probably the quad wall on the bar.
It's
the
literally
room.
like quad wall or the one in VIP to open the angle towards.
Yeah, it's either.
But it's one or the other. It's like you kind of, and then otherwise it's like, okay, sure, you know there's going to be some hard walls on the setup of kitchen, but usually there's rotations open on the side. Okay, sure, we might now find ourselves potentially playing master bedroom because Mirror's on the board, but only because Mirror's on the board. It's, I guess, this curiosity of, you know, sure, Ace is in EUL, it was about an 85% pick rate throughout the season.
Something like that, yeah.
It was very high.
It has been.
And removing him, removing those Selmas, removing the ability to throw those on and keep yourself in a better situation, in a better state of mind, it's good. But is it worth it?
We, in EUL, talking about it, we haven't even seen Coastline yet. It's a map that we, like, it's just not being played currently. I'm not quite sure with the APAC. Let me check. How often has it been played in APAC this season? I'm really curious because it is a map that is, I was kind of surprised on seeing it because I'm just not used to it anymore.
It's a pleasant surprise. I think
it is a pleasant
because
surprise.
it's, you know, the meta that we're in is one that's very aggressive. It's very gun heavy.
It's doubling down, yeah.
And yeah, it's, you kind of wanted something to like mitigate that. You wanted something to, I guess, pull that back, which is why we're seeing a lot of play of Villa this season. Huge amounts of play of Villa this season. At the same time, it's this idea of, okay, well, you know, what can we build up from this and how can we lean into this? You're looking at obviously just the defenders. They're on a back foot before. I think this season with this meta and how the drive is going, it's probably even tougher for them right now.
It is going to be a bit tougher, and this is actually the second time it has been played this season. Coastline, that is, and well, Talent clearly we're very comfortable with going back here. Oh, Claymore being disabled by the mute gemmer right there will have to be replaced.
That's a new trick.
It's a niche little thing. Sometimes I started noticing it out of nowhere. Oh, Harper already down though. That's just trying to just wallbang.
They have no idea though. That was he sprayed through and Harper was the wrong place at the wrong time.
Gonna be helped up very quickly, and indeed, as you said, like they have no clue. They just pre-fire it for the sake of pre-firing. We'll be finding a lot of blood, of course, as soon as they do manage to get droning it out. So they'll figure out one of them is going to be low, but how much can you do with the information whilst we have the Lion, we have the Dokkaebi, very push-heavy setup coming down from Talon, really wanting to deal with these roamers quickly.
Grenade goes back deep against MV Taylor, is being pinched from a couple of different positions right now. They're well aware that they want to lock him down before they start their ingress onto the site itself. So they've set up some bodies, steadily pushing across the top towards the white stairs. You can see it's doubled down now with Nova coming up to offer some support. The first swing's going to come around the corner. It's so close in terms of the angles, and MV Taylor's actually said, well, actually, why are we taking this? Pull back. Pull away. They've set themselves up, rotate back around the opposite side and get ourselves underneath the site. We do not need to die here, and they're trying their hardest to make sure that happens. So it's just turned into a bit of a big blow for that time counter in the top center for Talon.
It is right. If you look at the utility left for Cloud9, they have those two C4s available. They can use these vertically to go for a clear, to go for a planned denial. The one thing they have to worry about, though, is going to be Azzy that is holding that flank. It's something that we, well, know from him. He likes to do it a lot, sometimes gets put in these, well, unwinnable situations, which he somehow still manages to succeed in. But with 45 seconds left on that clock, Talon need to make a decision right now. What are we going for? Are we going for hookah? Are we going to go for billiards? Or are we just going to try and straight up frag out?
Yeah, not being able to catch those roamers has really cost them quite heavily, so it's turned into a bit of a heavy push now as they dedicate themselves across this aqua side with a couple of bodies steadily making their way up from 90. Angles are held, but the canisters, they've started to be popped, and you can see the caution that's being applied there from the approach, but look at this. Valkyrie on the roam around the back of luggage, two bodies dedicated and focused towards that default plant spot. They know where they want to stick it, they know what they're going to try, but they can't do it whilst those canisters are popping. There's the pickup on 1 on the rotation. There is 1 more. There is a cold diffuser, but why not get the last? Cloud9
Beautiful.
baited for time and played it to perfection.
Yeah, you saw Talon right there. You saw a little bit of the panic coming through. Lion deciding, all right, we need to get the diffuser down now. There's about 10 seconds. Let's just see if it will work or not. Losing most of his HP. Just sitting there in that toxic cloud. Having to run out again, only to be flanked by the Valkyrie coming up. And, well, that's a direct result of the fact that they didn't go for that full roam clear. We said it before. They are active on that bottom floor. It does seem like they're aware as the flanks are being held. But nothing was put in place to make sure that they were going to be able to deal with the actual roamers. The members rotated back up a little bit too early. No one was watching the white stairs, which is quite important in my opinion if you're going to be pushing for a aqua take. And yeah, like, of course the round was already lost as soon as, like, smoke canister started hitting, but the round was extra lost as soon as the Valkyrie was going to be able to come from the back.
Wow. You talk all about the possibility of aggression and how things can bring themselves to a quick punch here, but being unable to catch those 2 loose bodies really cost them in the grand scheme of things, and I'm curious to see what they determine is the adaptations that need to be made, because you think about what they had on board, pretty much everything you would want if you wanted to capitalize on the loose players that's allowed. Jackal is gone, sure, fine, but you're doubling down with Docker and Lion. You have everything within your power to get control of loose bodies. It's just that swing, that bit of caution cost them. Can they find a little bit more in the canisters before Cloud9 start to build momentum? Because sometimes you'll see C9, they'll see an opportunity and they'll go, we want a little bit more.
Be quickly highlighting the mirror windows there. That is considered the default rank strategy for the top floor nowadays. But the difference here being is that we're not actually playing for Penthouse. We're playing for the kitchen. And with that, they hope to try and deny some of the verticality that maybe Talon wants to try and approach for. But if the last round is any indicator, they'll just try and push onto the side at some point. And so far, if you're looking at the spread of the members, it doesn't really look like anybody is too interested in going over towards the bedroom. You have 2 people down on the main floor. Canna's now going up, I believe, towards the balcony. So they do decide, okay, we do need to take that top floor control, but as soon as they do, they will find out soon. Oh, there's 2 mirror windows here. How are we going to get rid of these?
Did say Mira, if she's on the board on coastline, you'll see a lot more play of her over this position. She can be, and supposedly so, this is the map that she considers home. Comfortable, it's confident, it's a lockdown and extension around what is otherwise a very tight set of angles, and you can see that that is sort of stumped Talon now as they go for the rotate. The cools come out as static pressures back against the kitchen window. They're concerned of the run out from the split side towards the other side of Sunrise, but it's still more dancing, it's still more waiting to see if they can get a pinch or a pull on somebody. Soldier is steadily trying to make an ingress on the top floor and try and force some of those bodies back, maybe clear a bit of a pocket of space, but it's Envy Taylor that opens up against Aziz there as Harper finds 1 more, and that is all that attempt on the top floor gone.
And they have it. They only try and take care of the top floor control with about 1 minute 10 left, and that is not going to be working out, especially not with Envy Taylor right here behind the reception. Dropping out line, dropping down that diffuser with 50 seconds left. It's a 2 and 4 for Talon, and they have no top floor control. Another one will be taken out. Beautiful shot from Envy Taylor. They're only leaving Canis now to try and, well, recover that diffuser, but a lot of pressure is being put down on him. He's maybe not even going to be able to cross this kitchen door before being shot. They have it already. Nova picks him up. I was already seeing it going. 3 guns pointed at that one door. There's no way that you're going to be able to escape that one.
I have a feeling Envy Taylor is wanting to try and catch up with that first body on the board of stats overall for the season, as because he's putting in some work so far.
He is definitely putting in some work. And Cloud9, they're just taking their ones. They're winning the battles, you know. But the thing here being is that Talon is not really focusing their push onto the right place, I would say, or at least they might be. But they won't bring the right utility to do so if that's their plan. Because you saw like a heavy emphasis towards the lobby, 2 people out there, you saw a couple of people in front of service entrance door. But that was about it. Like 1 person went upstairs, basically got killed, and we're like, okay, well, we cannot go there. Let's just try and push through the doors and then try and challenge the windows. But you're doing that against a team which has 5 insanely good players on the team. And they are going to be winning their ones. They are going to be happily taking them because they are so confident in their own doing. So Talon, they really need to stop just trying to force gunfights and start to force Cloud9 into mistakes. Push them out of the strongholds. Use that utility. Use your manpower, because if you were going to be challenging the one person up above, you would have free control on the top floor. You can easily kill him from the hallway, for example. And then you can start opening up these vertical holes. That would have allowed them to actually push for the site afterwards. But right now, they're just struggling for control and still trying to make the push happen. It's just not going to work like that.
2 kills over 2 rounds on the board. 1 in either has spelled a little bit of a start of disaster here, but Talon, well, they know that they can step themselves back up into this game quickly, getting themselves into a bit of a better position of safety as they start to drone out around the top above the sites itself. So far, we've seen them struggle to get the control around the site, and obviously the lock off and the failure of the verticalities before is going to be a different lesson played here as they quickly apply this pace, get themselves in and inundated in and amongst the defenders that have set themselves up as home on the top here. Those are little cheeky bullet hole angles. That's a drone, and that's a rotation out of there before they suffer the spray back. They realized they need to apply this pressure when they have the potential for it, and it seems like Talon are trying to dig themselves in to this C9 team.
Definitely Ars Harper's trying to fall back. Gets a call, will be rotating back into security. Of course, Soldier has the opportunity of opening up the hatch if he really wants to go for that chase, but unaware whether or not someone will be in luggage. Shal, again, with the entry frag from the balcony nonetheless. Envy Taylor able to pick up one as well. There goes another. Shal able to pick up Azzy, but not going to be able to confirm as of yet. Soldier able to reply to him, and that is going to be leaving Talon in a 3-on-4 situation. Still heavily favored towards Cloud9, though.
Static with a deep angle, hoping somebody hops out over the other side so they can take their head off them as they take over the cameras. Bit of a rotations coming through. We can see that Yellow is playing aggressive. Harper's waiting for an approach around via that entrance, but as Envy Taylor gets shut down from the vertical hole that they just previously opened, I believe there is the pressure finally coming down onto the site itself. A 3 versus 3. You look at the potential in the pockets. We've got 3 canisters still in the hands of Nova, but also 2 frag grenades in Soldiers too, as well as the burns of the flashes if they need to try and get this close angle out, which is the pressure, is the default plant spot, and is being steadily made more and more of a problem by Soldiers' work above.
Soldier is very worried though for a potential flank coming upwards. He's watching the cool vibe stairs literally every single time he does something. Oh, has to run because the magnet actually pulled the grenade to right underneath him, but he's going to be able to escape with it. Smoke canisters, however, now will be deployed. With 20 seconds left on that clock, Talon, what are you going to be doing? Where are you going to be entering from? The only option will be from the window on either of these bars.
Yeah, you can see they're setting themselves up to hop in on blue. They realize that they're not getting past those smoke canisters, especially with the sliver of health that is in the hands of Dockerby, who's going for the big distance on the opposite side of open. They need to clear this first frag before they can try and stick it behind it, but they can't quite get the angle on Harper. He's close. He's getting a double. There is a bit of revenge, but too little, too late. Cloud9 complete the 3-site rotation.
And to complete it, 3 sites in a row right here, meaning they're allowed to go back to their primary choice. This round was a little bit better from Talon, I dare to say. They went for top floor control first, flushed that roamer back towards the bottom floor. Yes, you lost some people, very unfortunate, due to, well, some angles being held. Some creative ones, that is. Who expects someone to be on the balcony, right? If you have one guy on the roof, you would have not been able to put up a single kill right there. Either way, at least we are going... No, we're not going to... We are going to a tactical timeout.
The tactical.
We are. And it's probably talents compared to
that. I mean,
the way it's going.
If I was to make a guess,
just an educated one.
Just an educated one. And okay, what we're seeing here from Talon is it's a little bit of caution, which is on their approach. They don't want to lose that first body. You can see that they're making sure that they measure up their control of the site in the early round. In the first round, we saw them trying to get control of Envy Taylor around lobby. There was 2 bodies. They had their support, but then they pulled back. They didn't push. They didn't swing, and they had the potential to. There was the body on the top of White Stairs. There was one on the sort of bathroom entrance. They were coming around from kitchen, they could have gone for a 2-body either side. They didn't want to risk it. They didn't want to risk losing it. The bodies were able to escape. The common thread here between that first round and the third round is there's so much time shepherding and trying to get control of the space that when they actually try and apply themselves to the site, there's still 3 smokes in the pocket of smoke. There's still a lot left to do, and it's really putting the pressure on them to land ones against a great team that are trying to just do the same.
The thing here is, right, Cyclops just won. They are now equaled up on points with Cloud9. And Cloud9 want to go into that matchup with the advantage. And you would be like, all right, but head-to-head is a thing. So, like, whoever wins is going to take it, right? But then I'm like, yes, but we do have overtime now. And if you go for an overtime win, that's only worth 2 points. So if Cloud9 is going to be able to take the win here, then they are going to be forcing Cyclops into winning within the 7 rounds, right? Within the original 12 rounds. And otherwise, Cloud9 is going to be taking that victory, taking the championship matchup against the #1 from APAC South. Either way, just quickly, a bit earlier on, you saw Black Eye being put down underneath the aquarium. Couldn't pick it up due to the hatch being opened up. Bit unfortunate, but still going to be giving some information. The question now, however, is what will Talon do? How are they going to be going for this approach? Are they going to be making sure that the bottom players are going to be removed? They already find out about one of them. Tomorrow's going to be trying to take care of him with some concussions, though.
There it is. There is that pressure that we wanted from them a little bit earlier. They are looking for blood, and they are trying to punish the loose play. MV Taylor is so low, and you can see the Talon bodies are wrapping their claws around either side of him. They have an idea on this Valkyrie rotation as well. They are cutting them off via the previous route that they took to make sure that there's nobody really comfortable. Nova, with a big camera, is playing the same game. It's I see you, you see me. Well, who's gonna win this? There's the 1, there's the 3, and there's a lot of bullets sprayed at thee, but both of us escape. Tiddle-dee-dee.
It's literally both are playing the same game right here, but look at Cloud9. 3 members currently are literally 1 bullet away from going into DBNO state or into just complete death. And well, this might be the best that Talon has been doing so far in terms of setting themselves up for success. All they need to do now is secure themselves some control to actually go for the execute. Oh, there we have it. Nova with the first one fully flashed will be able to take down Eze on the back of a ping potentially, but at least that is the man advantage going to be for Cloud9, and that is going to be helping them, even though they are going to be low on HP as Canis drops now as well.
Minute on now, and you look at the health of C9. Sure, they've been able to pull 2 bodies apart, but they are scrapped and scratched, and they're going to put them in a tricky situation, especially with the possibility of those grenades that we've seen played a little bit, but we haven't seen, you know, the full potential of frags on this map. Nova underneath with a C4, though. They could drop this body as soon as they get the idea that they're pushing on default. You know that'll get spread through. Doesn't quite catch them in time. They push deep. They find 1. They find the swing, but that's only a drop. It's a technical 1 versus 3. They're concerned of somebody picking them up. Now they've been able to balance it back. 20 seconds. Ooh. Hello there. Someone on the close angle. There's 1 more. Sprayed towards them, trying to find the ace to lock it off. Valkyrie coming up. Cool vibes. They can try and stick it at this moment in time. They're running low on options. They might not know that MV Taylor is down. It's all down to Valkyrie. Missed that they went off on the opposite side. They have time to pick them up. They are concerned of the possibility of the angle swung here. They know that the dance is coming through, but Nova is the one that lights it up. Enough time to pick up MV Taylor. Pad the stats. You can see he's laughing about that fact in the cams. 4-0 for Cloud9. There's the diffuser.
Just imagine there was a claymore being put down. You don't know, right? Okay, please don't shoot it. They're just having fun right there, the likes of Cloud9. You see the smiles on their faces. They managed to make the clutch stick right there. Good shot coming through. It was almost very close right there. Just literally 1 HP on the Valkyrie right there. Able to get that final kill out. Even getting the pickup on the teammate. Just to be sure. You never know if there's like a hidden claimer somewhere that will be ending your career. And right now, 0-4. Cloud9 are in the lead. Cloud9 are very comfortably in the lead, and as they go back to kitchen service, this is the side where criticize Talon for not taking enough top floor control, for not taking enough verticals into their power. And we do see the mirror coming out again. So I'm almost going to guarantee you Cloud9 is going to be going for the exact same setup. And now I hope to see Talon actually adapt themselves to it.
Kitchen service. Cooking up a storm 4 in a row even after they took a moment to talk about what things were going wrong. And to be fair, Talon, it's the closest you've been able to get in that you got on the site, let alone put the diffuser down. It's otherwise been just gravitating around the sides, just unable to really break through into the hold itself. Success is what you can build behind. It's worth noting that would have been an ace clutch though. And those aren't really things you count as replicatable.
Just look at this attempt right here from Labyrinth, though, able to pick up one. And for the second one, right here onto Maestro. And just a clean sweep around right here. Into the bullet hole a bit afterwards, after he secures that kill. Like, he was like, you know, the chances of him being here are probably 100%, and gets the pre-fire down. They just instantly did down, but he just wasn't aware of it, because otherwise he would have been a bit quicker on the plant, I reckon.
I didn't even notice that that smoke was a down at first. It was so hard to see. It's the red outline against all of the brown. Similar.
It blends in quite well.
Blends in. Sneaky. I was too focused on the Valk moving around at the moment with cool vibes, and, well, luckily for Valk, she wasn't. She decided to pull back, head to the bar, kept her cool, had a drink, put her feet up, waited for the plant, came back up, got a kill. I mean, it's simple when
You make it sound really simple.
I know.
But it was a 1 HP clutch in the meantime as well.
I did make it sound way simpler than it was. It was a great play, but it was also the closest Cloud9 have come to bleeding and losing out on a round, and it seems like Talon are going to make sure they keep the pressure hot. There it is. The opener has come their way. Static is dropped. I believe that's the first time that they've gotten the opening frag. At least it's one of two potentially, as I forgot to write down one of the rounds. But either way, it's a big moment, a big play, and they're going to keep trying to capitalize on it. The stun comes out over the top. Here comes Z's round the back stairs. The call goes out. They want to make sure that they can catch Envy Taylor, who's pulled back to a position to hold anyone that gets too aggro. But in the meantime, Canos finds Shael, and Talon, they are putting the pressure on.
It's literally what I said. You need to take care of these roamers that are playing on the top floor, and that's exactly what Azzy is doing, picking up his double. Who else than him? The, well, also MVP according to many for Talon. Really showing up huge in a couple of these games, which have resulted in a couple of points for Talon. Now again, 2 kills very early on, just clearing out these roamers, only leaving Nova down onto the actual side, almost going down, and will be going down to Soldier. Leaving only Envy Taylor in the middle of the danger donut. It's literally vulnerable from every single angle you can imagine right here. There's almost no way he's going to be clutching this 1v5.
Can the man of magic do as he holds on and waits to hear the steady sledging of the site? A minute, they have so much time to set themselves up, but they don't need any of it. A flawless is the first round Talon have been able to play, and you would wonder how it looked so smooth for them this time.
You wonder, and then I think that the answer to it is just putting up the pace, putting up the pressure, and deciding to, for once, take control of the roamers with 100% commitment. Because what we've seen from Talon so far in the previous 4 rounds before they managed to finally win one was that they were a bit hesitant. Like they sent 1, maybe 2 members out. This time it was all 5. Everybody was hunting for these roamers, putting up some pressure, keeping the Vigil busy, allowing Azzy to come in from the side and quickly take him out with the MK14. You saw the same thing happen on the white stairs right there. Of course, he wasn't going to be able to pick up that kill as the rotate eventually came down, but they're just trying to keep everybody busy just enough for enough time so the cleanup crew of Azzy comes in and just sweeps them up. And right now, 5 people, they were all very invested in taking care of the roamers, and that's exactly how they managed to take such a big man advantage so early on.
Gonna try and keep their cool here on Kitchen as they set themselves up for what seems like a bit of a similar hold. I'm curious to see if they go for a heavier extension up top, and obviously, you know, one of the changes there is the Vigil is gone, who was the first body lost. The Goyo is stepping up in a place of location of let's set up some stoic shields and defenses and make sure that I guess we can repel them with a little bit more calm. Were they overextending and were they punished because of it? This is their time to prove that. We saw them having a laugh, but Siege is serious business.
It is very serious business, especially if you keep into mind that Talon currently finding themselves at that 3rd place, and win here today against Cloud9 could actually elevate them up to a 2nd place, depending, of course, how the Cyclops versus Cloud9 match should go the next day. But Canis, he's starting off strong again. Shah will drop. That's a 2nd time. Double kill again to start it off. Talon, really? Oh, triple kill. Hello, Canis. He's just coming in right there, being the true Ashe main, killing everybody on his way. And that's exactly what Talon need. They need this round. They need it for the, well, momentum they can build. And as he picks up yet another one, it's only left to Nova. Yeah, once again, alone in the middle of the site. Be able to pick up one, but not more than that. Canis with a huge round.
Almost 2 flawlesses in a row. And the second happened within the space of about 15 seconds. They found the first and they pushed and applied pressure to make sure that they felt that they were wounded. Cloud9 couldn't get themselves back and capitalized as, well, I believe if the first timer was for Talon, this is probably C9's.
Yeah, and you know, Talon had a timer, weren't able to win the round on the back of that, but then completely overran Cloud9 in the 2 rounds afterwards. And now Cloud9 is like,
wait a second.
Okay, it's time to hold up.
Hang on.
What's happening? We were having fun. You guys had 2 kills over all these rounds, and now suddenly my arm is gone. Like, you're taking out a leg as well in the meantime. Let's see if we can put this all back together and make sure that we continue that lead, because Cloud9, they do not want to lose this game, because that is going to be putting them in a lot of trouble for next week, next play day Friday.
And that's it, is, you know, those 2 rounds, the comparison between them and the previous 4 that they had lost was applying themselves, was seeing that there was a problem, not trying to catch them in an intricate net and web and tie them up. It's coast, get aggro, get in, your Talon, you do it so well too. As we've just seen over those previous 2 rounds, they just stormed the keep, took the riches and got out pretty unscathed. However, now we find them as the defenders of the goods inside. Can they set themselves up and stop the shining knights in armor of usually top place and currently undefeated Cloud9?
It is what it said, right? Talon needs to play with a bit more confidence. They need to commit themselves towards the plan that they're going for, because in the first couple of rounds we just saw a lot of hesitation. Like, do we go for it? Do we not go for it? How long more, like, how much longer are we going to wait to go for execute? And then you have these last 2 rounds, absolutely explosive. First, you have Azzy just running in left to right of the building, south to east, up to north and west, just literally covering every single room you could find, picking up a couple of kills, and then you have Canis just jumping in the Sunrise Bar and then getting a triple kill on the back of it to start things off. That's exactly how you want to start off your round. It's exactly how you, well, want to be taking back the momentum right before the side swap. So Charles going to be trying to do the same thing, though, just entering quickly into the Sunrise Bar.
Yeah, they're trying to replicate the storm that they just suffered, and, well, they haven't found an opener, but they have found a lot of land, and, well, where's the site? Who cares? They're looking for bodies and setting themselves up to catch somebody on a rotation. Drop the cam. Gave the game away that they're close. Soldiers holding it from deep, and obviously the gate is going to give the game away as they try and charge through or take some health. It's steadily setting themselves up now. With the corner of the site that they've been able to capitalize and capture, Aziz finds themselves, they want to rebuff and rebuke and try and just strike back a little bit, but seems like they're not 100% where the bodies of C9 are, and C9, well, they're happy to just push for now.
Indeed, and while Talon, it's okay. You do not have to take the gunfight straight away. You're the one that's on the defense. The timer is working for you, not the attackers. So it's okay to fall back and let them put some pressure. Let them work out where you've actually rotated to, just to hit them with that big bit of aggression we just saw in these last 2 rounds from you. Pushing over. So that's the bit of aggression we need, but we do not need it in the early round. You need to basically let Cloud9 do what they want to do, and then you hit them hard. And Soldier exactly doing that, taking out Yana as a Gemini replicator gone. It's going to be very difficult if these laser gates activate again.
Yeah, it's back up now, and they took a risk to try and get that shield gone. 6, so it tells that it is out of there. Canos finds Nova 2. That is both the bodies that were putting the pressure on the door. taken off. They're aware of where Canos is playing as he rotates around. It's a dangerous position to be in because you can get peeked and picked from above. Instead, you rotate around and get caught inside the bar itself. You can see Shael is making the movements up top 2, takes care of Labyrinth and tries to put more pressure at round 90. There are some air jabs still set up from the potential rotation around the back, but it's the body inside luggage that might go unknown. Vigil is vigilant, finds Shael, puts the body balance back in their favor, and now it's just down to the Ash and the Derby.
They'll be ready on the kitchen window to give some cover, hoping from the vertical angles. Well, the Ash is going to be the one with the diffuser. Are they going to be going for the actual execute play right here? They would, well, not really anymore because Static just dropped down and who's that only up to Harper? 20 seconds, no diffuser in hand, needs to rotate all the way around up towards the bar. And surely soon they will find out. There's no longer anybody down onto the window right there. And indeed, there comes the peak, there comes the gunfire. They know exactly where Harper is right now. And all they need to do is just wait out this time, not go for the peaks, don't take the fights. Of course, Soldier does it anyway. Manages to get the kill nonetheless. And Talon are going to be able to put themselves up on round number 7. That is one step closer again towards that equal scoreline that we really would like to see right now.
Don't do it, don't peek. What, you mean this?
It's always like that, right? When you're playing ranked as well, you see there's only 3 seconds left on the timer, 1v1, and you're like, don't peek, and of course they peek. If they win the round, they're a hero. If you lose on the back of that, yeah, that's a big if, I know. But yeah, sometimes it's just better to not peek. But if you are going to be able to get the kill, it's always better for your momentum, so to say. So, you know, there's positives to it.
Swap from the mirror to the Kaid is a bit of a curious play here, as I guess they're baiting the idea of these longer holds, this pressure setup. Kind of curious where the claws go and what they're going to be used to, I guess, stop and reinforce, really, with the lineup. Obviously, there's, you know, this is
heart breach.
Yeah, this is the site that we talked about having the potential of the lockdown. So it's not for hard breach because there's no hard breach on the opposite side. Maybe they were preempting a potential 6th and the swap there. I guess, yeah, I'm curious where these claws are going.
I get the way it's being put down in that position because it will be denying the VIP angle. But again, that's only if there is a hard breach on board. And in the initial operator reveal phase, there was no hard breacher. There was no hard breach gadget either. Still decided to go for the code because you never know whether or not it is going to be necessary. It might have just 6-picked out, and on the back of that, you know, you never know if you lose the round due to the fact that the VIP wall opened up. So maybe it's a bit of safety. Maybe they decided, right, just being secure from that is way more valuable than picking another piece of utility that, you know, could actually be more useful if they don't bring hard breach. I don't know.
Waiting patiently with bated breath for a little bit more of that aggression from Talon as they actually striked elsewhere at first. But there's 2 blue bodies here, and there's a Gemini, there's a swing, there's a little bit of a rotation in the game and a bullet hole. But we also saw the body before, held off currently by Canos. It's the Finker that's on the window as they stack themselves up, and suddenly the 2 Talon players have to turn tail, tuck and get out of there before they get dropped. More bodies, more opportunities, and finally one is struck. That was a mad dash across a very explosive battlefield, and they have been punished for it.
Have been indeed, and this is why we call this the danger zone. You have the opportunity to play on that roof, cut down a lot of these rotations, and well, sometimes we do see the Oryx blade coming in, very rarely though, because you can basically dodge these open sides in the side of the wall by jumping up those hatches. But nonetheless, Cloud9 able to pick up that first kill. That is the entry. That might be what they need to set themselves up to retake the momentum, stop Talon dead in its tracks, and allow themselves to maybe establish a little bit of control again. But not yet. Shao and that drone is going to be keeping sure that Soldier is not going to be moving from that position, because otherwise he will be taken out.
Now you can see the bodies stacking up on luggage side as well. They've got Wamai to try and figure out and pull and push away. There is a body underneath too. It's
small.
The hands of Static that finds one. Harper gets another. They don't quite catch it. There's a Wamai and there's a grenade close to the punch. There's another bit of utility burnt on a gate as they very quickly have to rotate their way back round. Soldier is able to lock down and find one more. There's not much Labyrinth can do underneath as the site is completely overwhelmed, and they find themselves underneath still, concerned of the Sunrise play and pressure, but with everything otherwise falling into the way of the site itself, it's just a matter of Cloud9 realizing it and trying to make it stick at this point.
Second smoke canister being used right there, and that's the takeout on Soldier. You see instantly that the adrenaline surge being popped and Nova going down for that plant. Was the biggest worry being that as soon as that adrenaline surge goes active, smokes deal about 50% more damage. And, well, Labyrinth able to pick up one kill, but was basically doomed to lose that one with everybody being boosted. Just the LMG. Look at that. Three guns just pointing at the same direction. One of them gets executed, but they still managed to get the kill nonetheless. And Cloud9 put themselves up onto that 5th round, one closer towards at least getting a single point, and that would be so helpful already for the next week, next play day. It's not. We have 2 play days this week. I keep getting confused.
Last week of APAC is this week.
The last week. Man, it's over already. And we're not ready to say goodbye yet.
That's all right. There's finals as well, I suppose.
Okay, yeah. Of course there are.
Not there yet, though. We're still on here. We're still on Blue Bar and Sunrise, and it's 5-3. And, you know, with a 4-0 start in the hands of Cloud9 to find ourselves this close and this kind of aggressive across the split of the turn of the 2 halves, sure, it's now technically 1-1 in terms of the new half and the new game and C9's attack, Talon's defense. But Talon, they know that they've been able to pull back. They know that they've been able to claw back rounds previously, and they know how much this could mean in the grand scheme of things and how much it could shake up the top 4 and the top of the board. They still have work to do, and they're still going to try and do their best to get it done as they rotate, obviously, off to and off the site with the extensions of the shields. But what C9 did so well before there was they set themselves up to punish those 2 loose players of Talon.
And that's exactly what Talon started doing after round number 4. They were like, all right, guys, you know what? Let's just chase down these rogue players of Cloud9. They're just having fun and memeing us by picking up their players and, you know, QE spamming on the diffuser. We take them out. Let's just do that for a change. Let's bring the advantage into our hands. And now Cloud9 is like, well, 2 can play that game. We know very well how to do that, actually. We have been doing it for the majority of the stage already. Now we're going to be seeing whether or not Talon is going to be able to bring any aggression without being punished from either the roof or any of the other angles being created by these Cloud9 members, because Envy Taylor really coming in clutch right there in that round, able to pick up the first kill from the roof. So much more valuable than many might think.
Cloud9, they start their approach across in a similar manner as before, where they've set themselves up to catch anybody that was playing loose on the eastern side of the map, but nobody is around currently. They're still set on the idea and approach of Talon being aggressive. Back as the response, concern with the Vigil that's not making things any easier with how often that can trick up both levels with the, well, where really is he? He's rotating around the back of Billiards and might get cooled off here by Harper, who's found himself on Aqua to try and pinch from the opposite side.
Again, the worry being you have to think there is a smoke on the board, and this Cloud9's sole objective will be to try and bait out these smoke canisters as early as possible, or to try and kill that smoke. Meantime, though, you still have 2 members on the top floor right here. One of the Gemini replicators is going to be caught off, and tomorrow's spot is now going to be exactly now. The pre-fire will be coming down from the LMG on Harper's side. Unable to do much damage, however, as tomorrow just chilling behind the reinforcement right there. Needs to get some pressure down from the hookah door, which is exactly happening right now, and Cloud9 really need to dig down if they want to get these 2 players out of their positions.
Tomorrow is entirely cornered and captured right now. He's doing his best, and well, that's pretty dang good. But at this moment, you're thinking, well, it's only really a matter of time. Envy Taylor needs to be dropped by the defenders if they can have some safety of that swing. The flash comes through. There's the catch on the smoke, downed and dropped. That really isolates that single player. Tomorrow is found static. Was the man finally able to deliver on a double kill as Soldier swings up and finds Shael in and amongst the mess. A very bold and brave play, and has actually been able to punish them for it.
Able to get away with it indeed. Still has the 3 smoke canisters in pocket, and all that means that the adrenaline surge is a literal big risk to use now with 20 seconds left on that clock. Soldier aware of the position right now of that finger, quickly popping that smoke canister right there, basically making it impossible for them to go for the plant right now. 10 seconds left on the clock. Look at the utility being used. Multiple flashbangs. Oh, the grenade will actually get it down. That is going to be very huge right here, and as the smoke canister is going to be wearing off, they have the opportunity to go for the plant. It's a 2v2 situation now. Azzy needs to find the kill down onto the finger, but he fails to do so, and Canis will drop as well. Harper with a great double kill. It's going to be saving the round for Cloud9, putting them up onto match point. That is the 1 pointer that they need to at least be ahead of Cyclops, forcing them to go for a full win rather than an overtime win.
I mean, if you wanted anyone to be overwatching you at that moment in time, it's a big LMG, well worn in the hands of Harper. The Finker, as you said, was a risk with how close we were to the end of that. And you know, that grenade, you couldn't have tucked yourself more into the corner. You couldn't have probably been unluckier. It wasn't a full red. It wasn't an instant drop. They were slightly injured too from the big risk play they took, getting up there and getting the drop on the single player above. So close to a huge clutch, but close doesn't cut it. 6-3. C9, they have 3 chances to lock it off for a full set of points. Talon, they need something from this game. But they also need to try and not get desperate, which is the big risk at this moment.
It is the big risk because they started to get some momentum back, Fluke. They started to overrun Cloud9. It went so well for them, and then they managed to pick up their first round of the defense straight away as well, just being 1 away from equaling the score. And Cloud9, they just picked themselves back up at that moment in time. They were like, all right, they like to play with roamers. Let's just play it very aggressively towards them. Make sure that we absolutely lock them down in the spot until we have the opportunity to collapse on 3 different angles on that one person. Make their lives hell inside a hookah, for example. And that's exactly what they did. Don't think Tomorrow's having much fun playing up there behind a reinforced wall, being pushed from the hookah balcony, from Aqua, also from the VIP hallway. It's really tough if you're getting stunned at the same time to get something done in that case. But nonetheless, Cloud9, they dealt perfectly well with it to put themselves up onto the match point right now. And this is part of why they are the best team in the region right now, because they are going to be able to deal with these, well, sudden surges of aggression of other teams and basically bring it back to their own gameplay to make sure that they dismantle that.
Here comes the approach, potentially for the final time, potentially as the start of a heck of a comeback. But either way, Talon have been able to thread 3 rounds before, not too long ago. They found some momentum, and it started in the dying throes of the previous half, and they really need to try and find some of that special sauce that carried them through to the aggression and the possibilities. The spinach in the can that gives you the muscles to take care of C9, who are holding deep angles. Pressure is coming first towards Tomorrow, as he's waiting for a little bit of a collapse, not playing and dancing and being a bit, I guess, deceptive with the game. He wants to give it and say, well, here I am, come and get me.
He's literally playing that bait right now. Like, come on, I'm here. I'm making myself known. Try and take me out. And it's exactly what Harper does. In headshot, taking him off right there. Still with the LMG in hand. However, Azzy this time will be finding a reply early on, making sure that it's not getting too far out of hand already. Even has a vertical angle to work with right here. Pings the laser gates that they're available to be activated again, and the grenade just manages to sail through right after it gets opened up again. But this forces them to use another piece of utility, and in the meantime, Azzy able to create himself a vertical hole to work with for these last 65 seconds.
Waiting for someone to try and slip through so he can just drop them from above. Static suffers first from that confrontation, put to half health by the start of an approach, but Harper was watching and waiting for the rotation around on the opposite side, played the game well, and there's Static dropping Canos on the split suddenly. Only 2 Talon players remain, and there's a huge amount of time. There is a bit of revenge though. MV Taylor dropped, he tried to set up on the opposite side. There is one more very important kill, and well, you know where the last is, you're going to take him out with a shotgun. Talon find the first of potentially a comeback.
Very well played. Still see a bit of tension right there. Bit of a smile as well on some of the players. Managed to get that round off. Of course, Cloud9, everybody in the region looks up to them. They are the ones to beat. They are the benchmark at this very moment. And Talon have the opportunity to fight back, but they need to continue doing what they just did. It's okay to lose someone. but you need to go for a refrag. You need to find a reply elsewhere on the map in that case. And that is something they didn't do in the 2-3 rounds they lost there against Cloud9 straight after, well, they managed to build up some momentum. And it's up to them now to make sure that they are going to be learning from those mistakes and apply them straight away into this match right now, into these next 2 rounds, to force them to go to overtime, to force at least 1 point for yourself and potentially have 2.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bomb.
Setting ourselves back up for this top floor hold. Hookah obviously went away from them, and they've kind of kept it at arm's length since it was a very good take from Cloud9. It was built upon the 2 bodies dropped on the opposite side. They put quick pressure towards the players that were caught running down on a pretty mad, like, gasp, run, sprint, escape away from the bedroom from 90, and, well, there was somebody with an Overwatch. Dropped 1, picked up the 2nd with the pressure around the opposite side, and from then on, things were kind of out of the hands of Talon. They could try and clutch, but the bodies had taken Aqua, and they were looking for a little bit more.
I think the biggest worry right now for Talon is the fact that they are playing in the top floor again, and we know that NV Taylor is literally the ultimate flank watch so far this game. Plays Nomad, puts down all the air jabs, then proceeds to go down onto the roof just to secure any form of rotation that Talon might be thinking about as well. Really making sure that no one is going to be able to just freely run around the side as Canis tries to go for the gunfight, tries to go for the entry frag, but Harper escaping with his life right there. A little close to a headshot, but actually hit the shoulder 1 or 2 times right there. You can be lucky that he's still alive with the adrenaline surge. I do like, however, that Cloud9 is integrating the Finka, something we said we might not see much more since the departure of course, the teams that really brought it to APAC North. But it is being picked up by the top dog of the region now.
It's an operator here that had some it has some potential and utility. It's the cost in an aggressive map, obviously. It's the double-edged sword, as you know you're going to be going up against the smoke for a lot. These are 2 teams that know how to use their canisters and often keep them until the dying throes of a game, but it's so quick to the punch. It's so pacey when you can apply yourself in, dig down and try and pick up any bodies that are offered in their way. Here, we're seeing a bit of a different story so far. They've got the same control that they had before, but they haven't got the bodies to boot. They are finding themselves, I guess, playing in a similar way to how the opener of this went in the hands of Talon, where they got a lot of ground control, but without those bodies dropped, when push came to shove, there was just too much potential aggression and too much potential utility still on the board. Talking of, it's all burnt behind the man on the Aqua bar as he hops in and hopes that he doesn't quite get caught, laid down, waiting for more presence. But look at the run out that's just come out from Office. Canos is able to find Harper on the overhang, and quickly that's 2 red bodies doubling down, and that is the player that they caught early last time, and that is the player that's caused problems here.
Very important one as well. You take out the man that has been crucial so much, and those charges, the adrenaline surges, are going to be off the board right now. So unfortunate, not in time to save tomorrow from the demise of the LMG that was being brought right there. But at least you're going to be able to even out the men count. Something I said was important. Talking about that, Shal able to pick up Azzy right there is going to be bringing it back towards C9. And with 30 seconds left on the clock, and even the smoke, and as I don't seem to mind, they're going for the secondary plant position and try to go for the execute.
Wow, now we find ourselves in a 4 versus 2. Jaeger is underneath. They are aware of this. So is Labyrinth. So it's a lot of heading up the staircase, but they don't get any further. Cloud9 find themselves another 3 points. Stay unbeaten. There is the C9 thumb, and it's C9 win.
C9 thumbs up coming in. They managed to win it again after they, well, were able to turn the man count into their advantage. And instead of going for the default plant spot where verticals were created, they decided to, well, you know what? Let's just mix it up. We know that these people aren't on the direct side. They're not a direct threat. Let's just run a bit further, outrun and outgun the one that was actually in the site. With that, secure themselves around. If they would have gone for a potential default plant, that could have ended badly for them, but it was a good read from them. And again, like, they play Talon at the second half of their attacks very well, and this is why they are considered the best of the region.
That's it. Still undefeated, still cool as ever, but obviously the pressure will come towards the finals for them. They've always been secured, but they need to make sure that everything is locked down Once again, though, we find ourselves throwing it over to the desk with yet another C9 win.
They're back. How is it? How they were doing it? Trying to figure it out. Man, I can't believe I made the joke about your forehead with thumbs, Chess. So
it's true.
Honestly,
you know
it was
what? I'll even give you a
savage.
demonstration, because if you move this up and it's just my forehead showing,
it's
I'm sure
literally a
it'll
thumb.
just-
It's a hairy
See?
thumb. Wow.
there we go. It's a thumb. See? Just wanted you all to see that.
Beautiful. That's the
So you
most
weren't
beautiful
wrong
five
by
head I've
any
ever
means.
seen.
It was just the
you.
perfect
It does
timing of
contain a
Jess
brain.
coming back to the voice chat for like 5 seconds at that exact time.
That was
I was at the cafe trying to join in, so.
Completely caught out.
exactly. Well, here we are. Yet another day and another Cloud9 victory. Who would have thought? But I got to say, Talon gave them a run for their money on Coast.
They tried to.
You know-
Sorry, Jess.
Take it away, Ace. No, you go ahead.
They
Oh,
got
yes.
themselves involved in the middle of it, but it just felt like frustration, to be honest. We said this, Aziz just sort of had enough and was like, right, I'm going in, and just started going in and just wailing on people, and they managed to chain a few rounds together, but Cloud9, they look good for it today.
That was the big thing I wanted to point out. Look at the first few rounds for Cloud9. It looked like they were going to pull out another 7-0 against Talon, and then something clicked in both Aziz and Canos, and it's just like they were fed up with losing all of their attacking rounds in a row, and they just were pumping the Dokkaebi calls out, running on in, acting on that really key information, and not delaying at all, because that's what it felt like Talon were doing. We're delaying. C9, they just kept letting them delay, and then when they didn't, C9 were overrun. So I think that's something C9 can look back on and say, yeah, okay, that's something we can fix. How do we deal under really quick and swift pressure? Maybe we need to tighten up our crossfires. But I mean, it's Cloud9, Cool9, Collected 9, Calm 9. I don't care what you want to call them. Either way, I am very happy that they're on the top, because that's what we predicted them to be. So I'm happy. Dad jokes aside, love it.
Thanks so much, Jess. Yeah, Cloud9 and Talon top 2 in Korea, and it looks like Cloud9 today break things even better on their side, both with great records in the Korean Open, and here they are today, victorious for Cloud9. Just Ace, I'll be back to you in just a second to talk about Talon and their future. First, we got an interview with Cloud9. Let's go. Hello, Static. Can you hear me? Sohee, of course, is our translator for this matchup. So how are you guys doing today? Hello, Sohee. Hello, Static. Let's talk about this match, because Cloud9 versus Talon is a big deal. You know, this is the big 2 Korean teams playing against one another. What do you feel going into this match versus Talon, and how is it different playing Talon in Korean Open versus playing them here in APAC North?
이제 탈론이랑 클라우드9이 한국에서 가장 좀 선두주자를 달리고 있는 팀일 텐데, 코리아 오픈에서 탈론과 플레이할 때랑 오늘 이제 에이펙에서 플레이할 때 어떻게 달랐는지 말씀해 주시기 바랍니다.
일단 코리아 오픈도 중요하고 이 대회도 이 에이펙 노스도 중요해서 일단 뭘 하든 최선을 다했고요. 이제 탈론을 이기고 이제 다음 상대인 CAG를 이겨야 저희가 1등으로 들어가게 되는데, 그러기 위해서 최대한 안 질 수 있도록, 이제 최대한 이길 수 있도록 계속 노력하고 있어요.
So both of the matches for Korea Open and the APAC are important, but so we did our best for both of the matches, and the next match that we're gonna play, which is against the Cyclops, we're gonna do best on that match too.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that in just a bit, because Cyclops versus Cloud9 is definitely going to be the biggest game of APAC North, the best 2 teams in Korea and in Japan. But we know that 6 invitational points are going to be very important. How do you prepare yourself for that pressure, and knowing that it's going to be later next year?
이제 이번에 사이클롭스와 이기게 되면은 조금 더 많은 포인트를 가지게 될 텐데, 이제 이런 부분에 있어서 클라우드9이 어떠한 좀 압박감을 가지고 있는지 말씀해 주시기 바랍니다.
일단 그 전 시즌 메이저 에이펙 노스 메이저에서도 한번 우승한 경험이 있고, 일단 시리즈를 이겨야 저희도 우승에 가까워지니까 그 우승이라는 타이틀을 이제 챔피언이라는 타이틀을 이제 갖기 위해서 이제 부담을 갖는 거는 언제나 있는 일이고 그 부담을 최대한 이용해서 최대한 긴장감을 유지하고 또다시 챔피언을 먹을 수 있도록 노력하는 중입니다.
So we already have been once the champion before. So we really getting prepared for the next match against the Cyclops, because if we win against the Cyclops, then we will get another opportunity to be a champion again. So we'll just do our best to win the Cyclops.
Of course, for those watching, the difference between being number 1 in APAC North and being number 2 is a huge 275 points for 6 Invitational. So it is very, very good. As Static is mentioning, that C9 beats Cyclops next week. Let's talk about that game for just a moment here, because these are the best right now in Japan. You're the best in Korea. You're the top 2 in APAC North. What do you want to say to Guts Gaming? This is a big match for everybody.
이제 오늘 이제 각각 일본과 한국의 최정상 팀 두 팀이 이제 출전을 하는데, 이제 거츠 게이밍에게 혹시 한마디 하시고 싶으시면은 말씀해 주시기 바랍니다.
네?
네, 이제 오늘 그 일본과 한국의 최정상 팀 두 팀이 모두 출전을 하였는데, 그 중에서 이제 거츠 게이밍에게 하시고 싶으신 말 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
거츠 게이밍한테요?
네네.
Cyclops game.
Cyclops, yes.
yes.
사이클롭스한테.
네네네. 네.
네네네네. 일단은 저번 시즌에서 한 번도 진 적이 없기 때문에, 그래도 이번 시즌에서 또 시리즈가 폼이 또 좋고, 최대한 이제 긴장감을 유지하면서 지지 않도록 노력해야죠. 그 시리즈한테는 두고 보라고 하고 싶네요. 꼭 다시 이기겠다고.
So we didn't want to lose against the Cyclops. We'll just do our best to win against Cyclops again. And we believe that Cyclops are doing better than the last matches. So we're just going to prepare more than what we did last time.
All right, can't wait to see it. Final question. Talon, how do you think they've improved? Because last time you two played, as Jess was highlighting, it was 7-0 on Coastline. Today, they were way better than what they were in 2020. What do you think was the major difference for Talon?
이제 저번에 한 2020년에 플레이하였을 때는 클라우드9이 7대 0으로 이겼었는데, 오늘 같은 경우에는 이제 탈론이 좀 더 많은 포인트를 가져가면서 클라우드9이 이기게 되었는데, 좀 탈론이 어떤 식으로 작년에 비해서 좀 더 발전했다고 생각하시나요?
일단 탈론을 비롯해서 한국 팀 전체가 지금 성장하고 있는 추세라, 탈론도 탈론이지만 지금 한국 팀 전체가 저희에게 약간 이제 긴장을 시키게 해주는, 다들 본인 팀들의 이제 특성이 좀 더 부각되는 그런 느낌이어서 점점 이제 압박이 조여오죠. 저희 팀도 이제 맨날 이제 언제나 한국 팀에서만 한국판에서 우승을 해왔지만, 이제 슬슬 이제 치고 올라오는 팀들이 보이니까 이제 긴장감이 유지되고, 탈론 같은 경우에는 전보다 정말 많이 성장했다고 느끼고요. 잘하면은 저희 팀과 이제 함께 나중에 미래에 이제 뭐 세계 대회를 한번 같이 갈 수 있는 기회가 있지 않을까 생각돼요.
So we think that almost all other Korean team are improving and developing, and especially the Talon. So we believe that Korean teams, especially the Talon, can go to the Invitational like next year or even this season. So I think the Cloud9 has to be prepared, since all other Korean teams are getting better and improving their own features.
All right. Very impressive here to see how the rise of Cloud9 has pulled the entire scene behind it in Korea. Static, congratulations on your victory. We're so excited to see you on our next play day versus Guts Gaming. That is this Friday. So thank you so much. 감사합니다. And we'll see
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thumbs up. Let's go. C9 fighting. 안녕. And we're back. Jess, Ace, I think I messed up at some point. I think I had Japanese teams on my mind. Said Guts has just pointed out, thankfully, saving the day.
That's all right. That's all right.
I'm allowed one mistake in however many interviews. So here we are. Talon improved massively. The rest of the Korean scene in general has improved. The C9 we're saying.
That's really important, I think, for Static to have said as well, is not to turn around and say we are better than Talon, to turn around and say, actually, you're right, compared to when Jess was referencing us in that 7-0, and then Talon now, they're two completely different teams. They're even to the point where maybe next year they got an invitational. That's a big statement to make. I mean, yeah, okay, there's another 12 months before it, essentially, but that's crazy.
It really is, and the thing is, for me, it's like a big sleeper region as well. We're seeing that improvement now. Think about what it's going to look like in 12, 18 months. You know, we could have 3 or 4 like real powerhouse teams coming out of this region. And I, for one, can't wait for it, because I sound like a broken record, but I always say the same. A rising tide raises all ships. And the better that each region gets, the stronger the teams we've got, the stronger and better everybody else has to become if they want to stay ahead of the game.
Somebody should have said that to the Suez Canal Port Authority. Maybe that would have helped them all. Fnatic versus T1 coming up right after the break. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to APAC North League. Game number 3 of our penultimate match and play day of this stage. Man, we've gone through this stage so fast. Our Fnatic versus T1, our match of the day, just because the names and the organizations in this game are so huge. But I think the story arc overall in APAC North is not as glamorous as the names may seem happening.
I think they would like the standings to be turned around.
I mean, is this golf rules? That would be great.
Maybe they're playing in the golf, you don't know. But no, they're not doing too well. And both have great potential, and they show it many times. Fnatic struggles closing out games, and then you have T1 that is getting there, basically.
Getting there, I mean, it's a way of putting it. It's easily a struggle for both of them. Obviously, T1 have been unable to pull any points at all. Haven't got anything from OT, haven't got anywhere there yet. The closest they were was versus C9, which is a surprise.
Yeah, it is.
You wouldn't have thought. But there it is. There's a stat. And that was 2 play days ago. So maybe they've got something else in the canister. I mean, now's the time to show it.
Yep, quite excited to see how it turns out in this game. So why don't we talk about our rosters? First of all, Fnatic. I think a lot of people are familiar with this roster, with this team, with Alfama being on the squad, with everybody performing overall pretty well, but the inability to close game. Fnatic are like the 2020 Vitality in this year, just never able to close a match.
Yeah, sorry, I was just taken aback for a minute. I was thinking to myself, is Alfama's picture a little bit more dramatic because he's French and it's like French cinema?
But Magnet is technically half French as well. So.
Yeah, but okay, it needs to be a half mood lighting. Yeah, okay, on more to the point, Fnatic, it's been tough. It's the French cinema. It's been tough, and there's no real two ways about that because they've had these moments of brilliance. They've had these moments of, yes, it's Fnatic. We're watching Fnatic play, but it cannot be locked off. There's so many bittersweet endings to games. There's so many moments where it's just close, but close isn't Fnatic style, and close isn't winning them any kind of trophies. They're still in contention to potentially pull third, and that's a strange thing to say right now based on how the games are shaping up. It's, you know, they're on 5 points, Talon and Damwon. They've both lost today, so they're still sat in the same place on 9 and 7. It's a good day for them if they can pull these 3 points, but they have to get over their own biggest hurdle, which is for them themselves.
I think you could not have put it any better than that. Yes, the problem is 100% themselves. It's a mindset and it takes a lot of time to get out of it. We saw that with Rogue. We saw that even with Vitality. Yeah, despite their change, it took some time, but here we are. Their opponents T1. Now, what sort of mindset do you put yourself here, Hap?
It is the team that, of course, got invited due to Nora dropping out, I believe it was. Either way, like, they got in, they probably unexpected. It is going to be like, you know, let's treat stage 1 as a bit of an experiment, see what goes, see what doesn't go, and make changes along the way to truly catapult ourselves for the next coming stage 2, stage 3. Mm-hmm. But they might have hoped for a little bit more success with just the experiment. As you mentioned before, they are still on 0 points in the league. That is not really something you would like to see. And if you look at the team card here, you can see, which Em just alluded to, Cloud9 was the closest game. That is currently the best team in the league. So there is definitely a lot of potential right there. They had the opportunity to take points against Cloud9 there, but unfortunately not able to close that out. But what I said the day after when they played... I forgot the name. Damwon. They also showed signs of greatness, but they just weren't able to go on with it. So I'm really hoping that they are working on that hard and just hammering it down so we can finally see at least 1 point coming in for T1.
I mean, they pushed Cloud9 to the edge. Cloud9 barely beat T1 7-5 a couple play days ago, last week, actually. So it's very surprising. I just don't know. Same thing we could apply to Fnatic. So the question is lack of consistency. How do you deal with that for this one? But let's go with our head-to-head very quickly. Our lobby's pretty much set. So we got just a bit of time. We go into game Mag and Replica. What is the comparison here? What are we trying to look at?
It's two kind of, I guess, Bastion players. Two players that are kind of, they set the taste and the tone of the team. Mag had his best play day in the game that they were able to take versus KAG, and it wasn't an easy game, but he was everywhere that you needed him to be. The other two games where he's performed well were the 2 OT losses, were the 2 very close games, and you know, he's kind of that barometer for performance and that barometer for he's playing these flex roles, he's playing these aggressive roles, he's talking and getting the team moving and putting them in the places. When he's on the mark, the show is great.
Yeah, and I chose Replica because, like, we can continue talking about 11 on this team, right? He's doing so great, so consistently as well. But Replica actually stands out to me as one of these players with a lot of potential as well. Yes, minus 15, not really the stat that you would like to see. But against Cloud9 and against Damwon Kia, he actually showed some great promise, some great plays coming through. So I really hope that he is going to be able to show up more today alongside with the rest of the team, because that is something we have been saying. It cannot just be the 11th show. Everybody else needs to show up. And I'm putting my money on that Replica is going to be the one that is the next one to spring to mind for, maybe some hero plays here today, saving rounds.
I certainly hope so. Certainly hope so for the entire team. Our lot is pretty much set. So let's go and check out our map very quickly in this best of one series with our overtime rules. Consulate will be the map we go to, and T1 will start off on the attack with Fnatic on defense. Yes, no, who takes it? That's the question. Very quickly, we're ready to go.
I think Fnatic could take it. I think they put a good showing in it against C9. Sure, it didn't go their way, but they can step up and learn. This is the time to demonstrate that they've been studying.
Fnatic should take it, but I'm not surprised by anything anymore in APAC. Anything can happen, so I'm really hoping that T1 is going to be surprising everybody watching today.
It's not as crazy as APAC South, but fair enough.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your introduction and your intel on this one, Happenham. It is time to toss it back to our casters, Jess and Ace. Fnatic versus T1. It's a big org showdown.
Thank you, Milosh. And we are heading to one of my favorite maps. 87% of the social vote going towards Fnatic. Do you see any way for T1 to overturn this?
I'll be honest, the map bans in their own right, I know the analysts might not have brought it up, but that map ban was horrible. T1 had the last choice between Coastline and Consulate. They banned out Coastline, which is one of their best maps. Like, their best maps by far. T1's one of their best maps. They've got rid of it. They bring on Consulate, which is actually Fnatic's decent map. Like, it's not great, it's not horrible, and it's literally one of T1's worst maps. Lost against SGA, Cyclops, Talon twice. I don't understand. Maybe they've got something freakish on here that we have never seen before, but this is not a good map for T1, and the fact that they've chosen it over one of their best maps is mind-boggling to me.
Oh, Jackalban comes in from Fnatic. Not one that we see too often, but suggests that they might be looking to just apply some roam pressure, taking out the man who can just check out those footsteps, track them down and put the ping on the map. So Fnatic likely looking for offsite holds. We've got Thatcher going as the attacker from T1. Pretty standard there, but we're going to see Nomad left available, so probably limited aggression here, I would expect, if Nomad's being brought along.
And I mean, we've seen a lot of Nomad being banned recently, which is fair enough, especially on this map in the EU League as well. A lot of teams going, nope, get it away, nope, get it away. But we haven't actually seen a lot of jump outs as a result. I think we've seen a couple of run outs as a result of impacting grenades. And that's going to be another Mozzie ban for the night. That's the second of the night coming on in. I said in the previous game, I think I said it to you, Ace, that I thought it was a target ban. In this case, I'm not entirely sure it is, more of a comfort one, plus one that a lot of teams play on this map.
Mozzie, of course, so important with those pests that can steal the enemy drones. So as a defender, you can have full use of them and buzz around the map, leave them static, whatever you want, really. Just gain as much information as you can. But we're heading into round one now, Fnatic versus T1, and I cannot stress how important it is for T1 to get off to a good start here. If they find themselves falling too far behind again, then Fnatic are the sort of team with the experience to really keep the pressure on.
Well, look at that. It's going to be a 6-pick from the Kaid over to the Aruni, and that is going to bait over to T1 that they possibly were going to start downstairs, but instead they're going to start upstairs, which, I mean, overall is now not a very popular site that a lot of teams in any region like to play on. But if you look over to Fnatic specifically, when they're on their defensive side, and they do, you know, every now and then play Consulate in the past few months, they mostly pick top floor. But they have a better win rate downstairs. So if they win this, they can be confident they'll probably win bottom floor as well. That's 2 rounds in the bag. Pretty good.
Well, it starts putting you in a great mental shape, doesn't it? And as you say, they're no doubt picking up on the fact that they're against Team 1 here. They're the team that they would expect to be beating, I would suppose, if they come into this looking at the results. So why not? Take the risk and, like you say, try to give yourself that early advantage.
Well, looking at the setup, it's going to be an admin heavy hold, possibly looked back at some of T1's matches on Consulate and know that they like to do a bit of a Consulate push. Look at where all of the players spawned from T1. It is a heavy emphasis over to admin. Good read, Fnatic. It's clear they've done their homework. Shout out to those coaches behind the scenes as well. I mean, we've got the strategic coach of... God, his name was just on the tip of my tongue. He used to be the coach for Rogue. Come on, help me out here, Ace. He's the strategic coach for Fnatic.
Crapel.
Thank you. Crapel is their strategic coach all the way from Europe, and they're obviously their OG coach. See, I can't do it. I've not had enough coffee.
It's gone. Dizzle, you got to remember the Disgod.
You can't forget Disgod. He's absolutely represented Australia in more ways than most players, coaches ever will. Nevertheless, that's a clear indication to me that support staff have done their job and geared the players up the best they can.
The attackers then still not inside of the building yet, and that can be one of the problems for them here on Consulate, is just breaking through those initial defenses, which are right up towards those outer walls, with one of the Fnatic players, as you can see from the red silhouette top left of your screen there, just playing in the yellow stairs at the minute. Usually we will see the burning of their ADSs and any other utility they've got to keep them safe, and then the throwables will rain on in, but I think I just glimpse off to the left-hand side of Alphama there that he's got the rotation open into bathroom, so that will allow him to wriggle away potentially, but he just needs to be careful about his timing, because in come the throwables, and this is where it could get dangerous. He actually chooses to run towards the danger, dipping down the stairs through the toxic smoke there to get away from the nades. He wants to keep playing here. He is not going to drop away into bathroom. He's holding on to that shotgun. He's looking to put Big Papa Pump to some big use on the yellow stairs.
I can't believe how he was allowed to run down and up, down and up. Where's the person doing the hop on the top of the yellow skylight? Why wasn't Replica having a little bit more of an aggressive upside down rappel to catch anyone running past? All three smoke babes have been expelled. He's been able to waste so much time there. The rotate came out initially, which already wasted 25 seconds of the attacker's time, and they haven't even cleared Stigs. Oh, this is horrible. And it's going to make a big dent in the side of T1 here, as Vamos is going to be the only one left to be able to play out this round. And I said if they win this round, well, they're pretty poised to take the next round as well.
It's gone downhill very, very quickly for T1 there on this top floor attack. Now Vamos just, I think, actually hitting more body than anything else. Doesn't do any damage to the live player that was in front of him. You could be forgiven for mistaking it as the blood puffed up from the corpse that was on the floor in front of him, but that was just simply the body of a teammate. Now 8 seconds left to go, 4 kills to find. This round is all but done here. Vamos just looking to see if he can get any vertical angles. Shut down ultimately by Tex. Did get a shot onto Lusty as he did so. It's not going to matter at this point, as Fnatic have closed out a great first defense there. Got themselves the first round on the board, and as you say, can move to stronger sights now.
Yeah, interesting for me was that it was almost like T1, they were geared up to do an admin take. They got one drone inside there and went, nope, there are far too many bodies in here, far too many ADSs. They are prepped for us to do an admin take. Everyone, quick, rotate over to do a yellow stairs take. At that point, damage had already really been done. You get the Ash shot to come in for that yellow take to pinch up on an Alphama. No one drones into piano or lobby, so as a result, there's a crossfire from Stigs available. Two League or be in the APAC North League, you look over towards how they do as a defensive or attacking sided team on this particular map, and they are heavily defensive sided here, Ace. So I just think they're on the bad side to start off with.
I'll agree with you. Fnatic are moving into round number 2 then, and they're going to take press and lobby. We would generally expect to see a similar hold to last time around, really, with plenty of top floor presence from Fnatic. They're going to want to prevent too much access into places like admin and meeting, which we can see they're getting utility down at the minute. And is that the G2 Echo?
Oh, I am not surprised.
It spreads quickly.
And you know what? Krapel comes from the EU region. It is not a surprise that he would be taking a lot of, inspiration from the region that he originally came from and became a professional coach in. So bringing that over to the Fnatic side, are we surprised? Did you see how well it played out for G2? I mean, imagine it plays out even half as good for Fnatic.
I mean, they're doing it the opposite way around. I think that's the sort of one thing it's worth mentioning here. G2 used it to deny a top floor plant. They were in console and office, and they bounced it up through the hatch to take the stun shot at the planter and then drop back down to safety. But the system will be the same. This time you just leave it up on the ceiling. If you need to drop it down, you drop it down. But it won't be quite as mobile in terms of just being able to bounce up and down like it did for G2, because once you come down, they'll have to move it into piano, attach it to a surface to be able to deny the plant. But still, fascinating use of the Yokai drones.
Unfortunately, Mag doesn't get much for that C4 that rained up over towards default bottom Visa, and as a result, there'll be no, plant denial operators left outside of the two Yokais that you just discussed. So for me, that was a little bit of a waste of a C4, but if you can get an early impact, especially onto some of these big fraggers here, Yeti's been one that has been doing some really good opening frags. Oh no, there goes one of those magnets, and if I was Yeti, I'd be droning out to make sure there's no more, because that shield is going to oppressively stay in that position next to Long Desk if he doesn't deal with it. My big thing here is, Ace, is that they've stalled out about half the round so far, and they haven't even got top floor control. T1, I wouldn't say they're slow. I just feel like Fnatic are leaving them little bits of mini games throughout the round, and there's so many mini games that they have to get through that by the time they get to the final boss, there's just no time left.
Just little challenges and puzzles there to burn the time away and force that sand down through the timer. As you can see, T1 are barely halfway across the top floor yet. They have not got themselves established inside of meeting, and Fnatic is still able to have two men locked in that top floor, whilst T1, they dip away back onto the outside. They're already looking at repositioning. Yeti's got himself down into Visa, and this is all going to come down to that main lobby push. Now, Replica is going to be in a very important position there on the Nomad, because that will be into meeting where Fnatic need to get and establish themselves if they're going to shut down a plant potentially. There is other options. They've got a man in bathroom, they've got the Yokai drones, they've got the Maestro out in piano who can potentially do that. But Stiggs, he's gonna take a peek out of that window there and shut down Yeti with the big Alder. Vamos, however, is getting that plant down. We can see the same technique being used, but instead of piano to console, it is basement into main lobby. Vamos taken down by Tex. Important kill, 2 versus 4, as we have them raining in on both sides. And now it's all down to Revy, the player coach, running out of time, can do absolutely nothing to find the remainders. And it's a solid defense from Fnatic.
So much usage of the hatches, not for the Oryx, not for anything else like rotating down, but for the Yokai drones. Now, I tell you what year are we in now, Ace? I have played this game from almost the beginning of its inception. I think I came in maybe a year and a half later into the competitive scene myself, and I've seen a lot of things happen in this game. Now, something that G2's done in the past year or two is start using the first initial Yokai drone to start hot droning roamers around. I like that. I think it's an interesting, addition in the way that you can use Echo as more than just a plant denial. But even more than that, they've started creating a meta where you can literally leap Yokais up multiple floors just by opening a simple hatch. And now teams are like, oh my God, this is revolutionary. I mean, how many years we've been playing? You could have figured this out by now.
The thing is, the beauty of that is what we're now going to see, I'm sure, as coaches all around looking at each individual map and saying, okay, well, we've done it on Consulate. Where else? And all you need, effectively, is a hatch in the site on the floor. That's all you need, because then you just drop your Yokai down through it and you bounce it up onto the ceiling to make the challenge onto the planter. So now we're having a look at all these sites across the entire game and saying, right, which sites have got a hatch in them? Because if there's a hatch in them, we can consider this defense now. And I mean, we're going to have to label it the G2 Echo defense, aren't we? I mean, SSG were given the top floor hold of Clubhouse. This is going to have to be the G2 use of Echo.
It has to be. I mean, we've got Shiko spots, like you said, the SSG roam. Now we've got the G2 Yokais. I'm not even going to name it on console. I'm actually going to give them free reign on any map. I'm going to just call it the G2 Yokais, the Yokai strat, whatever you might want to call it. And then for me personally, Do I think that that's what saved them the round? No, I actually think they would have been able to deny the plant anyway. It just was a little bit of a redundancy on top of it to say, well, we still had the verticals. You weren't really in a position to properly challenge us. We killed your balcony presence. And I mean, it's just a little bit of, cherry on top that we get to blast you with the Yokai Blast as well. Just seemed like there was so much going on. For T1 now, Ace, I'm curious to see what you think about this. A lot of people think that they're just warming up. I argue this many play days in, it's probably not.
You better be
warming
warm.
up. It's probably just
You
I mean, like, how long do you need to warm up?
Yeah,
I'm not
exactly
sure.
that. It's what's the saying? You don't come to APAC North to get fit. You get fit to come to APAC North. You better be ready when you get here. You can't be coming in here expecting to get yourself up to speed, because teams aren't going to allow you to do that. And like you say, Team 1 there for me, they just had no teeth, Jess, is the truth of it. They got themselves into admin, and where did they go? Did they even get past vending machines? I don't think they got past vending machines. They left Replica on the window, and I think the intention was just, right, Replica on the window can prevent anybody from playing inside of meeting. But it didn't matter, because Fnatic had plan B and plan C, and they just shut them down from elsewhere, and there was just no pressure applied to Fnatic at any point. I can't name a single challenge on top floor. There was 2 men of Fnatic, one in bathroom, one in console, and I can't name a single challenge onto them. So that for me...
it almost felt like they rotated out as well before they'd even gained control. Like, we have admin, let's go. And I'm kind of like, that's not the point.
You're missing the point here, guys. That should be
the point of the top floor. Okay, you've kind of made your initial ingress. You're like, we've moved the pawn one spot on the, checkmate. That's not how it works. You've really got to take that meeting control, or at least have that presence beyond just that upside down rappel and hope that no one shoots back. For me, I was looking over to the standings just to sort of zoom out a little bit from this match whilst we are waiting for that player to jump on into the lobby. Even if T1 win this, they get their first win on the board. Let's say they get it outright, not going into OT, they get 3 points. The Fnatic still have 5, so it would require Fnatic to lose the next 2 matchups, of which are the last 2 play days of this entire stage. It required T1 to outright win both of the next 2. And at that point, Fnatic would sit at last, but I just don't see it happening. I don't see it happening that way, not with how this sort of game is progressing now, not with how T1 hasn't really warmed into APAC North just yet, and their last opponent is Guts. I don't know how I feel that the standings will change much, because Fnatic has a really good chance of overtaking Fav on the leaderboard here. So for Fnatic fans, if you're wondering, not all hope has been lost. Even if they do lose to T1 today, they still have a good opportunity of overtaking Fabs. That's how the standings are looking just now.
And I mean, that is a big if, to be fair, given what we've just seen in the first 2 rounds there. For a second, Jess, I honestly thought it was a tactical timeout that we were going into. I thought, wow, a T1 that desperate that we were like literally straight away 2 rounds in. This is too much. We need a timeout. But it wasn't. It was a technical pause while we got an issue sorted. So we are loaded back in now, heading into round number 3. Fnatic, they're going to take us downstairs to Garage, and then I would imagine, given what we've just seen, they are going to rinse and repeat from there.
I doubt there'll be any hatches necessarily opened up on this particular site to have the yokai bouncing up and down. No real need for it. You can just hide them around the site, and then when they come in for the default plant, that's when you employ them for their job, that plant denial. They're going to double it up. And I remember when Maestro was first introduced, that everyone was running the Maestro Echo combo. They were like, bam, this is the new meta. We are so oppressive. We have the intel from both of them. We have the oppression of both of them, the zaps from the evil eyes, and of course the yokai bursts from the yokai drones. And I'm just like, sheesh, this is why you almost always saw either Echo or Maestro banned, almost always. Today, neither of them are banned, so of course Fnatic can use that to their complete freedom here, and that's a sneaky little spot there. I like
horrible. That is horrible, and I think it echoes an interesting operator to look at, Jess, because I think the recent nerfs that we've seen to him, particularly with the invisibility of the drone being removed, I think seems to have put him into a nice spot. He's still getting used reasonably well. He's still very powerful, but he's not getting banned out constantly anymore. And we've seen shifts in how he's being used. It's forcing that adaptability and creativity of the teams as to how they're going to use him. As you said, a couple of teams we've seen using him as an active droning now. LATAM, we've seen an awful lot of that, aggressively droning roamers, and it's like they're on the attack. It's great to watch.
Well, that Banshee will get dispatched off very quickly there, and that's what you want to see. You want to see the speeding up of T1, and a lot of those mini games that I referenced before are not being dealt with quick enough, and they're losing players along the way, so they're lacking strength when they get to the execution. Considering this site is going to be all the way downstairs, doing a top floor down take means you must be swift. They seem to think, for whatever reason, and by the looks of Yeti sort of slowly face checking things and waiting for the drone, they seem to think that someone is upstairs, so they are trying to be a little bit careful. But as they make their way over to bathroom, they're going to realize very quickly that Fnatic is employing a bathroom hold. Usually it's by a shotgun SMG operator. This time it's by an Elder player.
Replica just deploying the air jabs there to prevent that rotation upstairs via the spiral staircase, just keenly not wanting to get caught on the flank. And 11, he's going to shut down Stigs to begin with, so that is the big Alder gone. Lusty will trade out with one onto Yeti, leveling things up, finds himself a second onto Revy, and they can't allow him to use the reverse angles on that hatch like that. It's generally speaking, if you are above, you have that power position inside a siege, and fighting downhill does tend to just be that little bit easier. But no, they've allowed him to just absolutely rip two of them out of the map there through that hatch. Now we do have the garage wall opened up by the thermite. That gives the access that T1 need to think about getting inside and getting the diffuser down here. They've still got 11 working up above. He's going to try and get himself access into piano. He can start opening up the floor potentially, and then he could start trying to work those vertical angles. Instead, he's just going to use the hatch there onto the shield at pipes. He's just pinged it out, but I'm not sure whether he's convinced there's anybody behind there or not at the minute. But Lusty is going to find Vamos, and this just goes to show how a shield, a simple bit of utility, can just burn so much time. 11 drops the hatch, gets himself one shut down by Lusty on a trade, and once again a round that was just all Fnatic there.
That line of sight that Lusty got his initial 2K from, remember the other day in EUL? Aces from Rogue got the exact same 2K.
I think somebody's been watching EUL.
Yeah, do you think? Wow.
I think they might.
You know what? I don't want to say that Krapella's just like gone, this is the new meta, and taken what G2 has done, Rogue has done, all of the best teams in EU, which is what you should do. You should take whatever the best teams are doing and go, if this works and is dominating other teams, let's put it into our own gameplay and see. Well, I mean, look at the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. It clearly is working, and T1 don't know what to do with themselves. And I can tell you what, right now, Fnatic, they might walk away flawless on the half here, which actually would put them on a match point before T1 have even done anything.
Certainly would. And I mean, there's, as you say, nothing wrong at all with looking around if that is what has happened and seeing other teams do things well. And ultimately, everybody's looking to get themselves towards that absolute peak of performance and doing things in the best way. And part of that is creativity, of course. Every team has its creative process and comes up with its own idea and strategies, but the others, they are adaptation and taking maybe what somebody has done against you and you find particularly difficult to deal with, or what you see somebody else do well, and just adapting it and making it your own and implementing it into your game. It's all a combination of those things. But round 4 here, we are moving into the top floor once again. As I suggested, after those 3 successful rounds, this is just going to be rinse and repeat for Fnatic now.
I would love to see where that first cam went, because I actually think it goes on the fountain. And add insult to injury there, Ace. Good night, 11. The biggest fragger on the side of T1. He also dispatched of half of the Banshees. Luckily, there are none going to be present in this round. But that is such a big hit for T1. We cannot emphasize this enough. If you look over to the stats of T1 and you say, well, who's, one of the biggest players or the biggest hitters for the side of T1? And go on Siege GG, that's where we get most of our stats. He is sitting on a 1.15 rating. The next player is on 0.78. That is how impactful 11 is for his team. In fact, so much so, we get to call him the carry.
I think you've got to say it, haven't you? 11 is T1 at this point in time. There are, of course, other players in there making their contributions, but so many rounds do come down to 11 being alive or not, and that opening kill is going to be a big blow for them. Now Stigs is just playing tight on that window there. He does not want to allow any access into admin whatsoever, and Replica is just getting himself caught up in a battle here, and all this is doing, Jess, once again, is wasting time. Revy will be able to shut Stigs down So that now leaves us 4 versus 4. But we're halfway through the round and there's a lot of work yet to be done. And Tex is still active inside of admin, but Vamos will not be, as Lusty shuts down Vamos 3-3 now. And I expect we might have a little bit of a lull after T1 have got themselves into the map here. They need to just evaluate, assess their position, and look to move forward from there.
We praised Revy last game for how impactful he has been as the player coach. He was put on support, thrown on support last year. He is now on flex frag. And the fact that he got the opening kill and managed to make the entry into admin, then swing in and get another kill, unbelievable. That should be Yeti's job. Guess what? Yeti hasn't had an impact kill or any kill for that matter this entire match so far. Revy, the GOAT, is stepping up, at least in this round. But 11, who was the only other frag holder at the moment, went down so early. So I do think that, I guess, the confidence of T1 diminished a little bit. It fired Revy up, however, and it was good to see that he was able to recollect himself. But as I say, it cast a curse. His head get taken cleanly off his shoulders. And this looks to be yet another Fnatic round unless Replica and Yeti can collect themselves and do in 30 seconds what might be impossible.
Replica and Yeti both without kills so far. Yeti will continue without as Alfama puts him down in the dirt. Replica manages to trade that out with a headshot. He's getting spotted out by the default. There is a lot of work to be done inside 15 seconds. He needs to find himself 2. He gets 1 onto Lusty. Can he do it? No, Mag shuts him down. Mag stepping up as he has time and time and time again for Fnatic just to close out round 4 there. What an attempt T1 made at that. I was really concerned about the amount of time that they burnt from the halfway period at 1 minute 30, 45 seconds left. Still no more progress, Jess, but they were able to just light a fire underneath it and very nearly get themselves over the line.
I feel like we say that about T1. Look at what they did against C9. How close was that? You know what I mean? That's something that they should not have been able to pull when other lower standing teams are just absolutely running through them at the moment. So for me, I think T1 has their days where they're on it and they're hitting shots and they're getting the trades. And whilst they might not walk away with the win, they are putting consecutive rounds on the board. Today, Fnatic on this map, I did worry that T1 had picked the wrong map here, especially against Fnatic, and it really is proving true at the moment. I will go back to what I said before, however, Ace, and do give a little bit of benefit of the doubt that T1 seemingly is a defensive-sided team on Consulate, so we haven't really seen their best side yet, so I can't judge that much.
The only judging that's being done at the minute, Jess, is on the scoreboard, and that is all coming up in favour of Fnatic. We're heading into round 5. They are 4-0. They're going back to press and lobby, and if things continue as they have, 2 rounds' time, we will see Fnatic sat on a clean 6-0 at the half, and T1 staring down the barrel of a whitewash. That is the position they are in. They just, as I've said already, don't feel to have much teeth behind them today. They're getting themselves established in the map and then unable to push forward from there. Now, if we look, last time around, it was an attempt. They got inside of admin and were unable to push across. So we can see that a number have spawned all around the map here, really. Seems to be less of a direct admin focus. We've got Replica looking towards that main lobby and looking to prevent a run out. 11 maybe droning, ready to move on to those piano windows. We've got Vamos and Yeti heading towards the admin side once again, but a little bit sort of disjointed in the attack so far.
I mean, the diffuser's over in the hands of Vamos, and it would be very time-consuming if it went down outside admin. It'd be even more time-consuming if it went down inside of admin. So I'd be a little bit worried that he does a bit of a solo push there, and maybe he's just droning out to see exactly what's going on. But Revy with the IQ is going to be able to spot out some of these cams that Mag has been peppering around the map. This is really important because without them dispatched off, it gave you so much intel. I'm talking those cams when they're out fires, especially why that initial cam goes out on that fountain. You can see almost all of the piano side, you can see all of the console side. Those cams give so much intel, so I'm glad that they are dealing with it, but that's not even the problem at the moment. They can't even seem to seemingly get in the map.
Yeti just looking to break his way out of copy there and start pushing across the top floor, aware there could be somebody on Visa stairs, which there's nobody there to challenge him. He's just going to hold the angle for the time being. But once again, we can see Tex is still active over in the bathroom. Lusty has dropped himself back to site, but until Tex has been cleared out, T1 cannot play with any confidence upstairs. Stig's going to get the opener with a headshot from the Elder onto Replica, and once again things start to fall apart for Team 1.
It's almost like T1 don't know what the strategy is when the round starts. They drone out areas, and then I'm trying to wait to see what their push of ingress will be. Are they going to take top floor? Are they going to clear? Are they going to do this? And then Yeti kind of just stands in a position for a while and then jumps outside. You know, the swap call's being made, and all of a sudden they've got to move. And I sort of think to myself, well, what's your plan? Where are you going with this? What do you want to do? Do you have the control for it? It doesn't seem so, and Mag will get caught out on a nice drone that was on the hatch. Mag got rid of it before they made their push in onto site. But guess what? When you push one by one, you get absolutely smashed one by one.
Vamos goes in and tries to get the diffuser down on the ground. He's chased away by a stun from the Echo drone, and then bullets just flying, zipping by his head one after another, and he decides that enough is enough, and he bails out before looking at a potential second attempt here. In goes the flashbang. He's going to have a look forward for some kills. He's going to need them as Tex finds one onto Revy. 1 versus 4. They know where he is. The Yokai drone is just blasting him shot after shot, and Tex it is who locks it down with a kill onto Vamos, and that is Fnatic 5-0, and this is not looking pretty, Jess. It really isn't.
I mean, if you're Fnatic and you could just go upstairs, downstairs, middle floor, upstairs, downstairs, middle floor, and you are not struggling with any of them, I mean, it is your playground. Okay, you might not need a visa like I do. Actually, no, they do need visas. I take this back. Every single one of the Australians right now in the server, myself included, we all need visas. So Consulate, I mean, we're all hoping it's going to be our playground at some point, because we all need to get out of Australia, move over to our respective workplaces. So for Fnatic, I mean, just walking all over T1 at the moment. Absolute fun fest for them. They're at the carnival.
They really are now. T1, they're going to mix things up a little bit here. Revy's going to bring along the book. So I would suggest that we're going to see a little bit of a push in towards Piano from them. They're going to look to get those vertical angles. Now, as we get the setup coming in from Fnatic, they are, as we say, down in Garage this time around. It's going to be their final defensive round here. My question is, do they play somebody actively in and around Piano? We've seen it from Dan particularly, had an absolute field day playing out of bathroom. You know, is that something that maybe Fnatic try to replicate here?
Well, last time they went downstairs, Stiggs, and I sort of was a little confused why the Elder was in the bathroom out of all of the different weapons. Generally, you take a short-range weapon, which is the shotgun, and at the moment, they don't particularly have either a smoke or mute to play with, so that's why it's Stiggs' job, I think. So he'll set himself up into bathroom after he pops all of these hatches, and whether or not he paints the illusion that they're roaming, or maybe Lusty starts upstairs, gives him an opportunity to rotate back. Either way, that's Stiggs' job. He's a little late to the push, and that's why he might get caught out, and oh, I thought he popped in through that window with the one shot, but it's going to be the Visa window spawn peak, and I'm not sure who started that one out. Looks like to be Tex, and he will be absolutely dominated by Replica, but down to 5 HP. He had some good hits. I actually think that Tex, even though he's fallen, has done enough damage here to say that he died for a good reason.
Well, he's certainly taken more than 100 HP that he's lost for himself if you look across the two operators that he's been fighting with. But a good start for T1 nonetheless. They've got a gun off the board. They've got themselves some space to play in the map, but Replica will be down here. The job that Yeti started, that Tex started, sorry, may yet be finished. He's down outside of the map, so likely to survive for now, and Lusty, he's just absolutely desperate to get an angle up onto that window, but it's something that T1 need to be aware of here. They can't just pick Replica up and then run to try and get inside the building, because if he does all that work to get him back on his feet, he's going to be wasted. Now, there's the drone. Did it spot the man underneath? I'm sure the bullet fire must have been picked up.
Yeah, and even if you can't see someone there, you absolutely have to make the assumption someone will be there at some point. So no point. Replica will rotate around, whether he goes in Visa double doors or he just rotates around completely, yet to be seen. Now that half of the round has elapsed and Fnatic is staring down the barrel of match point here, they need to make sure they put another round on the board, or even just their first round on the board. T1, show us you can put a very coherent attacking round on the board. Otherwise, now that Stiggs is rotated out of bathroom, seemingly barely, I mean, he was barely harassed at all in there. They think that they can hold this side down after giving up top floor, and now the Bucks ripping apart the floor. They haven't even opened the wall yet.
T1, as suggested, have gone in and got control of Piano. They'll take off that Electroclaw with 1 minute left to go. They need to get a wriggle on. They need to get themselves down there and get that main door open. Give themselves some access. Revy just pinging out the utility that is potentially going to prevent them being able to get in there and get that diffuser down. The Banshee, of course, can be a very oppressive gadget if you're trying to get other things done, particularly. If you're just looking to move past it, you can go up, melee it on your way, not too much of a problem. But if you're going into a gunfight or to get a diffuser down, it can be a real headache and one that T1 need to solve. Now, Yeti is there with the breach in charge, and that will clear out utility. So the path is now clear for Vamos potentially to go in. He just decides that he wants a little bit more space on that door to move in. Now, 11 has got the kill onto Mag, but are they aware of Alphama just hiding? They are not. And he pops out of the closet and absolutely destroys his man. Stigs gets involved as well with a kill. 3 versus 2 now for T1, but only 3 seconds left to go. This can all be won by Alphama on the Echo, but he can't find the planter. He doesn't know where it's going down, and Vamos will be successful. Smart move to take it all the way up to the reinforcement, but it doesn't matter because T1 are losing the gunfights. Stigs, he gets the kill onto Replica, and now it's all down to Vamos. 1 versus 2. He has to defend the diffuser. He's just trying to duck, dodge, dip, dive, weave all over site to keep himself alive, while Alphama and Stigs, they try to muscle their way in, and that is exactly what they'll do as the Echo finds the headshot, and in comes the disable on the diffuse. It was tight for Fnatic, but they were able to win the round.
Shit, that is something that should not happen. Post-player positions should be locked down. That was the first opportunity for them to give us a convincing round. Yoko drones were still up. They managed to play in a position that wasn't seen. That was T1's round.
It was that was their moment, was when they got the diffuser down by the wall.
Yep. Absolutely. I absolutely agree that that was the most convincing moment for me this entire matchup for T1 to take a round convincingly. Whether or not the numbers were dwindling or not, it doesn't matter. Objective play comes first. But you could just see the guys on Fnatic. They're having a laugh. They're all just vibing with each other. I mean, that's the kind of spirits you want. You want positivity. You want everyone to be having a laugh, icebreakers. Even if they were on a 0-6, I would hope that they would be trying to employ those kind of mentality tactics with each other regardless. Because if you look over to the side of T1, there is not a smile in sight. And when you are down this many rounds, I can imagine why. But the mentality now, you're on defense. This is it, T1. This is your opportunity to reverse sweep a Fnatic that looks cool, calm, and collected.
To be honest, Jess, the problem is that it looks like the round's already lost, you know, coming into it. And as you say, the mentality is very important, because the other thing that was going on the side of T1, apart from a lack of smiles, which you can appreciate at 6-0 down, but there's no communication there. And when that communication stops and dries up, and, you know, Fnatic, they're not communicating about the game necessarily at that point. They're having a bit of banter, they're having a bit of fun, they're having a laugh, but it just stimulates that process of those call-outs, and they'll switch into professional mode pretty quickly when the round gets underway. But it's still just that active vocal element that's going on that T1 don't have at the minute. So they've been silent for 30 seconds a minute, so making that call-out is not as natural as if you're already speaking and you're already in that mode, and it could well have a big impact for them here on defense. Now we can see they've got themselves set up down in the garage. They are looking to spread themselves all over the map at the minute. We've got a couple of roamers up in admin, so Fnatic are going to have to be careful. Stigs is already heading up to the top floor, so they're obviously aware of that and looking to make that top floor clearance, and they need to, because they don't want to get hit on the flank.
Does that get it? Yes, it did. Nice. Well, there you go. They know the exact placement of at least the one that was on the top of the triple wall, and they'll get that one for free. I believe the other one is underneath the sort of generator line or the electricity box that sits just left of the triple wall. And as a result, I don't think they'll be able to get that panel, which 9 times out of 10 is the most appropriate panel to open up, especially when you're thinking about the default plan. So you do need to try and deal with that some way, somehow. And maybe Stigs can open up above, send down a grenade, confirm that one. I believe it's even under the toolbox that sits there, so it won't even be under the generator box. It might even be under the toolbox. Wherever it is, it doesn't matter. Now that they have piano control seemingly for free, You have to be worried about Yeti, who's upstairs causing a ruckus. No hatches open, not up by what I can see. But Revy, he wants to try and get the flank going. He'll impact that air jab, but guess what? Mag will take him down, and air jab or not, Mag is on the flank watch.
3 versus 5 now as Mag finds himself a second, and he really is starting to pick up the pace in this game here as our Fnatic as a whole. We've now got down to Vamos, Replica and Yeti. They have the sole responsibility of keeping T1 in this, and they're not going to do it, Jess. The 2 versus 5. Fnatic are going to go for the whitewash here with absolute, complete and utter lack of mercy. They are looking to really dominate T1. Vamos and Replica, they are now deep inside, moving up for any opportunity they can find, but no, Mag, as if clairvoyant, is alert to the danger and shuts down Vamos. Now Replica tries to make a challenge, finds a headshot, so at least it won't be a flawless round. It's Lusty who goes down. Alphamid tries to get the diffuser down. Mag will not allow him the time, and that is going to be a clean sweep coming out of Fnatic. Are they back? A bit difficult to judge against a T1 side that didn't show up, but Fnatic did everything they needed to.
The one thing that convinces me that Fnatic is back is that Mag, who is having a bit of a slow season to start off with, is absolutely slaying these past 2 games. I mean, look at him. Last round drops a 4K to be able to move into that, top fragging position for his team. He has been doing a great job on the flex role. Like I said, a bit slow in the season, but when all of the Fnatic players start stepping up in their roles, that's when it is clear that they are having the impact that they need to be a dominant team that we know they can be. And I think Milosh and even Hap put it rightly on the desk, and I hope they go through it when we get back. We'll see, is that it was Fnatic that was making Fnatic lose, not any other team making Fnatic lose. So today, that is going to be a real mood lifter, I can tell you that much.
Oh, it will. Fnatic have made Fnatic win today. There's no 2 ways about it. They've punished every single mistake from T1. Every time T1 have failed to apply pressure, they've gone in and taken advantage of it. But let's get back to those analysts, and we'll see exactly what they have to say about that match.
Fnatic have made Fnatic win today. There have never been truer words said about this game. Man, it feels good to get a victory and such a convincing one today.
It's high energy. It was everything that we kind of wanted from them. It was what we said at the beginning, was their biggest obstacle has been themselves. Their biggest kind of problem has been you can't argue that this was their map. You can't try and pull this away from them in any sense. They were always in control, and they were always kind of locked down. They were solid. They were never really pushed and pressured. They were having a good time, which is so good to see in Fnatic's camps and cameras, because it's been a while, but boys, you did it. You're back. One more game of the season, and currently you're sat, I believe, in 4th place in a playoffs contention situation. So great week, great energy.
Yeah, I'm going to say as well, this is a statement that they've made, a 7-0. It's not like, and I think that one of the rounds to really highlight how good they were was in the 2v2 post-plant situation that we've had. The Yokai wasn't able to find the diffuser, which was being planted deeply, and instead of panicking, like, oh, we couldn't get the defuse, they stayed calm and they played it perfectly. It was really beautiful to see, because like you saw the Echo moving through, he got spotted, which allowed the Maestro then take kitchen, and like you saw them play around and with each other to slowly retake the ground as they pushed back the one member that was still left in that case, and the likes of T1. So Fnatic, really big thumbs up right here. Well done, and up to the next.
On to the next one, of course, Fnatic play versus Talon. Let's go for the summary very quickly, just to see some of the hard hitters in the numbers department, that is, and our MVP of the match. So there it is. Our match summary: T1 0, Fnatic 7. Mag and Sticks showing up today. That's what we wanted to see with Fnatic every single time we're on the analyst desk. We're saying, you know what, Mag, we know that there's a lot of work for him to do, but he's got to start stepping it up. And today, he did well.
It was one of the things that obviously we brought in as a highlight player. I said, if you keep your eye on Mag, he's playing all of these flex roles, he's playing a lot of the support, he's bringing a lot of the structure and success. And when he has a good day, Fnatic has a good day. And they couldn't have had a better day today.
No, they definitely couldn't have. And I said it just a second ago as well. It's a statement, and what we've seen from Rogue, for example, is that they made huge changes, and as soon as they managed to get a very convincing win in, they started to come back alive again. So I'm basically hoping to see the same thing. Like, is a 7-0 what you need to elevate yourselves up to the next level to yet again start performing like you're used to? Or are we going to see a little bit of a fallback again because of like what we see after Cyclops? I don't know, but I'm really hoping that this is Fnatic back on the right track again.
Yeah, and it's nice to see the team smiling, and really Mag smiling in this case. Majority of the team was just kind of focused and in the zone in the middle of the game, which is where you want the team to be. So, yeah, honestly, I'm very happy for them. It comes a bit late in this stage, of course, and maybe you got some numbers to talk to us through. But Fnatic's situation.
I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up. I am going to be checking. Okay, but you asked for numbers. I do. You don't have to tell me twice. Currently, as M said, 4th place. We are finding Fnatic on 8 points, Talon on 9, right ahead of them, and then Demon, Kia, and Guts right behind them with 7 points. Now, I believe Guts will be playing Fav. So there is an opportunity there that, they can help each other out. If this goes to overtime this next game, Fnatic is going to be sitting there like, let's go, boys. That is going to be that top 4 spot. We might actually go to playoffs. The dream is not dead yet. It's going to be a bit more tough, of course, if Guts win, because it's going to be putting extra pressure down onto that final day. But there is a good chance. If this next match goes their way and they win their game against Talon, they are secured.
So Hab, Fluke, thanks so much. I'll be back to you in a moment, but we have a special interview. It was not planned, but our production and admin team were so nice to get us Alphama on here to talk to him. So let's go. Bonsoir, Alphama. So happy to see you here with a victory finally. How are you doing?
Bonsoir. It's been a while. It's been since Pro League, EU Pro League.
Yeah, way back in the day. What is it? LSC days, the stream even?
Giants,
just after. Did we have an interview then? Man, it's been so long since we had a conversation about it. It was in the before times, basically, for everybody living in 2020 and 21. But Alphama, so happy for you to finally find your home with Fnatic. I want to talk about you specifically before I talk about the entire squad. How has it been moving between literally every region in the world? I mean, what is it? Next year, you're going to go and play for FaZe Clan? What is going on here?
I have to say, the most important is I think it's an amazing experience. I think people actually, and you know that because you've traveled a lot, people undervalue how much you grow when you travel, when you meet new cultures. And I've found myself extremely lucky to have played both in Europe, in NA, and now in Asia. Everything is so rich. It's amazing to travel so much. It's amazing to meet these new people. And I can only thank all the people that made it possible for me before.
Oh, very happy to have you now in APAC North. Finally, we get to interview you so the North Americans can kind of enjoy that one. We get the best of it. So you were brought in by Fnatic to kind of fill in a specific role that they needed. Can you talk to us a bit more about that role and how you fit in with the team?
Yes, sure. So they brought me as an in-game leader and a hard support. I think a part of the struggle in 2020 was really finding a concrete direction and unifying all the game visions in the team and starting to build some chemistry. And I remember those words I used when I was interviewed by Diesel. He told me, what can you bring, basically, and I answered, you could call me an alchemist. I build team chemistry. I've always played around people. It's the way I play. I always play around people, and if I come here, I will unify the team into one direction. That's why I was recruited. It's my job now.
And I mean, definitely looks like that was the big issue with Fnatic. Now, for a lot of people that have been watching through this, they or might not have been watching too closely in APAC North. They might see, okay, Fnatic is losing, but actually, a lot of those games were close ones. You've been able to push your opponents to the edge, but not quite finish those games. Can you tell me more about why you think that was the case, and what was the big difference today versus last week?
I think, first of all, we're not satisfied at all with the results, and obviously we want to give the Fnatic fans the best results possible. We want to be the dominating team that Fnatic once was in the region. when I came in, I changed a lot of things. I brought a lot of new things. I brought a new game vision. Everybody had to adapt to it. New roles. Everything has changed basically, and that takes a long process. And I think that's what made us inconsistent. And it's all about being patient and having a long-term objective of being a good team, but it's going to take a while. So we've been working really hard to make sure that we're consistent, but it's not enough yet. And to all the people that don't really watch APAC North in general, I'd say that the teams are way better than most people would think coming in the region. I think the teams are playing amazing. They have their own playstyle. They're very innovative. They have their identities. They have great support. You see all these Korean teams playing in gaming houses together. It's amazing. It's amazing to see this region grow. And I think that it's also part of the fact that these teams are getting better and better, that it's harder to be dominating. So I think both of these factors are in place right now.
It is pretty big, to the point where you have Virtue that moved to Europe, and now you're moving into APAC. There is cross-regional integration between these two regions, so that's very impressive. You talked about Korea. Japan is similarly in that role, and Fnatic hopefully soon will be moving to Japan, where we may see you competing in nationals. I don't know. I'm just hoping that we'll see more competition for Fnatic. But I want you to talk to me about. You talked about changing things within the team when you came in, but you're all still so far away from one another. How does that impact you still, even though you're in the same general region of the world?
I think it's a very important factor too, and also part of our inconsistency. It's so hard to be mentally prepared and stable and all on the same wavelength. When I'm here in Taipei, we've got Mentalist that's in Singapore, we've got Laurent Crapel that's in Belgium, and then we've got all the guys in Perth, Australia. So it's all a process to try and stay as a team and try to build that team chemistry together and really create a strong bond. But I still haven't seen Rally Stiggs in all my life. I haven't seen him. It's still important. I think when we get in Japan, it's going to be a lot easier to be consistent and start building. But I'd like to thank Fnatic for putting us in the best condition possible regarding the pandemic, sending me to Taiwan, obviously, sending the guys over to Perth so they have the best ping possible. Not many organizations would have done that. So it's amazing to have this support.
It's definitely a big investment and starting to pay off now. You talked about expectations. Stage 1, that was the kind of trial. We have to change things. We have to prepare ourselves. What should we be expecting of Fnatic in stage 2?
Well, first of all, I'd like to think that stage 1 is not finished yet, and we still have our chance for playoffs and then to perform the best possible. That's still in our mind for now. My mind is literally set on getting that stage 1 playoff. That's all I'm caring about, winning against Talon on Friday. That's all we care about right now. But obviously, step by step, stage by stage, our level overall and our consistency needs to be rising, and we need to see if we're able to be that top team that's consistently above the others in this region. And that's gonna come obviously with us moving to Japan eventually, and all the things that our staff has been preparing. So we start working really. It's all about that moment we will get all together in Japan in the best conditions. Really, I think we'll start to see really good results.
Yeah, I remember the Fnatic Japan launch party. We were there at that party in Tokyo, and you're like, okay, this is going to be big. Finally, they're going to move. And then a few months later, after Invitational, everything had changed. Crazy. From November 2019, only a few months later, how the world had changed through it. So I very much hope that you guys get to Japan ASAP, are healthy and safe and able to compete in APAC North and maybe even in the regional league. But anything you'd like to say to the fans out there, Alfama? I know your mom regularly watches the show. I see her always in the chat. It's so adorable. It's so cute. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah, it's also a bit easier for her to see the matches now that when I was in NA, it was in the middle of the night. So I'd like to say a big thanks to my mom and my family for supporting me all the way where I'm at right now. And obviously a big thank you to Fnatic and all the fans that are sticking with us, even though that we're inconsistent right now. And trust me, we're making sure that we stay consistently a top team. And especially a big thank you to Japanese Fnatic fans. I hope you guys are patient enough to wait for us to come, and I can't wait to start interacting with you guys once we're in Japan.
Certainly hope so. I think we're all due for another trip to Japan very soon. Alfama, thank you very much. I know the interview was not planned at all. We had not requested it. So I very much thank you for just jumping on here and giving us a piece of your mind. Until then, on Friday, you guys will be playing against Talon. That is the final game, and that could secure you a spot in the playoffs. Big match between you and the second-rated team in Korea. Until then, Munami, thank you so much for being here. I'll see you next time.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. There it is, Hap Fluke. I would love to dig things a bit deeper for this one, but the interview was not planned, so we're going to have to get back on schedule for it. We'll toss it to our break and then get through our next game, our final one for today, Guts versus Fav. There's a lot to talk about these two Japanese teams. See you in a bit. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? We're back. Guts versus Fav Gaming. Two of the biggest names in Japan. It's a Japanese derby, as is tradition here. A lot of derbies in APAC North, and we'll be seeing more of them in the future once Fnatic hopefully get to move to Japan. Minus 640 gang and the rest. Jess and Ace on the analyst desk. And how about we talk about these two teams? We're going to get through things ASAP. So let's go with the rosters. Guts Gaming first, who have not been doing too well in Japan League specifically.
Not doing too well in Japan, but doing slightly better inside of APAC North. But there's certainly improvements to be found of that, I'm sure. At the minute, Yura and Light are going particularly well. Yura up there with 51 kills. I mentioned earlier coming in today that Yas was leading the way there, and that was only with 56. So Yura certainly making a big impact. And Lily as well deserves a mention. Guts, they need to bring their best here if they're going to beat the rivals.
And of course, their opponents will come up in just a moment. When you see, by the way, worst map, doesn't always mean that they're absolutely horrendous on it. That just means that it is the worst map compared to their best map. Like when you saw Cloud9, you're like, they're just winning everything. Yeah, but technically worst map, but you know, keep that in mind. There's always some minutia to see here. So Fav Gaming, their opponents not doing too shabby, I gotta say, in Japan League, but here just under Guts Gaming by a couple points.
A complete contrast to that of their opponents today here of Guts, who aren't doing too bad in APAC North, but Fav and APAC North are just bombing it. I have to say, unfortunately, their past few matches have not been representative of the Fav we knew last year that had explosive plays. They were unpredictable. They had some really big hitters. Past couple of games, you could see on the round performance there, they absolutely bombed it. There were not good days, even though that looked like they were on a slow incline. Let's see whether today is going to be a repeat of that, because as you said, it's a Japanese derby, so no one knows them better than a rival inside their own region.
Exactly. And let's see the head-to-head head-to-head here. You picked one player out of each one of these two teams. Our lobby is ready, by the way. So there it is, Crazy Papillon and Shin. What's the comparison, Ace?
Well, we were looking here at players who are playing sort of flex support, so still getting the diffuser down when needed, but they're not coming in there as the main hard support, where they're not necessarily taking the hard breach, the smoke, the those sorts of operators. And Crazy Papillon, for me, is a name that's very well known inside of APAC North. Probably, if anybody's tuning in and they're not too familiar with the region, Crazy Papillon is a name that I'm sure that you will be familiar with, but just not really putting down the sort of performances that we can always come to expect from him so far. He's been doing well supporting JJ with getting the diffuser down, but there's certainly room for improvement in the kills and, those clutch situations as well.
Shin on the opposite end, filling the role on the other team, and that is it pretty much for our head-to-head as the lobby's ready. So we want to go ASAP. Matt, bring it up.
Into it.
Bring it up. There it is. Guts Gaming will remove
Chalet?
Oregon. We're going to go to Chalet. That's awesome. I love finally seeing more Chalet in this one. Defense for Guts. Is this the right decision?
This is going to be great.
I haven't seen Guts on it. I haven't seen Guts on it at all. And in fact, the only time that Fav played it was against EVA.
In Japan.
The Japanese league. Yeah. And I know we got to jump into the map, but just to give everyone an indication, the only stats we have to look at was when they played it, and it was a close 7-5 against a team that's not even T1.
That was literally like a day before we started APAC North, or something, a couple days before it, right? I think it was in the same week. So yeah, it definitely is short on data, but that's why we want to see it and see it played out. So it's time to toss it into game. Jess, Ace, thank you so much for this very brief but very to the point introduction. It's time for our final game, Guts vs. Fav, a huge Japanese derby. Either one of them can move up in the rankings. Let's see which one it will be. Hap, Fluke, please, all yours.
Going to the snow, finally, Chalet, it's gonna come, and I'm really excited for it. We've seen some great strategies here, and it's still being broken down, but it's like, it's a new map that's coming in. I cannot be more excited.
This is gonna be a test of my homework now. This is gonna be, it's the first time I've actually cast Chalet, so...
I've cast it once before, actually, so I have seen some stuff.
I'm super excited. It's new, and new is cool. New is shiny. New is fun and thrilling. And new with these two teams that have old blood, old feuds, old wars. You go back through their verses, and it is back and forth. And okay, Guts have been on a bit of better form than Fav have, but Fav, they're able to pull, obviously, some big maps and some big plays against them. You look at obviously the Japan League not too long ago. It was 7-5, 7-5, 7-5. Ended up totally going into Fav's favor at the end of it, 2-1. It was the SI Quell, 7-5, 7-1, 7-5. It went to Guts that time. It's just back and forth, and you kind of want that today.
You kind of want that today, indeed. And then, all right, hear me out. I'm gonna be reading out the standings, right? All right. If Fav win, they get 3 points. That would mean that the number 3 to the number 7 are all 2 points away from each other for the final 2 spots of the playoffs, all right?
Yep.
If Fav lose, they're out. So...
slightly, it's both slightly more dramatic, but the way you read it was less dramatic.
Yes, I mean, it's less dramatic in that case. However, we would still have a really close fight for those final 2 spots. So no matter what is going to be happening, we're going to either have 5 teams on that last play day fighting it out in between themselves for the last 2 spots, or we're going to have 4 teams that do it, and Fav today taking, well, the goodbye, au revoir, as we would say, our French production. So it is going to be a very exciting match, and it is going to be one that many of these teams will be looking at, because we have all these different head-to-heads that will be breaking a potential tie break. So it is such a heavy-weighted match as well.
Well, let's start it off in bar and gaming. Now, if this is your first time watching Chalet, it's still heftily a learning experience. Don't worry, you'll be keeping pace with the rest of us as we still are deciphering and working out the best holds, the best plays, and the best ways to take them from each team and how they like to play rotations. In APAC, we've seen it a couple of times so far, but obviously every fresh demonstration is a new way to learn how to remonstrate people's holds, and this time we are starting on bar. I could tell you if it's their best, their worst, or their middle list site, but I just don't have those numbers, and nobody does.
We don't indeed yet. The one thing that kind of stands out to me here, is the fact that there is no mirror. And we'd be like, oh, well, why? Why does that stand out to you? Well, I mean, we've seen very many different performances so far, and every single time mirror was available, we saw it being used onto bar, especially in that little pantry on the side, very oftenly used, of course, to basically deny the entirety of games from that one mirror window. Now, that is not going to be done with a mirror window this time, potentially with some bullet holes, maybe some punch holes. They also have frost mats underneath the windows, so Guts is going for a little bit of a different take, and it's up to us to judge whether or not that one will be on par as the mirror defense itself.
Huge angles held and played here as they open up all of these extensions. We saw the hatches inside the dining and the kitchen opened too for the potential of quick drops and rotation, a little bit of movement, and they want to keep themselves a lot bit alive. The map can be big pressure. It's a giant letter L. And that middle of it, that crux where that big corner happens, can be a beast in terms of trying to lock it off, but it might start here, just outside the kitchen. Yes, it is. Afro, hiding amongst the canopies of trees, is able to take care of Lily via the trophy, claim their own, and put it on the wall as they start their pressure.
All right, first kill coming in. That is 5 up to a good start, managing to take the man advantage early. You can see here Shin playing with that twitch, of course, checking if there was a mirror window, which is not going to be the case right there. So he's not going to be able to get much done. Maybe take care of an ADS or two, be some part of the Prismas. In the meantime, however, Fav trying to get the control of that top floor will now be trying to extend towards that K9 as well. And as Fav is really worrying, or basically really focusing on getting the top floor control, that might be the right move.
Wow, Crazy Papillon's playing at the top of the staircase, waiting for somebody to swing round from piano or potentially a little bit further deep inside the entrance itself, but so far it's still just hoping somebody glimpses and glances a little bit round the corner. They have some debris that they can play around as Shin offers a bit of pressure from the opposite side, trying to isolate Papillon, but there's more people set up and ready to read inside the library. It's Light who'll hear that broken just over their shoulder, has a bit of an early giveaway in terms of the alibi if it gets caught, but Afro rotating round, trying to offer themselves a little bit more pressure from the opposite side. Two bodies ready to pinch. They're going to play and pace this to the best of their ability. Light drops the drone, has the hatch to escape if they need to. There is some cover from Aruni just around the mezzanine above the fireplace, but they're under their own pressure here too. The swing comes. Number 2 is the one that locks it off, goes for his second as Light is able to take off some of the pressure inside the library itself, tries to find the other one that hops through, drops down, has done some damage, and they know with 30 seconds they've just got to lock off the site now.
Yeah, but there's a lot of frost mats still in play here, and that might be coming back to harm Fav right now because they need to choose gunfight or frost mat. And as Light is going to be taken down right there, it's only up to Crazy Papillon now. The site has been opened up. There's 13 seconds left on that clock. They need to get that diffuser down, and as Typon is doing that right now, Crazy Papillon will notice. He has to make a move right now. He has to do something. Gets one to start it off. Manages to get himself into the bar using the rotations they created earlier on to try and find some lines of sight, but so far no joy. Moves around. In the meantime, the players have set themselves up for a perfect post-plant situation with people on the outside, so he's going to be doing the one logical thing, check if there's vertical control, but with 25 seconds he has to hurry. There's no time to waste, because otherwise it's going to be Fav running away with the first round.
Yeah, from this point onwards, with the limitations on time and the fact that you're about to hot drop into a room with a lot of people with guns pointed your way, they know where you are, and they barely let you get anywhere further. Fav won their ones and took it with confidence, punishing Guts in all of those early interchanges and exchanges. They said, hey there, you're holding this wide, okay, we're gonna take it from range.
Very well played. I must say, honestly, I really like the defensive setup that Guts has put up. A very heavy emphasis on that top floor. A lot of shields. We saw the laser gates being used. We saw the banshees being put up. Unfortunately for them, Fav was able to deal with it quite well. We're able to win those opening picks as well, which of course makes it even easier to snowball. And with that, It is bar that is instantly being swapped out right here by Guts. They are going to kitchen dining. They are instantly swapping the site. And something you might see is that the bottom floor, the basement, is still being avoided. And I think that is a very logical choice because many might discuss that it is a very good site. But on this high level of coordinated gameplay, it just doesn't seem to be working out that much as of yet. So Guts choosing to go for different sides, really good choice in my opinion.
Yeah, it's always that boil down and breakdown of ideas. When a map rework comes through and you look at that was a site that was, for a lot of teams, the most confident, was that sort of snowmobile garage, that sort of area and hold down there. Now, I guess it's the idea of, well, the take is still similar to a lot of teams. You want to get open snowmo, you want to then try and put pressure from above and see if you can lock down from fireplace. The aggression can be applied pretty strategically and consistently. On the other sites, it's flat firefights. It's a lot of mobile aggression. It's a lot of where are we going to get bit from next? What angles, what holds, where are they even burying themselves? Because you see it consistently. It's huge angles that are opened by teams at the minute. And Fav keep winning their ones. Guts might find themselves, unfortunately, slipping a little bit loose here.
And that's it. That's what we said. Especially the early stages of this map, people seem to be thinking it's a very attack-sided map, which is different compared to what we normally see. Normally, we would say, all right, new map, defense side is going to be reigning supreme. However, Chile, a little bit more balanced out, I dare to say. And well, Fav winning their ones definitely helping them, putting up that pressure onto the actual side eventually. The question now will be if they are going to be able to continuously be doing so. Make sure that they are going to be the ones to take that initiative throughout the original first half. And as Fav quickly droning out on that top floor, we'll be finding out, okay, no roamers all the way up on the top, at least until you enter the office, until you enter the bedroom. We can proceed all the way up to there.
Talk about long angles, and they're dancing dangerously with one slightly further back. In the corner of the bedroom, they have a shield locked off, and they're studying by the wine in the office and making sure they keep themselves calm, cool, and collected. That first impact takes the wall. You can hear some ADSs being burnt just around the other side of them as all of this early pressure is coming directly towards them. They aren't leaning themselves into it as aggressively as they did before, but that attention is enough to allow Afro to pass to the opposite side and put pressure down. Papillon is the one that gets real revenge, though. Digs himself in a new hold inside the box as Typon tries to find him. Can't quite get it. Papillon with 2, and Lily puts it to a 3. There is Shin to stop that quick trade, and now it's a 4 versus 2.
I was like, oh no, you see the hand start cheering again, but he wasn't going to be able to pick up that kill, and now Fav are finding themselves in a bit of a pickle. It's just Shen and K Razor left with 45 seconds. Plenty of time to make something, well, work. It's just the fact that they do not have the manpower to just simply outrun them, because if you look at the way that Guts is playing, they're holding a lot of angles. They're just sitting by on the most important points just so they can cover every single entrance towards the sides, basically making a plan for Fav impossible. Razor is coming up right here. We'll be able to get a kill. Shin will follow that up with a grenade. So a double kill coming through. Suddenly, it looks doable again. It is going to be Lily in a very important position, though. He's going to be whiffing a lot of the shots right here. He's going to be able to pick up the kill eventually, though. And that means the diffuser is now dropped again. Shin, however, will recover. Starts the plan. Tries to go for a bait. 7 seconds left on that clock. And Euro will come in from the side, able to pick up that final kill, and Guts going to be able to win that round and put themselves up to 1-1.
Just a fantastic positional pullback there. The two of them decided to try and take themselves up from underneath. Not entirely sure where the frag grenade kill was, but suddenly they had some pressure and they could apply it quickly, though the dying seconds of the round were closing in. The one misplay there was, I guess, mistaking only one person around trophy and not 2. Guts Gaming, led by Papillon, leaning in to the pressure he was suffering on the top floor, obviously getting the second on Typon, I believe, right down the back of the stair set. That was dangerous, but, I mean, that could have been a kill that really swung the round the other way if it had gone the other way.
Been heartbreaking for Guts if that would have gone Fav's way, but so far we are getting what we want. Close rounds and a back and forth. We don't want to see like a straight up 6-0 well, I mean, the comeback then is great. The first half will be a bit boring, but then the comeback is going to be very interesting. Now, what like I personally like to see is just rounds being traded continuously. Like, you're going to be on your toes. You don't know what is happening. You don't know who's going to be the first team to break that curse and manage to pick up a second round in a row. Let's hope that this game will be exactly that. Let's hope that this derby is really going to be bursting down into just continuous trades of rounds to see who is going to be able to continue their fight in a better position for the playoffs.
So the approach starts to come from underneath. So far, it's come down to a lot of aggression. That frag grenade kill was the start, and probably one of the only big pops of utility that we've actually seen hit the mark so far. It's otherwise, as I've said, boiled itself onto these big ones, these big holds from bigger ranges, and making sure that they're the first to click. But here now, as the game starts to develop, I'm curious to see if we start to see a little bit more on a reliance of gadgetry, of control. They're popping and putting pressure around onto the top here to see if they can catch the man who has the piano rotate as possibilities. It's number 2 that's going to dig in first of all, slowly and steadily, creeping their way closer to Papillon, who is well aware of the push he's suffering. The upside down hold from Shin is the bit of a cover, but you can see the other body of Mozzie's doubling up here. Typon finds Papillon behind the piano, is able to lock off the first, and Mozzie is, well, just getting out of there for now.
I was going to say, I really like the setup that Guts is going for right now, the Mutant Mozzie combo, making sure that that top floor is a little bit harder to take. However, Crazy Papillon will be falling early, and now it's only up to Yura to try and complete that roam. All on his lonesome right here. Of course, gets a bit of support. You see Light just creeping up on the stairs. You see Lily just waiting a little bit in beneath, just to make sure that they have the opportunities to go for the refrag, because they're also aware Fav is going to go for this, but Typon able to come out on top on that gunfight. One member still in the library, though, and one onto those library stairs. Not going to be able to pick up the refrag. Guts are suffering.
And the suffering continues as Afro gets another, and Typon one more triple kill for Typon, and finds himself just Yura. Drops a C4 around the corner, but it does not pop the body that's not too far away. Oh, there he is. Oh, there he is. And Yura is able to get some revenge. Typon finally stopped, but the site is theirs. They're well aware that Mozzie is far too far away for him to be able to stop this plant going down, and Yura, well, he's aware of that too. So a slow and steady descent. The first fight is Shin. He seems to have a bit of an idea of where he is. Concerned about someone round in the 90 corner, but is instead going to go for the close swing. Almost dropped him, but almost isn't quite there. Fav, 2-1.
Got very close right there, but well played. They managed to figure out, all right, the Mozzie's in the top. Yes, we lost the Jekyll, but that's okay. Let's rush the side, lock down the 2 staircases. He could be coming down from any second now, and make sure that we find ourselves in the afterplant situation. Put the pressure down on him rather than ourselves. And that is that bottom floor. Well, which basically, like you would say, wasn't fought on the bottom floor. It was basically top floor where the battleground was being held, and they managed to get the plan afterwards. Was there even anyone on site? I'm thinking about it now. I don't think there was anyone on site. I think literally everybody was off site.
I guess my curiosity is, when potentially do they rotate? That's a watch it back one, I think. Were they trying to fill the holes that had fallen on the top floor, or was it just let's leave it and fight on the top? Because yeah, it's a site where, as I said, it's usually quite structured in the take. If you're bringing the hard destruction, obviously that usually pops open first, but it's still verticality. It's still getting a hold of that big open awing space that is fireplace. With all of that soft above it, those angles become pretty trepidatious. So against a coordinated attack, you need a stacked defense.
Do you need a stacked defense indeed? And now we do see Guts Gaming going over to the 4 of ball side. They've gone through them all.
Just showing them up.
They haven't won them all, but they're just showing them all up. They're here for the educational purpose as well, just like we are, trying to bring everybody the newest map. And, well, we've actually seen some great strategies on here already. For example, the bathtub, we saw a shield being placed inside of it because it's impossible to deal with from below, with, for example, a breaching charge or an impact from Sophia or Ash, which means that you have to put pressure down from the window. Now, their solution to it was put a Frostman underneath. Very good solution. Worked out pretty well. But we're not seeing that now. We do see Guts Gaming bringing their own likes of the defensive setup. And Well, it almost seemed to be working for Bot Gaming. Let's see if this time it will actually work for this top floor hold.
Creeping their way in underneath via the garage to see if there's anybody that's a bit bold. There is a single body that's currently playing around wine. It looks like they've just hopped off to blue. Malusi. Papillon has been one of the first confrontations consistently between Fav and Guts, and well, it's gone his way one of those two times, and it didn't go Guts' way the first either. It was a very quick shutdown, so he's waiting rather than trying to strike, hoping that they come for him instead, holding off and locking down the angles as Fav.
Angle.
Yeah, very deep, very long, and repositioning themselves.
I really like what Typon is doing there, just holding off that bathroom window, making sure no one is rotating through that. They blocked it off at the castle barricade originally. Now, not going to be the case. Shin putting up a little bit of damage. Unfortunately, no kill coming down for Fav, and grenade being eaten by an ADS really doesn't help either. But now you see the worry. This is the issue when you're on that balcony. There's 3 windows, and it's just a very claustrophobic experience right there. I think you can kind of compare it to the balcony, CCTV, for example, Clubhouse, when you have the construction, the gym window, and the CCTV window. I think it's kind of similar, just a little bit of less moving ground for the attackers.
Stacked up on Solarium and seeing if they can try and catch anybody loose. Shin doesn't quite get the first body. It's Papillon that gets Afro, and with 50 seconds left, was that a run out from underneath the garage? Either way, they're going to try and stick the smoke plant just in the middle. The cover's there and not the attention, and now we're in a post-plant situation. Out of everything that was going on, they put pressure on, read through it, and now it's a big hot firefight all across the top of this bedroom. 3 versus 2. As he swings up the solarium stairs and shines some light on the floors of the hold. Now, it's down to the one remaining body. Number 2 has a close angle, has a Jaeger to show for it, but has himself caught a little bit in a corner. There's bodies coming either side. They're going to try and stick the diffuser behind the bomb chassis. Can't get a clean shot, but knows it's being watched by somebody else. Papillon just sticks it, though. And there's JJ to get him off before he even can.
Number 2 knew he had to go for the counter there. He needed to take down the guy you see right now. Actually managed to get some shots in. As, well, smoke, of course, covering him off and making sure that the defuse would stick. With that 2-on-2. Very adventurous idea right there from Fab in a 4-on-4. Just deciding to go for the stick in the plant and hoping that you can make the after plant work. Unfortunately, the members of Guts were a little bit quicker on the trigger here. Are able to bring it back. So 2-2, very even still. As we head into round number 5. And, well, now we've been everywhere. Where are they going now? It's going to be Wine yet again. The sites where they had one or maybe even no one on the sides originally is going to be the side that gets played. And we do see the Lion coming out. Now, that is going to be helping them, especially if Guts is going to be playing a similar kind of setup. If, again, they will be playing off the sides. Get your drones in, use the E1D, and use that momentum to go for the push whilst they cannot move, or you will be aware of it.
Did we see Warden last time we were here, or is that a fresh pickup?
I think it's a fresh pickup.
I'm curious a little bit about it. I'm curious. Obviously, one of the things I commented on was, you know, I guess early on in the game, it didn't feel like we were seeing too much in terms of the utility push. We just saw a smoke-covered plant. Maybe it's a bit of suspicion as to how that might go. Maybe it's the plan B hold, which is potentially to hold the site a little bit more directly. There was the full extension before where there was no bodies and no bodies seemingly down there. When it came down to the final throws, okay, they had already lost fights elsewhere, so there's a high chance that there were rotations that had come through. But at the same time, they decided that they want the entirety of the fight to happen away from sight. Now, they're just going to leave Warden in and amongst the wine.
Let's hope he doesn't get too much of it before he's going to be taking those gunfights. Either way, if Fav realized that there's only one person on site again, it might be quite dangerous. Like, this site is a lot more prone to quick plants, for example. You open up Snowbow, you go for the plant in the middle of it, maybe with a smoke cover, for example. Like, you will be taking out the one and as a result, because he's going to be the one on site, and suddenly there's nothing they can do. You literally just hold it from the outside. What are you going to do? Jump out? It will be aware with the new timer. But they do decide to go for that top floor clear instead. So maybe not fully aware of what the plan of Guts is.
Lily is waiting just in trophy to see if anybody swings down, but it seems like they want to go for a bit of a flatter clear here across the top yet again. Same way they pushed before. This time they have the potential of coming up the back stairs. If all of the confidence on that cover is from a single body on Solarium windows currently, as well as the potential of a drone watch. Well, Vigil is your perfect man to try and put the pressure back on them. A swing round the close angle. Mozzie is looking for a bit of aggression here, but suffers from the watch of Shin, I believe that was, over the top of the window. Number 2 opens up against Papillon, though, and that's a big blow. There's nobody close enough to offer support and stop, and well, it's a bit of a hold here on Solar for now as they just finish their continued clear of the rest of the map.
The Ash is droning, now holding off on the actual flank. Seems like they are aware of the fact that one is indeed on Solarium stairs. Might just be covering it off. Not quite sure what is going on in the comms right there. Nonetheless, both are having a little bit of a standoff, and it's going to be who's going to be making the wrong move first, or who is going to be, well, conceding first. As the rest of FAV, they have that one body advantage and now need to figure out where the remaining players are so they can decide whether or not to hit the site yet, because that decision needs to be made soon. There's only 50 seconds left on that clock. They need to be quick. And the question is, what are they going to do? What is going to be their plan of approach?
Well, Lily's realized that A could hold that forever, and that puts it in a 4 versus 4 on the site, but that gun is still a big one that you can use, and those impact potential to FAV. They haven't been able to find all the bodies that they had before, and they're leaving themselves with not a huge amount of time left to lock it off. It's still just holding angles from big ranges. Yura is the first to go down around a trench, I believe. No, it was off the back of Blue, swinging around the corner of Long and seeing if he can pop the body that was holding on to Short. The grenade rolls out to the end and catches Lily on the swing. Perfectly played and placed. And now we have the flood of Fav onto the site itself. Warden gets dropped, leaving only Light to try and stop this. They can't quite find a way around. They know it's being watched everywhere, and Fav out of nowhere find their third.
Very explosive out of nowhere, Fluke, and I really love that grenade, by the way. He cooked it, he threw it in, and he's like, all right, let's push on now. Then got surprised by the Vigil moving in, but at the moment that the gunfight started, he's got blown into oblivion. Anyway, Fav, they almost hurt from the fact that they didn't push the site when there was only one member down. They let it come down to these last 30 seconds, but they did manage to stick it with some great orchestration of their attack. They were really accurate on their movements. Everybody was covering what they needed to. They do manage to make it work. They do manage to get the round in. And right now, Guts will be choosing to go back to kitchen dining. And, well, it's going to be up to Faf to try and decide whether or not they are feeling the 4-2 split. If Guts is going to be strong enough to hold them back for at least one more time.
It's been a very good half from Fav so far, and that's, I think, for a lot of people's money, it's a bit surprising based on how their fate has been recently. And I think going up against a team that they've butted heads with so much, going up against a team where they've, you know, from the same region, both trying to achieve the same stuff here, it's good pressure. It's the good sort of environment for them to go, we know Guts. We've played against them a lot, and they know Guts is struggling, I believe, right now in the Japanese League too. So why not put the pressure on and apply some of the play styles that you've been able to make work so beautifully for you before? Guts, one more round to try and split even before your half, and so far with how back and forth it's been, it's not out of the question.
It's definitely not out of the question. Fav have a good opportunity here of taking that lead, and I've mentioned it before, if Fav manage to win, we're going to have a 5-way fight in that final day for the last 2 spots, which would just be really exciting, especially if you combine it with the championship game that we have between Cyclops and Cloud9. Literally everything is still to play for in APAC North right here, and well, as Light goes pretty low in that final round, we'll survive with about 1 HP. Literally cannot take anything right now. If Flashbang comes a little bit too close to his feet, he's going to be down. So he has to be really careful in how he's playing this right now.
Steadily droned out around the trophy stairs and seeing if there is anybody that might be able to be claimed. As said, they separate their push. They've been pre-firing themselves through a lot of the bodies of Guts, and Yura again in a bit of an off position, gets caught out just on the close windows from that early pressure that Fav seems to want to apply on every single window. Now, They have themselves on a big hold, and another E1D pops out, trying to lock down some of the loose players in play. They've been close twice, and that puts Light and Yura both in two very dangerous and trepidatious situations, especially if they're playing off-site and alone. They really don't have a huge amount other than their guns and their health to get them through, and, well, they're almost empty on one of those things.
Oh, look at that. They have it. Light got taken down. He was in the bathroom just holding, and Shin managing to win that gunfight. However, will be deciding to quickly go off as K-Razor will be able to pick up another kill yet again. Here we have the explosiveness of Fav as soon as they manage to find themselves an opening. Top floor control now has to be conceded, but Crazy Papillon deciding to go for the frags right here. He's going aggressive and manages to pick up the line. Could be a very huge pick. It's going to be getting pings out as well. C4s are being blown up, and well, Papillon knows if he's going to be able to bring this back into a 3-on-3 right here, he is going to be the hero, and as he moves in, he will be taken down. It is going to be the double of Shin, and now it's Yura low. It's JJ on site with 3 smoke canisters left. 50 seconds and a flank is all that is between Fav winning this health and Guts Gaming potentially bring it back.
I don't think he quite expected 2 bodies, but look at this. Yura is now stepping up. The pings are consistent, and he wants to try and strike yet again in the similar mantle of someone taking them by surprise. Well, that's pretty surprising. Swings round, puts pressure towards Bathroom, hoping to get one more body that's loose. It's a 2 versus 3. They're well aware now that one is above, and that leaves only one down on site, and it seems like Fav want to try and capitalize on that, but JJ has the lockdown on the door as Afro gets dropped from the back of the trophy stairs too. Suddenly, it's a 2 versus 1, and K-Razor finds himself in the middle of danger. There's swings and pre-fires from either side and either angle. There is some pings coming out to his favor, but JJ's having none of it. Lockdown Guts Gaming. 3-3 even on the half.
Beautifully played right there. It looked like it was going to Fav literally as soon as those 2 kills were coming in, but the beautiful flank from the member who was low since the very start, Yura it is. Managed to pick up very important kills right there, slowing down that momentum that Fav was able to bring, and it was the right call in that moment in time. You do not want to be with 2 members on the site with 4 members of Fav storming onto you. You need to make them afraid, and taking that kill onto the Sledge, who was just about to go on his drone at the moment he did, that definitely shook him up a little bit. It made sure that their attention had to be divided, allowing JJ to get a couple of kills in as well, and eventually, of course, the round back towards Guts. And even if it looked like a fair round, it is going to Guts. And it is going to be, yet again, a 3-3. We're trading rounds left, right, and center. But now it's going to be Fav on the defense, and they choose to go to the bottom floor to Snowbow and Wine. And let's see if they are going to be able to defend this successfully, because we're yet to see that.
I think that's it as well, as so far all the fights we've seen have been pretty concentrated away from the site itself. Okay, Fav had an exceptional execute onto the site. It was blink and you missed it level of siege, but otherwise they just prepped themselves up on all relevant angles, hatches, and had themselves set for a hot drop. Otherwise, the rest of their plays have sometimes been a lot of, I guess, putting pressure elsewhere and then pulling things apart. That was the longest I think we had, at least 9 players still on the board, and they went in on that potential and plant there. And, well, Fav, what's their defense going to be like is my big curiosity here. Will they enjoy the full stretch of the map starting off? It seems so.
Alright, Decayed Electroclaw is going to be holding Guts Gaming back from approaching Snowmobile. Will be located at the top floor probably. Oh no, actually it's located. Okay, there you have it. It is just located in, and the grenade is going to be getting it. So that's going to be a very quick one. It's going to be opening up as well. I'm not sure if the Electroclaw, the second one that was being thrown, is going to be in time of actually denying it. In the meantime, we do see Lily has been taken out, however. Totally missed that due to the little skirmish we have over at Snowmobile Garage.
Yeah, C4 dropped Lily, whether it was out a window or just up through the floor. Either way, it's a perfect opener there for Shin to be able to drop what is a big operator in terms of controlling those bodies along the top. Don't have any feet tracked this time round. JJ hops through over a bit of dangerous territory with the hold open, but there's somebody caught completely unaware around the back stairs. Finds the head of one more, can't quite make it click around piano, and the tune is played of, well, let's get the heck out of there, as he escapes and hops around to Riot Trophy.
At 40 on that clock, Fav. Lost a member. Are still in it. 2 members on that roam. Drones are still going for Guts. Haven't completed their top floor clear yet, and only now we'll be deciding to go to that first floor as JJ just opening up the angles, holding down onto the fireplace stairs. There's still these roamers, still the dangerous roamers, and as the smoke gets spotted going down into blue, it is going to be a call to Guts Gaming. All right, we do have to do something now. There's about 70 seconds left on that clock. If we do not make any progress, Fav will just be walking away with this, unless we manage to go for another explosive take, just like Fav was able to do themselves.
Well, here's that precious verticality I talked about earlier, and they are happy to start cracking their way through the egg of the site itself, steady underneath, forcing them into very uncomfortable situations. There's only one body that has the instant swing there onto Snowmobile as Shin is dug in, potentially suffering pressure from above. There's a little bit more damage done. That shield is dropped, which means they can't even hold it from deep. Has to trust K-Razor to have the swing on the split hold there. Yura is going to start drawing some attention to the back of blue. Pops that down to the end to make sure that nobody's there, and is going to pop a second to see, well, are they there yet? No. Still swings down, sees the feet, and is able to crawl his way down. We can see one that swung around the corner. As soon as they hit this Banshee, he knows he's getting swung on, is able to just win it and take it. And now it's Shin that gets a drop on the main door, though. It's suddenly all coming up. Guts Gaming, though. K-Razor couldn't quite have the opposite side of the angle. Concern as bodies fled in from every possible side. There's some pings. They're all inside. You're a little bit ostracized. But can you put your eyes on the prize? There's the first. Suffered immensely in the spray, though. Couldn't quite get the lock off, and Light is there to shine their way to Guts Gaming for the first time, being one step ahead.
Well played here. They managed to make the execute stick. I was a bit afraid of the amount of pressure that is coming down on Crazy Papillon, being the one sole member on the outside of that breach wall. If he would have only been swung right before the actual execute started, that could have been ending very badly there. Also very well played, of course, from the man in blue, from the one who managed to get the double kill there, Yura of Guts Gaming, able to, well, basically lock down any potential pressure directly onto that breach. And with that, Guts, as you said, for the first time, a step ahead in this game. Fav will feel that. Fav will try and take it back right now. They want to make sure that they will be the ones leading.
It's also the first time a team has been able to thread 2 rounds together. Could you imagine? 2 rounds? Crazy.
Very crazy. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? Who would have hoped for it?
Can they make it 3? I guess is the big question now. Is this a play towards the ability to attack onto Chalet? Guts Gaming, it was a strong opener. You had all you needed, but yet again, it can boil down to, as you said, single hold, single man, single firefights that could have very much dictated and defined the round. This could have been one of them. If they'd have been able to get the swing and the control of blue, it was so close to Yura, but he found 2, and I think that was one of those big moments. If they'd been able to win that, then that's a swing round to back up Shin, who was under pressure inside the site itself. They have a little bit of an extended angle, and there was only one of them to get rid of. Unfortunately, well, you can't get rid of JJ that easily.
Right now, taking a bit of a gunfight early on. Afro deciding to go aggressive outside of the bar window. Of course, it's not going to be the actual site, and Light knows that. He's not going to be putting too much attention to it now. Beside that, he is going to be doing what he's actually was tasked to do, which is take control of Lyra. We'll do so with his drone, trying to find out whether or not a player will actually be there. Sees that the hatch is open, but probably doesn't care too much about it until C4 start raining through. And Fav just patiently holding on that top floor right now. You do see the Mozzie coming out. We do not see the Mute. Just the operator that Guts Gaming got to accompany Mozzie on their realm and make sure that it was going to be very hard for them to clear out. So a bit of a different strategy.
Bit of quiet is instantly broken by some more explosions off on the range and the death of K-Razor. Papillon still making sure he can find himself into the earlier opening engagements, and this puts him in the positive for his entry, which I believe is currently +1 of, well, 6 times. And now I think he's been involved in that opening confrontation. Suddenly it's starting to fall apart. JJ's gone. They lose their frag grenades, but Light gets an easy pick up there on Afro, caught unawares under a hatch that was open, whether he knew it or not. Either way, he knows it now, and that leaves just the 2 American defenders left, standing firm and trying to hold on to all of that precious, well, I guess, ground and land that they want to keep out of the hands of Guts.
It was a defender open hatch. It was part of the strategy, and it came back to bite them there. Probably didn't expect the Maverick to check it just for the sake of checking it. And now, as you said, it's just only up to Shin and Taipon. The breaches are coming out. The Selmas are being used. And Taipon is trying to put some pressure down. He hopes to pick up a kill. Instead, he is going to get spotted. And the rotate around comes through that window. Fire is not going to be successful, and Shin is going to be going for that jump out. Might be getting himself spotted. You're not too worried about it, it looks like. But with 40 seconds left, with this information that is now in the hands of Guts, they surely will be trying to take Dining now.
That's it. They're putting that plant down. They realize where the bodies were, and some pre-thrown grenades and explosives are going to go over the top. Will it catch? It will, but a little too late. You can see now in this 2 versus 2, suddenly a great explosion, but they're able to find the first. Dug in on a corner they didn't expect. It's a 2 versus 1. Took an opportunity. Can they make it work? There's Light getting the drop on 1. Does he know that Lily is just on the other side? He does not. Lily is able to thread 3 rounds in a row. You can't get him up. The round is over, but finally a team has a bit of distance on the other.
There you have it. Now on the attack, Guts is starting to distance themselves, and they're only 1 round away from putting themselves up onto that match point, up onto at least 1 point extra on the board, which would be moving them, just quickly checking, up onto 8, on par with Fnatic. And of course, due to, I believe, having the head-to-head, they would be able to take the lead in that one. So as we are having a little bit of a tactical timeout, rightfully so, after, of course, 3 rounds in a row being won by Guts Gaming, Fav are thinking of a way how they can bring it back right now. And, well, what can you do? Because it starts off well, you manage to almost come back, but then again, Guts are still able to hang on to it.
It's these little moments, I guess, where they're still learning. They're learning each other, they're learning Chalet, they're learning a map that's obviously fresh to the pool and how everyone likes to hold it and where they like to play. We're seeing a lot of aggression all over the shop, and it just seems like at points it's a little bit of that flick of a coin of, are we going to get lucky with that hop out on the top floor? We know what we're giving away, which is the intel that there's only really one of us that is already known, so they'll know exactly where all of us are, and they took that pressure and applied themselves onto the point. If they'd have found a body, if they'd have found someone holding an angle there, then that would have freed up all that pressure for them, because they knew that there was a single body. Flicks of the coin, unfortunately, it doesn't fall on the side. It's 50-50, and so far a couple of these exchanges recently have gone away from Fab.
Indeed have been. Good example, of course, round, I think it was 7 in blue. I need to count back, so it's hard when you have to do that. Way better at adding numbers than subtracting them. Anyway, when Yura able to pick up the double kill, so it's not really what you like to have if you are trying to go for a retake. Either way, we find ourselves back in that basement, back in Snowmobile and Wine. Even though we saw a very late take coming down from Guts Gaming, they were able to win it. And then the main question will be, are they going to be able to repeat that success, or is Fav going to be playing maybe a little bit more conventional in terms of not having as many people on the roam, or, you know, trying to fall back before you do take losses?
Steady approach comes over, still with their extensions now slightly deeper. Obviously, we talked about how isolating an experience it was for them once the things around them had started to fall, most notably the roof. Yet again, we're seeing just a Soul Warden holding down the fort down at the bottom. I guess the concern is a quick read to a smoke plant, which might come through here as the pressure is instantly going to be popped towards that main snowmobile wall. Get it open, get their attention, and then probably try and get some of the other bodies that are holding and holstering themselves all over the top 2 stories.
And the most important part here is to open up on that snowmobile, and a very good kill actually coming down right there from Light. I'm not quite sure where he's playing, but the man down on top of the fireplace will be taken care of. But what you do see is that Fav instantly sends someone back up there. Number 2, I believe, yeah, on the library stairs right there, will be pushing up. But the issue now is Yura is going to be holding that. So if they do manage to find out that he's up there, that is going to be yet another free kill if he tries to rotate back down.
we start to see some of that motion come together now, as they're obviously able to want to capitalize on that early pick, and you can see that a lot of the bodies of the defenders have headed their way down, but Yura is making sure they don't get the whole distance. Caught round the back, K-Razor swings up though. The Warden is watching, waiting, and able to bait one of the first plays. All the attention was drawn elsewhere. There's one more. Sweet music round the back of the piano, played by Shin. Locks off Lily, locks off that approach, and instantly hightails it out of there. The pair of them deciding, well, we need to get downstairs quickly. They know that we're away, and they've punished us for that before. Yura and Light, both of them trying to take control of blue here, as Papillon's offering some support on the opposite side. They want to just dig in down a corridor. And, well, that first call is going to give the game away that one is there, but you can still see those red bodies are steadily trying to filter themselves to a slightly better angle.
Last time, of course, Europe managed to find a 1v2 and he again able to pick up a couple of kills, and well, Light this time going to be the one to pick up the 2 instead. I was going to say, probably the reason they're pushing with 2 is due to the fact that last time it was a 1v2, he managed to get both kills, but he cannot consistently rely on that. So if it's a 50-50 twice, you're not going to be likely to come out on top of that one. So let's move in 2 players there to make sure that there was a better chance, and Guts push themselves up to match point. They put themselves up to 6-3 and have the opportunity of closing it out right now. And where Fav looks so good under attack, they're just not able to get a defense together yet. So far, Guts Gaming really shining on their attack.
Yeah, they've been able to try and take control of large pockets of the map. They've been confident in their pushes, and when they want to apply that pressure, when they want to swing on, they were a little bit more unaware of the advances of Fav when they're on the defenses. They couldn't quite find that right consistent balance of, well, we set up here, we hold here. But now that they're allowed to apply their own pace to the map, now that they're allowed to apply their own pressure and say, well, this is what we want to strike next. Okay, let's pull back and pick up sticks and go somewhere else. It's their pace, and it's important that they're able to keep that metered and under their control, and do that obviously alongside that synonymous 6th member, the top center timer that keeps ticking down to eventual destruction. They're in control of that. And I guess now it's kind of the situation of, we've seen one other side, Fav, who diced and danced with the devil so many times in the dying throes of the round to get the plant down. And at 3-3 looks a little bit shakier after what we're seeing from Guts' attack so far.
Important to note is that we do see the mirror this time coming out, so Fav is bringing it. Guts Gaming were not, and well, Guts, their attempt was a fail. They weren't able to win it. Let's see if the mirror is going to be the changing factor, if that is going to be helping Fav, putting at least a round on the board right here for the defense, at least make them competitive again to go for a potential overtime situation. Whether or not Guts is going to be trying to close it off, because they have been so consistent with these opening frags and just consistently taking control of whatever is important for them and whatever is important for their strategy. They just do it by taking out everybody that's in their way, and well, that has been working really well for them.
Pressure comes onto Windows yet again. We've talked about how sometimes this little very particular fight gives you those consulate vibes, gives you those hanging on a window and hoping somebody can catch them in a rotation elsewhere sort of vibes, and it's only really that little segment, but they're still set up there. They're still suffering from the moment of, well, we don't have it entirely locked off. There comes the first swing now as they're trying to find their way through the softs that are separating them. Currently, Afro might be set up for the first confrontation with K-Razor off on the shoulder to offer some trade over the top of the fireplace, but it's actually Shin who gets caught underneath. Thought he had the drop on somebody else, but suddenly Light's there, and suddenly yet again Guts Gaming, they're driving the pace.
Yeah, not a single point of damage being done right here to any of the members of Guts. And look at the drone economy still. There's 7 drones available for the likes of Guts to try and get the information. And you can see that they have information because K-Razor is being held off. Typon then looking again into K9. So everyone seems to be very well aware of each other's their locations. And well, Guts just playing these little games a little bit better, able to get these 50-50s, you would say, consistently, even though, of course, the last one really 50-50 as he shot him in the back there. But Guts putting up the pressure. Guts are able to constantly get these entry kills, and it just helps them so much into eventually winning these rounds.
Papillon opening out his exit so he can get a bit of a big rotation done in time rather than try and dig his way through the site. Suffers slightly, potentially hit through the Selma a bit early, but no, it was a pop through the window. Maybe either way, he's upstanding and he's the one with the diffuser. So with only 30 seconds, he's got to make sure he can apply the pressure he needs to when the call comes. Fav goes down on the top of a pretty dangerous decisive staircase. There's the lock off, and there's finally K-Razor to strike back with a double. Finds Lillian Yura on the opposite side, and number 2 bringing it back to some semblance of balance. Suddenly Guts, the diffuser's cold inside the site. JJ gets one as a bit of an exit, but with a drop that 2 of them are waiting. Fav Gaming, they aren't done yet.
There you have it. Too little time there for Guts to try and make the execute happen. Yes, they did have the pressure. They did have the man advantage. However, I am going to say it, there is still going to be that mirror window on the middle of the site. It's going to be really tough to try and challenge Bar. So, games. So you will have to go for Bar, but that is being watched by 2 people at that point in time. And if you just try and enter it through the front door, you will be taken out. And Fav now find themselves yet another round, and they have the opportunity to try and push through. And we are going to master bedroom office right now. We are going to that top floor. I do see the frost. I do see the mirror. And I'm wondering what they're going to be coming up with right here. Because if the mirrors are not being taken control of, if they're not being taken care of, they are a real issue if you're trying to execute with about 20 seconds left on the clock.
6-4, 2 more chances, Guts Gaming. The thing is, a lot of other teams and players and fans out there, they're kind of hoping for an OT. These are 2 teams that are fighting around the middle of the pack, and I'm guessing a lot of people want neither of them to walk away with the full 3. There's the shield in the bath, keep it clean. That's why they do that.
Yeah, this is what we've seen before. It's a true power position. You can challenge Solarium when they come up, but you're basically not going to be allowed to be challenged from the window beside it. People will be forced to jump in. I saw this in APAC, and I decided, you know what? I'm going to run this in my ranked games.
How'd it go?
Very, very well, actually. I managed to get a lot of kills from that position right there because it's just so hard to deal with. There's no vertical that you can use. You have to use grenades, and if you have a Jaeger that's willing to give you 1 or 2 ADSs, that is going to be a very, very powerful position. And, well, let's see how they will play it on this matchup if Fav is going to be able to get a lot of kills from that one.
Yeah, it's a stock up, that's for sure. And, well, Guts Gaming, they've been pretty successful in getting the opener on their attacks. They've been able to dig themselves into Fav quite early on, and obviously Fav have been able to stop the flow of rounds at its most precious point, because the next that gets out of their fingers gives Guts the full 3 points and the game, and they cannot afford to lose it, unfortunately. They lose Shin early. Opened up underneath. Lily on the Explore caught them on those back stairs, and well, that clears some of the pressure here for Yura and JJ and Papillon to apply themselves towards Solar.
Yeah, but that's the big issue right here. They want to push Solarium, and that is going to be meaning, oh, there's a Frostmat. That is very painful, losing your Sophia like that, and I believe that one might be aware of it. At least Lily's trying to rotate around so they can go for the pickup. Light is also there, so he will be coming back alive, but at least they're going to be aware of that positioning. But they're still going to be setting themselves up for Solarium push. And you're going to see it. Typon is going to be using that shield. It's a very tight angle you can hold right there. It's hard to challenge because there's a shield right in front of it to get away at 3 ADSs to protect anything from happening. And if it's going to be coming down to just that shield, it's going to be almost impossible for the likes of Guts Gaming to just win that on the back of their gunfights.
That was a very clever play there. They had the Selmas go off and bounce the grenade on the corner, expecting somebody to swing it. They pushed them into a less convenient position here, and yet again, they cover those Selmas with grenades. Don't need to cook it, but look. The flood of blue all across Solar is starting its approach across the side. The shield is still in the bathtub, and Afro is able to find light in and amongst it. Stems that flow and stems the progress of them as they try and clear their way through. Gonna stick it. Hope they can make it count, but the C4 over the corner doesn't quite catch its way through the wall. It leaves them standing, but there's a quick trade on the opposite side. A triple for JJ leaves it only to number 2. Has huge work left to do, and the angles are being covered from either side. Has to fight one before they can even put pressure on the other, but now it's 3 bodies, 3 guns, 3 different points of attention, and One very ominous beeping as the diffuser ticks its way. There is no reason that Guts have to overpeak this. It's just fed to them. Guts Gaming take the full 3 points. Fav played well, but today it's Guts' show.
They played well. They tried everything they could. But nonetheless, Guts are going to be able to take the win here today. And that does mean, unfortunately, that we will no longer see Fav being in contention for the playoffs spot. That was still potentially up for grabs. And, well, they are still going to be putting up a hell of a show next week, of course, because all the points will count towards the end of the year. And Guts Gaming going to be the ones to take the full 3 here. They are solidifying themselves currently at the top of the 4 teams that will still be fighting for that playoff spot. And well, that is going to be a big advantage for them heading into that last play day.
Well, that is a very explosive day that we've had here so far, but obviously, there's still one big playday left, and a lot needs to be decided. Before we get there, though, let's have the breakdown from the team on the desk and throw it over to Milos.
Why, thank you so much for throwing it back to us. We're going to catch it back on our side, just like Guts are able to catch those extra points on the board. Man, that was pretty good. With 3 extra points, you move up to 10 in total, putting them squarely in a good position to fight with the top 4.
It's going to be an interesting last play day, that much is for sure, especially Guts coming up and picking that win. It really mixes up the mid-table a lot, and I mean, a good performance from them today. They saw cracks, they took advantages of them, and they were able to win a lot of gunfights as well.
I'm going to speak briefly about Fav, and that I really didn't expect them to win this particular matchup. That's not my prediction and whatnot. They put up a good fight, I thought. I thought some of their attacks were okay, but they'll sit cleanly on the 5 points. Maybe that can change next week. I think we really do need to highlight Guts. With those 3 extra points, they propel themselves into 3rd place. Imagine they win next week against T1, one of the easiest teams to win against. Now, all of a sudden, that's 3rd place. Look, clear, like you are guaranteed, like you are playoffs no matter what you do. I'm telling you, Guts has pulled like this the shifty on everyone, and they've just kept a low profile for like most of the stage. They're like, all right, we're coming in strong last 2 play days against the easy teams, zoop, straight into playoffs, and everyone will be like,
what happened?
Weren't you like 6th, 7th place like a couple of play days ago? And they'll be like, yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Brushing it under the rug.
That's what Alfama was referencing in the interview. That he's saying, if we're able to beat Talon, that we secure ourselves a place in the playoffs. So if there's
behind Guts
3 games that are so important, you can say actually all of them are very important for next week, but really Fnatic Talon, Cyclops C9, and Guts T1 are very important because they will determine the top 4, and anybody really can slip up at that point. It's just Cloud9 are sitting very comfortably with no losses. So Cyclops and Cloud9 just cannot be removed from their positions no matter what. But 3 and 4 definitely can shift between Talon, Fnatic, Damwon, and Guts. That is actually very interesting, and I find it very cool that still in the last play day things can shift up.
Yeah.
Got a summary? Let's put it up for the game that we had.
I wonder who the MVP was.
Yeah,
because I actually thought there was a bit of a difference between the first and the second half. I know that oftentimes like kills lead to a lot, but he actually died a lot, JJ, there. Well, when I say died a lot, he didn't have the cost that I would expect, but his rating is super high, so he'll probably end up being the MVP. Shin was the big hitter. There you go. Actually had a pretty good opening.
I think Crazy Papillon's worth a shout as well. We mentioned particularly through the first half, he tailed off a little bit into the second half of the game there, but really did have a strong performance to begin with and put in a lot of work. We can see that with him having the tied highest cost on the board there. And JJ though, coming through, usually that hard support, picking up 13 frags. What a day for him.
There it is. JJ with a 135 rating, 55% cost, pretty much an impact on every other round. That is not too shabby. Chalet is finally starting to develop. There's something we mentioned in the beginning that it hasn't really been played much, mostly earlier in the season, but finally now at the end, we're starting to get something in stage 1.
it's probably important to note for the viewers as well is that it's looking like it's going to be the least defensive sided map in the entire competitive map pool at the moment statistically. So if you're wondering who's going to replace the coastline of the world, well, looks like it might be Chalet, ladies and gentlemen.
Would not be surprised if that is the case. Just Ace, unless you got something to add,
Yes.
Ace?
No, just that I love the use of Jace.
Bring it in.
I wanted to call it, but we're not set yet. So, Ace, actually, things can still change for our next playday, right? I'm starting to wonder what is going on with Guts performing so well in APAC North, but then so horrendously in Japan League, because there are mirrors of this even in Europe.
There are, without a doubt. You know, we do see it. We've seen it with Train Hard picking up that win in the French Open Cup and then just really struggling inside of it, inside of the EUL. But we have it in reverse here, and it's a little bit unusual in this region because, as we've discussed, Milosh, the Japanese teams usually take the National League very, very seriously, and I'm sure, you know, I'm not suggesting that Guts aren't, but if they pour in that amount of effort and passion into it, why aren't they getting the results? Because here inside of APAC North, they've just dismantled Fav and had a really good game against them. So, you know, where is that difference coming? Is it literally that they are just super like hyper focused on APAC North and getting positive results here? So, you know, I'm not suggesting that they're sort of keeping anything under wraps in Japan League, but, you know, you've got to start wondering about it. We have seen it with Navi back in UKIN and EUL, whereby they weren't showing their full hand because their priority was EUL. And I don't know if there's maybe a little bit of that going on.
All right. I'm going to definitely ask to see how it all goes. Jess and Ace, I'll be back to you in just a moment. Let's go for an interview with Guts King. Hello, konnichiwa, Crazy Papillon, and Gunboy, our interviewer or translator for this interview. Congratulations on your victory. First of all, I want to ask you in general, is something we were just talking about. Why do you think that Guts is performing so well in APAC North, so close to the top four, and not as well in Japan League?
APAC ノースでの活躍はすごく著しいんですけれども、国内リーグの方で結構成績が低迷しているように見えるんですけど、これについてお答えください。
ちょっと自分たちのスタイルを見失っていたりだとか、その自分たちの中でたくさんの葛藤があって、いろんなことを試しやっていくうちに、ちょっと APAC ノースに関しては結構タイミングがよくうまく自分たちの特性が生かしきれた試合が多くて、そういう意味ではちょっとジャパンリーグに関しては少し試合数が多い中で調整が間に合ってないっていうのはありますね。
Okay, so we're trying out a lot of strats right now, and the timing when the strat is working is just APAC North, and we have 3 games a week, 2 APAC North and 1 in the domestic league, and the timing for the Japanese league is kind of bad for us right now. And we can't get the strats ready for it.
Okay, there's a lot to prepare for, taking time. Understandable. Well, you know what? You still have a major game on Friday. It might be an easier match against T1, but a win there could put you squarely in the playoffs. What's the plan versus T1?
次の試合が他の試合に比べて少しレベルが落ちるかもしれないんですけれども、T1 に対しての戦略等はどうお考えですか？
そうですね、自分たちがいつも通りやれれば、難しい相手ではないと思うので、しっかり自分たちを出しながら、国内リーグにつなげられるように、勝っていきたいですね。
It wouldn't be a hard match for us, at least if we play our style, and if we get a win and boost ourselves, maybe it could connect us to a win in the domestic league too, so we'll prepare for it.
I very much hope so. Guts flying under everybody's radar in this stage. Do you think that people have been underestimating Guts, Papillon?
ガッツゲーミングのここまでの戦績等を見てですけども、ガッツゲーミングを少しこう下に見てるような方、下に見てるように見えますか？他の視点から見て。
そうですね、本当に